What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is the second part of a story where Issei was betrayed and became the true dragon god of the end. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time no changes in the genders. Also Drake will have a sister. Now, let's get into part 2. Chapter 14. Training camp and date with Infinity. Female dormitories. Rebecca could be seen running at full speed, followed by Issei, Volley, Kurumi, Scarlet, Kaneko, Ravel, Gasper, Akame, Kurum, Leon, Chelsea and Mine, who were alarmed to see the orange-haired girl running at full speed, very worried. At that moment, Sylvia and Jessica appeared and saw the president running, so they followed her. Upon opening the door, they saw a room filled with various types of plants, but also filled with smoke. But the most alarming thing was seeing a black coffin in the middle of the room with a light-skinned girl with short pale blonde hair and pointy ears. She was wearing simple light blue pajamas. Is she dead? Sylvia asked, while Jessica got worse, saying things like, "What are we going to do?" and things like that. But at that moment the girl stood up, frightening some and surprising others, and opened her eyes showing 2 violet orbs. Then he proceeded to yawn. So all the smoke was from the incense? Rebecca asked, relieved. "I'm sorry for any inconvenience I may have caused," the girl said after extinguishing the incense and bowing, although her eyes were closed. "At least you're okay," Rebecca said. "Just be careful not to burn too much next time." "Yes, you're always right, President," said the girl as she hugged Rebecca. "Well, what's up with that coffin?" Jessica Lego said angrily, pointing at the coffin. "It's not a coffin, it's a bed. Which can also be used at your funeral," the girl said simply, pissing Jessica off a little more. "Rebecca, who is she?" the black-haired man asked. "She is Isseixharem, an Espladianer forest fairy, a race that possesses excellent dragon riders, and she is also one of those who will accompany us to the camp," said Rebecca. "I see," said Issei. "By the way, Lucca, how are things going with your friend Gawain?" she asked as Lucca began to shed small tears. "Not good, he won't let me ride him anymore," he said, surprising everyone. Seeing her expression and confirming that nothing was burning, they left the room to leave her alone. Outside, Rebecca explained that Lucca's friend hasn't let her ride him for 3 months, alarming her since their astral flow was cut off and this could lead to Gawain's death. For those who don't know, astral flow is what connects a person with their dragon companion, which in turn increases the power of both and also allows them to locate each other. After that they separated and each went to do their own thing. The next day, Rebecca, Sylvia, Jessica, Lucca, Kiryu, Master Biblia, Dragon Hunting and Night Raid could be seen in front of the academy stables where the dragons could rest. Apparently, Lucca tried to approach Gawain, but he roared at her, scaring her as she went to Rebecca for help. She called on the dragons to help her with this little problem, which Night Raid joined because they had nothing better to do. "Let me get this straight, do you want us to go in there and talk to Lucca's friend?" Volley asked, pointing at him and Issei. "Yes," was the simple response from Master Bible. "Okay," the twin said, then headed into the stables. There they encountered a medium-sized lavender dragon who looked weak. But upon seeing them, he let out a powerful roar, trying to make them go away. But failing. "Listen, we just want to know why you won't let Lucca ride you," Issei said. "Ryujin." The dragon only roared louder. "You want to keep her safe. But from what?" the albino asked. "Roar." He roared with less intensity. "But why you?" the black-haired man asked. "Roar." He roared again. "I see, but could you explain it better?" they both asked. An hour passed like this, where Rebecca, Lucca, Sylvia and Jessica watched worriedly as the twins hadn't left the stables yet, but that concern disappeared when they saw them open the doors. But the curious thing is that they didn't have a single scratch. "That was very informative," said the black-haired boy before turning his gaze to Lucca. "Lucca-chan. If you want to ride Gawain again you must overcome your fear," he said, leaving the students confused, except for the little violet-eyed girl who was getting an idea of what those words meant. The next day, the students elected for the camp and the selected members of Dragon Hunting and Night Raid were in front of a mansion so to speak, and behind them was a huge lake. Everyone arrived somehow. The students riding on their dragons, whether by land, sea or air. Though Lucca went on Lancelot's back. The Dragon Hunting members went flying as well, and since the Night Raid members couldn't fly, they were carried by Issei and Volley like this. Issei was holding Akame and Leon by their waists, while Volley was carrying Mine and Kurum, also holding their waists, and Chelsea on his back, who seemed to be having fun. Gawain was also taken there, but through a portal since he refused to let Lucca ride him. Upon arriving, Rebecca started giving a speech about excelling at this camp and all that, but then said they'd take care of that tomorrow, since they could have fun today. Currently, we see the students in swimsuits having fun at the lake. There was a group admiring Rebecca, who had a very nice swimsuit. While our two twins were also in swimsuits, black with red details for Issei and white with blue for Volley, they were thinking about certain fiancés in swimsuits. But they were brought out of their thoughts by the sight of some girls in swimsuits. The mansion doors opened, revealing Cassette in her typical maid outfit, escorting an embarrassed Sylvia, who was wearing a white swimsuit that, unfortunately for her and the viewers, was a bit too small. It's worth saying that Issei was stunned by the sight. But then Ikari came out, wearing a simple black swimsuit that didn't hide her figure. Leon, wearing a very suggestive swimsuit similar to Rebecca's but in yellow. Kuram wore an outfit similar to her sister's. Mine wore a pink one-piece swimsuit. And Chelsea wore a simple plaid one. Next came Kaneko and Ravel, each wearing a school swimsuit. Followed by Kurumi, wearing a somewhat small black swimsuit, and Scarlett, wearing a red swimsuit, very embarrassed, as she wasn't used to wearing one. Volley was, figuratively, drooling over a certain brunette, pink-haired, and brown-haired girl, and his brother was the same over a brunette and blonde. But the latter's drooling increased upon seeing the last four girls. It's worth mentioning that both twins had a deep blush on their faces, while a certain dragon felt like hitting its bear. Mine, Chelsea and Kuram noticed the white-haired man's condition, so they approached him. "What's wrong with you, idiot?" Mine asked, a little annoyed by the white-haired man's gaze. "They are beautiful," was all he could say, as he was in a kind of trance. This caused Mine to blush monumentally and shout Baka as she ran to the lake, while Chelsea and Kuram also blushed, but to a lesser extent, and the former had a mischievous smile. While the rest of the girls approached the black-haired man, who unlike his brother was able to get out of the trance. "I wish I had a camera or something to paint this beautiful picture," said Issei, and the reactions were not long in coming. Ikari blushed slightly and had a small smile. Leon put on a mischievous and playful smile, added to several unholy ideas. Kaneko also blushed, while Little Phoenix had a monumental blush and shouted Baka, as did a certain pink-haired girl. Kurumi had a mischievous smile, and Scarlett's blush increased. Of course, when they went to the lake, a certain dragon took advantage of this to strangle its bear. "What do you think you're going to do to my little sister?" The one who shouted that was Drake, materializing the boosted gear and trying to choke Issei. "Someone help me," he said while trying to stop Drake's attack. "I'll take care of it," Ascalon said as knocking sounds were heard. Issei, intrigued, entered the boosted gear's mindscape to find out what was going on. Mindscape. Issei appeared in the mindscape but was shocked to see what he had become. It was no longer a black space filled with flames, now it was a vast field with trees, mountains, and lakes, but his attention was drawn to a two-story cabin with a fireplace in the middle of the field. He approached the cabin and opened the door, being shocked by the sight he saw. He saw a beautiful white-haired woman with golden eyes wearing a white yukata with claws as a detail, but it didn't hide her beautiful figure. But she was shaking a red-haired man with short hair, yellow tips, and red eyes, who was wearing a formal red suit. "Who are you?" a shocked Issei asked the two people. They turned to see the black-haired man with his jaw on the floor. "It's true, we never showed you our human forms." "I'm Ascalon," Issei said the white-haired girl, identifying herself as Issei's sacred sword. "And this idiot is Drake," she said, pointing at the beaten reed. "What?" was all he could say. They later explained that since the previous mental space was boring, they moved to this one, and that for personal reasons, they preferred to use their human forms and create this house. "Well, that explains most of it," said Issei. "By the way, come here, Issei Bahamut," Drake shouted, chasing the black-haired man, but fortunately, Ascalon stopped Drake, and Issei was able to escape from his mindscape. Outside, Issei snapped out of his mindscape, but the scene he saw wasn't any better. She saw her twin brother tied up next to Jessica while she was riding her sea dragon, being chased by the members of Dragon Hunting and Night Raid, since they were threatened by Lori that if Jessica raped Volley, they would personally deal with Lori, which terrified them. At that, Issei saw that a member was missing from his group. "Where's Gasper?" He asked no one in particular, but a scream alerted him. "Kai. How cute." Several women shouted when they saw the little transvestite Damper dressed in a female school swimsuit. He also had an embarrassed expression, which only made him look cuter, according to the women. Issei was mentally debating whether to help Gasper escape from the fans or leave him to his fate as punishment for wearing that swimsuit. That's when he realizes something. "Where's Lucca?" he asked, realizing the little girl wasn't around. She decided not to go out. "It seems she's still depressed," said Rebecca, who appeared out of nowhere next to the black-haired man. Issei didn't say anything. He knew the little girl had a lot to think about if she wanted to ride Gawain again. 5 days later. It was the last day of training and it was nighttime, so the students would celebrate to commemorate the results. During that time, Volley had improved his relationship with Mine, talking about various topics such as weapons or tastes. He also improved his relationship with Kurum during the practice fights they both had, where the albino praised the younger black-haired girl's skills countless times, although she also praised him from time to time. And the same thing happened with Chelsea, with whom he would talk about tastes, or they would have fun playing jokes on others, mainly Issei. Although it was more difficult with Jessica, since she tried to rape him at every opportunity, but beyond that he found himself a nice and intelligent girl, as he could see from several traps set up to catch him. Obviously, the three members of Night Raid took a shine to the albino dragon, thinking it wouldn't be a bad thing to spend the rest of their lives with him. Of course, this led to the four of them having the occasional fight when he wasn't looking. Lori, meanwhile, felt like she'd have to talk to a few girls later. Issei, on the other hand, ended up winning Akame's heart. These two spent their time in sparring matches, where they both ended up praising each other's skills, chatting about various topics, or engaging in the occasional meat-eating competition, which both ended in a tie. There was little chance that Akame wouldn't fall for the raven-haired dragon, and she had also taken an interest in him after eavesdropping on her boss's conversations about him. Something similar happened with Leon, although she had already decided on it since, like Akame, she overheard her boss's conversations. During those 5 days, she analyzed the dark-haired man very carefully, measuring his strength, speed, agility, power, etc., all for what I think is an all too obvious reason. He also spent time with his maids, whether it was playing games with Kaneko, Ravel's tea time, practice fights with Kurumi or Scarlet, etc. His relationship with all of them had improved, as noticed when Scarlet lost that shy personality she had with him, although Ravel still had her tsudere personality. Surprisingly, Rebecca and Sylvia also spent time with Issei, mostly asking for advice on how to improve his dragons. Rebecca had become quite interested in Issei, to the point where she thought he would make a good husband. Sylvia had similar thoughts, but every time she thought about it, she would blush and remember the social differences between them. After what happened on the first day, where Gasper was almost raped by his fans, he decided not to leave the mansion, staying inside a box playing video games. Unfortunately, Lucca still couldn't ride Gawain. Because of this, Issei and Volley proceeded to tell the others about the reason for this. They said it all began when Lucca was practicing for her race's dragon dance, which tested the coordination and skill of both rider and dragon, as well as their relationship. But during practice, Lucca fell off Gawain, preventing her from riding him for a few months. But when she recovered, she developed a kind of fear of the accident, which Gawain shared. They also said that Gawain feels guilty about what happened to Lucca, so to prevent it from happening again, he prevents her from riding him. But while they were talking about it, Lucca entered the room where they were talking, saying that Gawain disappeared. Rebecca determined that she may have gone to Willingham Mausoleum, a place where a dragon named Nada, in order to aid his master, cut off her astral flow and disappeared, so that she would not see him perish, ending up in Willingham Mausoleum. Because of this, Issei, Sylvia, Lucca, Akame and Leon would go to that place to stop Gawain, while the rest would stay in case an attack occurs. That's why we now find ourselves at the entrance to the Willingham Mausoleum, where Issei and company were about to enter when the sky began to fill with black clouds and produce lightning. This feeling. It's just like before. Issei said, transforming. It was then that the doors opened, giving way to countless necromancer dragons. Of course, in front of Issei and Lancelot they were reduced to ashes with their energy shots. Once they dealt with those at the entrance, they proceeded deeper into the mausoleum. Only to encounter more necromancers. While the girls were riding on Lancelot and Issei was flying beside them, the two dragons were eliminating as many necromancers as they could. After a while, they arrived at what appeared to be the mausoleum, as there were many tombs surrounding a large mausoleum. At that moment, they sensed someone else's presence, so they looked up to see the same masked man who had tried to capture Navi and Echo. You're the one responsible for the necromancer's attack on the city. In the name of the Lautréamont royal family, I'll bring divine retribution upon you. Sylvia shouted. What do you mean, Sylvia? The black-haired man asked. Some civilians and a few cameras managed to capture the same man walking toward the tower in the center of the city, where the clouds were seen to gather and where the necromancer descended. Sylvia explained. Compared to your sister Veronica, you're just a cowardly and needy girl. How you've grown, Sylvie, said the masked man, leaving Sylvia in shock, since only one person called her by that name. Brother. Was all Sylvia could stammer out in shock, as she recalled several events from her childhood. I'm sorry I can't stay longer, but I have some business to attend to, so I'll let you play with these friends of mine, said the man as the ground shook and the central mausoleum was destroyed, emerging from it the revived corpse of Nada. But many more dragons were also emerging from the graves around them. Unfortunately for our protagonist, the ground cracked due to Nada's emergence, opening a very deep crevice beneath him, into which he fell because several necromancers pounced on him, preventing him from flying and causing him to fall next to the dragons that caught him. I see. Was what the women shouted when they saw Issei fall. Camp. Things at the camp were no better, as the sky filled with clouds and a huge army of necromancers of all kinds came out of nowhere and began attacking the students, who defended themselves with their dragons. Vali, already transformed, faced several necromancers at once, but 3 tried to attack him through his blind spot. But one was eliminated by a laser beam, while another was sliced and the last one crushed. When Vali looked, he saw Mine in the distance aiming her cannon sniper style. Up close he saw Kurum wiping the blood off her katana and a minotaur. A minotaur? The albino asked. It's me, Vali-kun, said the minotaur in a voice identical to Chelsea's. How? He asked, impressed. My Tigu allows me to transform into anyone, even supernatural beings, and I gain their physical abilities. Chelsea explained. Interesting. Vali said as he gave his 3 saviors a smile, making them blush at different levels. Far away, Scarlet was in charge of eliminating several necromancers with dragon shoot, while Kurumi shot them with her pistols. Nearby were Kaneko, who tried to stop 2 necromancers, but they were stronger, Ravel, who incinerated some with her flames, and Gasper, who stopped those she could so that someone could eliminate them. But Ravel was hit by the tail of one, sending her against Gasper, causing both of them to fall but on top of Kaneko, leaving the 3 on the ground. Kurumi, seeing this, wanted to go and help them, but the number of necromancers was immense and increasing, so they blocked her way. Move. The black-haired woman shouted as some necromancers grabbed her. Move. She shouted again, but now she saw some of them approaching the first-year trio, with the intention of eating them. No. Stay away from them. She shouted, but they ignored her. At that, she remembered several moments she spent with them, mostly bothering them, but in the end, they always ended up laughing. Get away from them. Kurumi shouted at the top of her lungs, as a reddish-black light enveloped her. Elemental shoot balance breaker army of perdition, said Kurumi, and its effects were not long in coming. The first years, who watched tremblingly as the necromancers approached, were stupefied to see them fall dead again from a hail of bullets from various elements. Looking up at the sky, they were shocked to see countless Kurimis easily dispatching the enemies. Amazing. So this is my balance breaker, said the original Kurumi while the clones nodded their heads. Alright. Let's take out those sons of bitches, shouted Kurumi while the clones pounced with a psychopathic smile. But the awakening of Kurumi's balance breaker, the balance tipped in favor of the students and mercenaries, but the necromancer army was growing ever stronger. With Issei. Issei was getting up. He had suffered a huge fall, and it got worse when more necromancers fell on top of him. To his surprise, he was in some sort of abandoned citadel that was just below the mausoleum. But he felt some familiar presences since he felt them before falling. As I looked, I saw the masked man and the girl who accompanied him entering what would be the center of the citadel, where there was a huge building. Concealing his presence, he followed them until the masked man began to recite something. At that moment, the building began to collapse, causing a huge curtain of smoke to rise. As the sky cleared, the 3 saw a large winged dragon that was Fafnir's size, but this one had dark gray fur, 2 forward curving horns, red eyes with sharp yellow pupils, and a horny drill above its nose. It's been a while since I was woken up, said the dragon with a hoarse voice. Now, let's move on to the next thing, said the masked man, starting to release his aura, but something stopped him. Watch out. The girl shouted, pushing the masked man away from a dragon chute. Wow, I didn't expect you to be able to dodge it, said Issei coming out of his hiding place. You? Said the dragon, pointing with his claw at Issei. I see that you have power, but do you have what it takes to control me? He said while exhaling a blue fire. I couldn't tell you, but first I have to take care of, said the black-haired man, but he realized that the man and the girl disappeared. When did they do it? Also, that girl seems very familiar to me. Issei wondered, apparently starting to show a trait of his father. At that, the dragon began to concentrate energy in its mouth, so Issei, somewhat angry because those responsible fled leaving him to clean up the mess, chose to attack the dragon to see if it would calm down, activating his sacred gear upon seeing the enormous amount of power that the dragon was concentrating. Take this Giga Drill Breaker, said the dragon as a drill shot out of its mouth. Then take this boost Dragon Fist, said the black-haired man, while his energy took the form of an Eastern dragon. Both attacks collided, causing a shockwave that destroyed the rest of the citadel. The dragon's attack narrowly outmatched Issei's, until boost transfer. Issei once again increased the power of the attack, surpassing that of the dragon. The impact of Issei's attack created an explosion that knocked the dragon over. Issei landed next to it and looked into its eyes. Have you calmed down yet? Issei asked. Yes. What's more, I accept you as my new master. My name is Pederhosen, the Drilling Dragon King. The now identified as Pederhosen introduced himself. Tell me master, what is your name? My name is Issei Bahamut, son of the supreme dragon god Bahamut and current Seker Uete. Issei introduced himself, leaving Pederhosen in shock. And don't call me master, it makes me feel strange, I prefer that you call me Issei. Pederhosen, having overcome the one who now serves the Prince of Dragons, I accept Issei's order. Agreed Issei. Said the dragon. Well, with that settled, it's best to get back to him. Said the black-haired man, generating intrigue in Pederhosen. Let me explain. With Sylvia. Sylvia was not having an easy fight. While Ikari and Leon kept the lesser necromancers at bay, she had to take care of Nada while also protecting Lucca. Nada fired a torrent of energy that knocked Lancelot down, knocking Sylvia and Lucca to the ground. Seeing this, Nada slowly approached the blondes. Ikari and Leon were so focused on their fights that they didn't notice what happened to the blondes. Sylvia stood in front of Lucca, trying to protect her, but more necromancers emerged from behind and approached them. Both the necromancers and Nada fired torrents of energy directly at the two blondes. Sylvia was clearly trembling at the prospect of death, but she still grabbed Lucca and covered her with her body, ready to sacrifice herself to protect her from the attack. That's why she didn't notice when Lancelot, who was lying weak on the ground, lit up his eyes. Boom. An explosion occurred, alerting the members of Night Raid, who looked in terror at Lancelot on the ground and a huge curtain of smoke. They were already thinking about the worst possible scenario, but something in the cloud of smoke surprised them. When the light cleared, Sylvia could be seen wearing black armor with silver accents, with black dragon wings with grey membranes, which further highlighted Sylvia's figure. Behind her was Lucca, who stared at the older blonde in amazement. Bane, Arch. Lucca said in amazement. Note. To give you an idea, it's Urza's black-winged armor from Fairy Tail. Sylvia stared in awe at her new outfit, feeling enormous amounts of power flowing through her. Then she saw her companion, who only gave her a glance before falling unconscious, but that was enough for Sylvia to understand. We finally did it Lancelot. She said, shedding a few tears for having fulfilled her dream. That's why I'm going to defeat these necromancers in the name of Sylvia Lautremont. Shouted the blonde, making the unconscious dragon smile, since she overcame her fears and was reborn as the real Sylvia Lautremont. X-Saber. She shouted and a saber of curious design appeared in her hand. With the weapon, he lunged at his enemies, sending crescent-shaped waves of energy at the necromancers, eliminating them. After about 15 minutes, all the necromancers were annihilated, even Nada, who succumbed to Sylvia's new power. Sylvia was by Lancelot's side, taking care of him and with Outer Arch, while Ikari and Leon, who were slightly injured, and Lucca approached. At that moment, Issei and Pederhosen emerged from the crevasse where Issei fell. Issei told them what he knew about Pederhosen so they wouldn't attack him. Sylvia also told her that she had obtained an arch and Lancelot had become master, being congratulated by Issei as he stroked her head, much to her embarrassment and delight. Of course, Ikari and Leon looked at her full of jealousy. They then proceeded to leave the mausoleum, encountering a large army of necromancers attacking the camp. Oh no. Sylvia Senpai and Lancelot are exhausted, as are Ikari-san and Leon-san, and Issei-san won't be able to handle so much alone. Were Lucca's thoughts, worried. Shit, we have to go there. Said Issei, but to his surprise, Lucca looked at him with a smile and did something unthinkable. She jumped off the cliff. Lucca. Everyone shouted, worried by the girl's actions. Forgive me, Gawain. I won't be afraid of you anymore. They did so much for me, so it's my turn to do something for them. So take my astral flow. Receive it, since you are my friend. Lucca said with determination and courage. From the ground, a pillar of energy emerged right where Lucca was and then disappeared in the form of a sphere in the direction of the camp. Because of this, Issei took everyone to Pederhosen and flew towards the battle site. Camp. Things were not looking good for the students. Kurumi's balance breaker had run out, leaving her completely exhausted, while the other members of Dragon Hunting, except for Vali and Night Raid, were also exhausted. The albino was the only one fighting, but since there was only one of them, he couldn't take on everyone at once. To make matters worse, Rebecca's arch had faded, leaving her weak. But just when all seemed lost, they saw a dragon flying full speed toward them. Rebecca and Vali, looking closer, realized it was Gawain with Lucca on his back. Gawain flew at sonic speeds while Lucca released astral energy, leaving a kind of trail. To anyone, it seemed like they were making random movements, but then they saw Lucca fall off Gawain while spinning in the air, while a strange dome formed filled with very complex magical sequences. In the end, Lucca landed on Gawain, thus completing the ritual. Dragon Dance, first movement, Amrita cleansing. Lucca shouted and the dome exploded as if it were rain, but the drops disintegrated the necromancers. All the students started congratulating Lucca as she put an end to the necromancer's nightmare. Several days later. A few days have passed since the incident at the camp and everyone has returned to Anne Sullivan. Obviously, Issei introduced everyone to Pederhosen, a king-class dragon who could transform his power into drills that pierce the toughest defenses. He was also surprised to see Tiamat on the same team as the Sekiryuite, as well as Krom Kruch's daughter and Drake's sister, and what can we say about Bahamut's other son? In the end, he became Issei's familiar. Kurumi also showed her balance breaker, but said that it had problems with the enormous resistance it took, and that when it finished, the information collected by her clones was sent to her brain, giving her a headache. Sylvie also showed her arch, being congratulated by Rebecca and the mercenaries, as well as all the students. Now we are in the dining room of the hotel where everyone is staying. Office approached Issei with determined steps. Ice. The black-haired girl called. Let's have a date now. She said, leaving Issei a little confused, but he recovered quickly to say that they would meet downstairs in 30 minutes. After some time had passed, Issei came down wearing a black t-shirt with a grey jacket, along with dark blue jeans and black shoes. Below was Office in her typical gothic clothing. Let's go. Said Issei, offering his arm to Office, who, without hesitation, gladly accepted it. Once they left, a jealous aura could be felt coming from Issei's girls, along with Najenda, Esdeith, Akame, and Leone. Somewhere, Rebecca and Sylvia felt jealousy creeping in as well, though they didn't know why. Issei took Office to a restaurant where they both ordered a plate of extra-large spaghetti. People there could see the beautiful couple sharing a classic date dish, and it made for a very pretty picture. For some reason, either fate or Chichigami, Issei and Office were sniffing two different noodles, but the more they sniffed, the closer they got to each other. It was then that they realized they were eating the same noodle, but it was too late because they ended up kissing and ended up separating, somewhat embarrassed by the kiss in front of so many people. Although the crowd saw the accidental kiss, they shared with jealousy, as they wanted to be in a similar situation with each other's partners, men with Office and women with Issei. After that unique moment, they both went for a walk around the city, where Issei took the opportunity to buy something for Office. They went through some games, where Issei was in charge of pushing Office on the swings, and then they ended up at a bottle-throwing stand, where Issei won a stuffed black snake from Office. For them, time must have passed very quickly, since it was nighttime now. As the end of the date, Issei took Office to the top of a nearby mountain. Why did you bring me here, Ice? Asked the dragon goddess. That's why. He said, pointing to the sky. Office saw an infinite number of stars shining brightly in the night sky. A sight comparable only to the sky in the dimensional rift. It's beautiful. Office said with a smile. Although not as much as you. Issei declared, somewhat blushing for saying it. Office blushed at that too. You know, Office. I don't know how I managed to live without you or Tiamat. When both of you left, I felt devastated, but there was something that kept me going. Do you know what it was? Issei said, to which Office shook her head. It was the promise you made me. She said, looking nostalgically at the starry sky. Flashback. We found ourselves in one of Kuo's parks. In it, we saw a small boy with short brown hair and violet eyes. Near him was another boy of the same age with honey-colored eyes, but he was crying. In front of him was a girl with black hair and grey eyes wearing a Lolligotica outfit with a sad expression. Why do you have to leave, Office-san? Asked little Issei. I have to, Ice. My family got a job in another country. Office said, but it was a clear lie. And you can't stay with my family? The brunette asked, somewhat hopeful. I'm afraid not. She said sadly. Don't cry, Ice. She tried to calm the little brown-haired boy. But, first Tiamat-san leaves. Now you leave. Do everyone I love have to go far away? The brown-haired boy asked sadly. Don't worry, Ice. Said Office. Why? He asked, looking up. But what happened left him petrified, as Office had kissed him on the lips and had a slight blush on her cheeks. Poor Irina was as red as a cucumber from witnessing the scene. Because I promise that we will see each other again, and I will never leave your side again. She said when she separated from the little brown-haired boy who was still lost in the kiss. End of flashback. And I did it. Office said, remembering that moment. Yes. Said Issei as he approached Office and kissed her, a kiss that she reciprocated. While Issei ran his hands behind the black-haired girl's neck. As they separated, Office looked in surprise at a necklace whose links looked like infinity symbols, and in the center hung a purple gem. I love you, Office Ouroboros. Said Issei. And I love you, Issei Bahamut. Said Office, kissing the black-haired boy again. Both spread their wings, rising, and then separated, beginning the dance of the dragons. After a few minutes, they both kissed again, but now there was a drawing of two dragons, one red and black and the other purple, both forming a circle where in the center there was an infinity symbol, but half of the purple dragon side was red and black, and the red and black side was purple. Of course, the whole city was delighted by the beautiful drawing in the sky, along with the beautiful starry sky. The two dragons looked at each other again, but now there was a faint glimmer in both of them. At that moment, a portal opened and took them away. To Issei's surprise, they ended up in a cabin he didn't know, next to a strange but beautiful sky. But he couldn't think too much, because without warning, Office knocked him down onto the bed and desperately ripped off his clothes. "Oh Office, calm down." The black-haired man tried to calm her down, but she gave him a look of lust and desire. "Calm down Ice, you like this a lot," she said with a sensual voice and quickly took off her clothes to start the hot night. What they didn't count on was that they had 3 onlookers. 2 of them were Ascalon and Drake, who were sitting on the couches in the cabin in Issei's mindspace, watching the television broadcasting what the black-haired man was watching. These 2 were holding popcorn to enjoy the show. "It would be weird if this is turning me on." Yes, those were the tenant's thoughts. But the other voyeur was a massive red dragon, easily 100 meters long, with golden eyes. This was Great Red, the dragon god of dreams, who watched in surprise as the dragon goddess, who had been pestering him for so long, appeared in the dimensional rift, but not to fight him. Although she was also surprised by the boy she'd brought, as she felt a familiar energy coming from him. Of course, what got her a little bit of an I'm-style excitement was a large sign above the cabin that read, "Great Red, you'd better not bother me on this very important night, or else you'll experience firsthand what a very angry dragon is." So, downplaying the matter, the dragon left to go back to sleep. Chapter 15. Love between rescuer and rescued and discovering truths. Hotel. The members of Dragon Hunting, Night Raid, Kiryu and Rebecca and Sylvia, who were there because Sylvia had to ask Issei something, were having breakfast peacefully, but internally they were wondering where Issei and Office were, since they didn't come back last night. At that moment, a portal opened, and a black-haired couple emerged from it, but all the women looked curiously at the necklace that Office was wearing, especially the drawing on it. Echo ran into her father's arms, who greeted her with a smile, trying to ignore the looks the women were giving her. "I know I just got here, but I'm going out with Echo for a bit," said the black-haired man, quickly leaving. Once she left, all the girls who liked the black-haired man put Office against a wall and began the FBI-style interrogation, with questions like "What did you do? Where did you go? And, of course, did you do it?" Office told in great detail everything they did, especially when they confessed, did the dragon dance, and the night. With the latter, the girls, except for Tiamat, had thin streams of blood coming out of their noses. Of course Sylvia remembered why she was there, so she quickly went out to look for the black-haired man. With Issei. He was walking through the city with Echo on his shoulders. In the distance, he could see people talking, mothers and old women gossiping, and the principal fleeing the wrath of his students. He enjoyed this peace. At that he felt a familiar presence approaching, so he turned to see Sylvia riding Lancelot approaching him. "Issei," Sylvia said when she found him. "What's up Sylvia?" he asked. "Why you'll see. I wish that," Sylvia said, very red-faced, so she opted for the only viable option at that moment. Running away in Lancelot. "Come here." Echo shouted to Lancelot, and to the surprise of many, he obeyed. He sat down and bowed, accidentally dropping Sylvia. "Lancelot." The blonde shouted upon seeing her dragon obey a little girl, though she later remembered the skill of Echo's race, so she was surprised by the little girl's skill level. "Did you want to tell me something Sylvia?" the black-haired man asked again, making Sylvia nervous. "Why you see, I wish that," she said very red. What? He asked again. Sylvia mustered up all the courage she could to say it. "Come with me to Lot Ryujin Castle," she shouted, so red she would make a certain Gremory's hair white in comparison. Issei was very surprised by that request, but with a smile. "Sure, why not?" he said with his trademark smile, but Sylvia's reaction was both comical and surprising. She fainted with a huge smile, along with a very powerful blush. Issei had an anime-style droplet appear on his head, and his daughter couldn't stop laughing along with Lancelot. Some time later. It's only been 2 hours since Sylvia's proposal. Now they are flying to the capital of Lot Ryujin Fontaine, more specifically Lot Ryujin Castle. Of course, Sylvia was wearing a somewhat annoyed expression, as some uninvited guests had sneaked in. These were Asia, Navi, Eco, Albedo, Rory and Roswis, who upon hearing that their man was going with a beautiful blonde to his father's house, thought 1,000 things and, to avoid any problems, decided to go with them, although Sylvia refused. They were about to arrive at a huge and beautiful city, full of color and life, where a huge castle stood out in the center. After a while, they arrived at the castle where they were greeted by a battalion of maids commanded by Cassette and a woman with dark purple hair, violet eyes and glasses, wearing the same maid outfit, but with a countenance very similar to that of a certain wife of Amau. "Welcome home, Sylvia-sama," the maid said as they bowed. "I know you just arrived, but the paladin is waiting for you," said the head maid. I'll show the guests around first. Sylvia said but was stopped by the same maid. That can't be right. You have to greet the paladin first. He said with a very serious look, his glasses flashing. Sylvia just sighed. Sorry about this. If you need anything, just ask Frida. She said, pointing at the Greyfia-like maid as she followed Cassette. Please follow me. Frida said as the guests followed her. They walked for a few minutes, watching as security around the castle was tightened. When they asked Frida, she said they were soon hosting a party with very important people, so they couldn't take care of them. They reached what would be the room where they would rest, but when they opened the door, they found Prim, Veronica's maid, but she was in her underwear and accidentally knocked over a bucket of water, wetting everyone. Sorry. He said, bowing his head. Prim-san. Frida said in a sinister voice. What are you doing in those clothes? She asked. It's just that my maid clothes get dirty when I clean, so I take them off. She said innocently. Maid clothes are meant to get dirty. Frida shouted even angrier. Sorry. He said as he ducked his head again, but hit the mop. The collective thought was. It's very clumsy. Afterwards they set their wet clothes to dry, so the girls were given maid uniforms, while Issei was given a full-body pajama. Prim-san, please take care of them. But cleanliness comes first. She said, receiving a yes from Prim. If you'll excuse me. She said as she left. But Prim, when lifting the dryer, accidentally lifted Frida's skirt, which was completely visible since her underwear was also drying. Unfortunately, her girls covered Issei's eyes, while Frida had an atomic blush and Prim apologized but ended up hitting herself with the mop again. With Sylvia. Sylvia had just arrived at the throne room, where her father was. But as she opened the door, she quickly dodged a man with long gray hair and blue eyes, who was running straight toward her with a face of immense happiness. As I dodge it, I land a blow to his jaw and send him to the ground. The strength of your fist. How close you are to resembling your late mother Elizabeth, said the man in noble clothes. How irritating. Why do I have to put up with this family pain? Sylvia complained. Yep, this man is none other than Sylvia's father, Oswald Lotriamont, king of the country Lotriamont, a country very well hidden from the rest of the non-supernatural world. Afterwards they sat down at a table with tea and sandwiches. To what do I owe the pleasure of returning so early, father? She asked, puzzled, since she normally returned during the academy holidays. That's because there will soon be a ball in honor of the signing of the peace agreement with the 3 biblical factions, and several nobles will be attending, and you, as my daughter, as well as Veronica, must also attend, said Sylvia's father. So why bring Issei Bahamut here at such an important time? I ask again. On the one hand, it was a recommendation from the high command of the biblical factions. The king replied, surprising Sylvia that Issei knows high-ranking officials. And on the other hand, I wanted to meet him, since I have too much free time even with all this. He said with a carefree face that made Sylvia sigh. So, you just wanted someone to hang out with? She asked, sweating in I'm style, and received a yes from her father. Father, there's something else I want to ask you, said Sylvia while looking at her tea. Was Julius really executed? That question surprised her father, who changed his relaxed smile for a very serious look. It was a dragon slayer who killed your pal with his own hands. Such a crime is unforgivable, even for a prince. He said with some regret. You're right. Sylvia finished, looking away. He's a bad liar. Evening. After Issei and his girls cleaned the room, since if they left it to Prim it would become a mess, they proceeded to put on formal clothes to dine with the king. Navi and Iko wore red cocktail dresses, Asia wore gold, Albedo wore black with white details, Roswis wore silver, and Rory wore black with red details. Issei wore a black formal suit. Issei blushed when he saw his girls and Sylvia, who was wearing a navy blue dress that accentuated her cleavage to the point where he couldn't utter a word. They look beautiful, he said, blushing at his girls. After that they went to dinner with the king, where Issei could see that apparently all the leaders always had a carefree face. While they were dining, they talked about how the party would be a masked ball, where all the guests would wear masks to hide their identity and speak freely, regardless of race, status, or anything else. By the way, father, what about my sister? Sylvia asked. She had some business to take care of, so she couldn't come to dinner. Her father replied. By the way, Issei, you're not in an impure relationship with Sylvia, are you? He asked in an overly serious manner while a dark aura surrounded him. Now Issei had to face one of the toughest battles of all. An overprotective father and future father-in-law. Oh, of course. He answered, somewhat nervous because of the king's gaze. Father, what are you? Said Sylvia blushing. If you ever lay a finger on my daughter, I'll punish you myself. He said, a darker aura covering him and a demonic face. Issei had to admit that when a father wants to be scary, he is scary. Father. Idiot. Sylvia shouted as she left the place, followed by Cassette and Issei and Iko's girls to calm her down. Outside. Walking through the halls was Veronica Lautremont, first princess of Lautremont. She had just finished planning for party security, so she was about to check on her younger sister and the guest. I wonder if Sylvia and Issei are still at the table. Veronica wondered. She'd recently decided to accept these desires she had for the black-haired man, so she wanted to see if they could be reciprocated, though she had no doubts, since who wouldn't want the first princess as a wife? Although she'd have problems with the class difference. But when I get to the living room, I hear something curious. Well, now that Sylvia's gone. She heard her father's voice, so she proceeded to look through the small opening in the door. Seeing, she was petrified as she saw her father, the king, kneeling in front of Issei. "It is a great honor to have the Prince of Dragons here," he said, increasing Veronica's shock. "There's no need to do that. I'm not used to it," said Issei, asking her to stop. "Still, it is truly an honor to have you in our country," Oswald said again. "By the way, who told you to be at the party?" I asked curiously, although I had a feeling who had told him. "It was Isseixharem's Lucifer, Michael and Shemhazai." The king replied. "I see," said Issei. "Do my daughters know that you are the son of the supreme dragon god Bahamut?" The king asked. "I don't think so," the black-haired man replied. "Seriously? You should study more about the most powerful dragons," said Oswald. Veronica left there, surprised by the new information she obtained, and in the process making crazy plans that included her sister, and our dark-haired man. But in the meantime, what happened to Vali? That same morning, Vali and Laurie were walking around town after Laurie invited Vali out on a date until they got hungry and decided to stop for a bite to eat. They're both wearing the same clothes they wore the first time. They were sharing a pizza in a very sweet way, there was even an aura of hearts around them. After such a unique moment, they went sightseeing, where they bought several things, including clothes and a special gift. Passing by a shooting range, Vali won a white dragon plush from Laurie, and she won an orange one from him. They walked until they reached a nearby park, where they unexpectedly started playing with the children there. Then they started playing with each other. Hours later, they left the city until they reached a large crystal clear lake, combined with the beautiful nature that surrounded it. Vali was very nervous, he mentally wondered how Issei managed to do it twice, but he managed to gather enough courage to speak. "Laurie. I called the dragon's attention. I felt very happy to meet again with the one who rescued me from Lucifer's clutches. Many things happened since you left me with Azazel, but I didn't lose hope of meeting you again and telling you something very important," she said while turning around, showing a strong blush in a small box. "Vali," she said with tears, sensing what the albino was going to say. "You'll surely remember that day." Flashback. You can see Vali as a child with Laurie, although she was wearing a maid uniform. "And that's how you play Chinchin, Vali-sama," Laurie said with a smile. "Wow. Thanks, Laurie," said Vali as a child, but he was blushing and looking to the side. "What's wrong, Vali-sama?" she asked curiously. "Laurie. Do you love me?" the little boy asked with a big blush. Laurie sensed where the conversation was going, so. "You must understand, Vali-sama. You are the son of Lucifer-sama, so you will surely marry a high-class devil," said Laurie, but inside she wanted Vali to ignore it since she had developed feelings for the little one. "But my father married a human," he replied. "Well, you must understand," said the orange-haired girl, but was stopped by Vali. "No. I already decided. When I grow up." End of flashback. "Tell me, Laurie, will you be my wife?" the albino said, showing the inside of the box. It contained a golden ring with a dragon design, along with a diamond. "Yes, yes, 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 yes," Laurie said happily as she jumped and hugged the albino tightly against her chest. "I admitted. This is paradise," he thought, extremely happy. He proceeded to put the ring on Laurie's head. As he did, she threw herself at him, kissing him with pure love, which he reciprocated. They then rose into the sky, releasing trails of white and orange energy. After a few minutes, they went down to kiss again, but in the sky above the lake was the drawing of a white dragon hugging an orange one while they intertwined their tails. Vali used the spell Issei taught him to seal such an expression of love in the diamond ring. As they looked back into each other's eyes, the sparkle of synchronization could be seen as Laurie's gaze turned to one filled with desire. He knocked Vali to the ground and, with a strong wind, stripped Vali of his clothes. "Calm down, Vali. Let me take care of everything," said Laurie while taking off his clothes. "I'll say it again. This is paradise," Vali thought again as he kissed Laurie again, being watched by animals passing by and the albino's two tenants. Inside the divide gear, a mental space resembling a beach could be seen. There was a mackerel house with hammocks and grills. Inside, a silver-haired man with blue eyes could be seen wearing a silver formal suit, along with a black-haired woman with golden eyes wearing a golden robe. These two were Albion and Aurican, who were holding popcorn and drinks to enjoy their wearer's first time. Of course, Jessica was also watching. But she was trapped in a sphere of air that made it impossible for her to escape, scream for help, or try to interrupt Laurie's moment. Back with Sylvia, the next day. Sylvia found herself in a very special mausoleum for her, since it was where the body of her brother's dragon resided. She went there to confirm whether her suspicions were true, but upon arrival she ran into some very familiar faces. Sister, Glen Dono and even of Dacha Dono. The younger blonde said curiously, annoying the dark green-haired girl. What do you mean, even? Any problem with me being here? Maybe I should bare those breasts of yours again. The Dacha said angrily, but was stopped by a blow from Veronica. Since when is your rank high enough to insult my sister? Veronica asked sarcastically. I'm not going to grow if you keep doing that. She said, even angrier, trying to hit Veronica. The very idea that you can grow past 20 is simply absurd. She said, stopping Dacha with one hand. It's very early, Sylvia. What brings you here? She asked her younger sister. Just a question. He replied. Mordred's ashes. I asked, surprising Sylvia. After the incident at Willingham, I investigated all the dragon mausoleums. And as I expected, someone removed the dragon ashes from every mausoleum in the country. Mordred's ashes were no exception. Veronica explained. Did this remind you of something? The masked man could be our brother Julius. Said Sylvia, surprising everyone. That's impossible. He survived and turned into that. Glenn said, surprised and hysterical. There's more. The giant necromancer who attacked Aunt Sullivan was Mordred. Sylvia finished. Veronica opened her eyes in surprise, but quickly calmed down. Sylvia, don't speak of this to anyone. The Lautréamont name will be deeply wounded if it becomes known that Julius is still alive. She said, receiving a yes from her sister. By the way, do you like Issei Bahamut? But that question made her blush. Sylvia couldn't utter a word until. Don't be surprised, but it seems that Veronica was also struck by him. Dacha said mockingly, but received the blow from a slightly blushing Veronica. Sister. Sylvia said, unable to believe it. That's what I wanted to talk about. I happened to overhear a conversation between our father and Issei Bahamut and discovered some things. Said Veronica, making her little sister curious. What do you mean? Sylvia asked. Well. In a strange place. The masked man can be seen next to the girl, looking at a strange device that emanated a lot of magical power. Do you understand what your mission is? The masked man asked. Yes, bring Navi or Iko to the target. Said the girl. Excellent. The masked man finished with a sinister smile. With Navi. It was already night and the masked ball was about to begin. Navi spent the entire day with Issei and Iko, having fun in the capital, although she could feel the aura of jealousy emanating from the other girls. While trying on her dress for the dance, she talked with Prim about various topics, accidentally bringing up the subject of weddings and family. Navi stepped outside for a moment to think a little. She thought it was very selfish of her to give Iko's parental responsibility to a boy she'd just met who wasn't even 18. But then she remembered that Issei didn't mind and had a lot of fun with the little girl, and her instincts told her she'd done the right thing. She was so focused on her thoughts that she didn't notice when the girl accompanying the masked man shot her with darts filled with enough anther to leave her unconscious for a good while. Then he called several men, who carried the dragon to the hiding place. Dance. Issei, Asia, Iko, Albedo, Rory, Roswis and Sylvia were wearing the same outfits they wore to dinner with the king, but they also wore a mask of the same color as their outfits. Although Issei and the rest were worried since they didn't see Navi, while Sylvia was meditating on the words her sister told her. Flashback. This must be a joke. Sylvia said in disbelief, standing next to Dacha and Glenn. It's no joke. Issei Bahamut is the Prince of Dragons. Said Veronica. But how come we didn't know about that? Asked Dacha. After investigating, I found out that there is a so-called supreme dragon god named Bahamut who is apparently Issei's father. Explained Veronica. This happens to us for not studying more about the higher ranks of dragons. Wait. Th means that. Sylvia said while turning very red. That she can marry royalty. Veronica said simply. End of flashback. After that, her sister told her plan for both of them to marry the black-haired man, which made Sylvia blush with embarrassment as she began to imagine a married life with Issei. But he was brought out of his thoughts when a hand appeared in front of him. Will you grant me this piece? The black-haired man asked the blonde, while she gladly accepted, but blushing. As they danced, Issei whispered in her ear. On your right is the masked man. And Sylvia looked in that direction, seeing the masked man who was looking at them with a small smile. They continued dancing for a while longer, where Issei danced with his other girls, and when he finished, he went with them to the masked man, but when they were about to talk to him, an explosion occurred. Unknown location. Na'vi could be seen inside the strange machine. In front of them, on a platform, was the masked man's companion with a scientist. "Are you sure this will work?" the girl asked seriously. "Of course. With this she will assume her dragon form and we will control her." "Start charging," said the scientist to a group of men operating some computers. Immediately, large amounts of magical power began to enter the device, entering Navi's body, who felt severe pain. "So what's missing is..." "Increase the charge to 100%, said the scientist while the subordinates increased the magic power. Navi continued to writhe in pain, but showed no signs of changing. "Shit. Increased to 120%, said the scientist, alarming the girl. "But that could kill her. We have no choice. If it fails we can always try the other objective." But that caused the girl to start wondering if what she was doing was right. Navi writhed even more. At that moment, a strange dark mass appeared in her mind as it shattered and Navi cried. "At least I know she's safe," the dragon thought before it happened. "We're in trouble. The magical power influx keeps increasing even though we stopped it," one of the men shouted. The last thing they saw was a very powerful light that cut everything off. Back to the party. Issei and the rest watched in surprise as a huge explosion occurred on one side of the capital. "The time has come," the masked man muttered, but it was audible to the dragons. "What time is it?" Asia asked angrily. At that moment they saw a huge grey dragon, with 4 angel-like wings, pink hair and 3 horns, 2 on the sides and 1 in the middle, roaring, while surrounded by multiple dragons, including Lancelot and Arthur. "What's going on?" Sylvia asked as all the nobles at the party fled. "Something tells me you have something to do with it," said Veronica, entering the room with Glenn and pointing at the masked man. "Who are you?" Issei asked seriously, but internally he thought something bad happened to Navi. "I just made the dragon of Avalon take her true form," said the masked man with a grim smile. "And who I am? My name is Mordred," said the masked man, surprising Veronica, Glenn, Sylvia and Drake. "Impossible. You were Julius's dragon and he killed you," Veronica shouted. But to everyone's surprise, the boosted gear gauntlet made an appearance, surprising Veronica and Glenn when they recognized the artifact. "I see. Did you change bodies, immortal evil dragon Mordred?" said Drake, surprising everyone. "What do you mean?" Sylvia said, somewhat intimidated by the sealed dragon's tone. "You may not know it, but Mordred is an evil dragon, known for being able to control the lifeless bodies of dragons, as well as being able to move into another body after performing a ritual," Drake explained. "I didn't expect you to be the Securitate kid," said Mordred as a black aura covered him. "What do you plan to do now?" Veronica asked authoritatively. "The ritual is complete," was the last thing he said when that black aura shot out at the dragon that had just appeared, leaving its previous body lying on the ground while the red lock disappeared. The dragon changed, now being black with 2 curved horns and 9 eyes, 4 on each side and 1 in the center. "This is bad," was what Issei said. "Mom?" the little dragon asked, crying. "It must be Navi. I feel the same energy, but now it seems contaminated," said Albedo. "What do we do?" Sylvia asks, screams. "We will stop Mordred," said Issei as he transformed and called for reinforcements. Chapter 16. The Power of the Twin Dragons. Issei transformed and activated a small communication circle to call his brother. "Yes?" asked Volley from the other side. "Volley, bring the whole team and night raid, we have an evil dragon here," said Issei, surprising Volley. "Understood, we'll be there in a minute," Volley concluded. At that, the body Mordred was using began to move, putting everyone in battle stance. "What happened?" the man asked, holding his head. "Be brother?" Sylvia asked with tears. "Sylvie?" he asked while seeing Veronica and Glenn in the same state. "Brother?" the younger blonde shouted, hugging the platinum-haired boy, along with Veronica and Glenn. "That's right. Where's Mordred?" the young man asked. "I escape and take possession of Navi," Issei said with some anger in his words. "Shit, looks like he accomplished his goal," said the young man angrily. "Don't worry, we'll stop him. By the way, what's your name?" the black-haired man asked as a portal opened. "My name is Julius Lautremont, legitimate heir to the Lautremont throne, and you?" Julius replied, asked. "Issei Bahamut." And that simple answer surprised Julius greatly. The entire dragon hunting group, Kiryu and Night Raid, appeared from the portal. "Very well, prepare yourselves," said Issei as everyone entered into combat stance and some transformed, and Sylvia activated her arch, surprising Julius. "Wait, this is my fault too, so let me help you," Julius asked. "How do you plan to help us?" Sylvia asked. "Veronica, lend me your ship," the platinum-haired man asked. "Or what else?" she asked, since it could be that Mordred still controlled her body and mind. "Or else I'll be forced to publish those little secrets you have kept." he said with a very creepy smile, which made Veronica blue as she remembered Sylvia's paintings, apples she made for her, life-size dolls of her, outfits she wears and a log of her measurements. Or also that newest little secret you have. And with that Veronica was even bluer and trembled as she remembered some photos she took of a certain black-haired man, a swimsuit she wears and so on. Oh okay. Veronica said, already exhausted, giving him the keys to the ship. With that, everyone jumped into battle, while many necromancer dragons appeared. Ikari and Kurum could be seen slashing at 2 necromancers, then stabbing 2 more with their swords, and throwing them at the transformed Leon and Chelsea, who destroyed them. The 4 then jumped into another group of necromancers to tear them apart. SD throws some of them and then slammed them into the ground, shattering it, while Susanoo eliminated others with his weapon and Magenta with her bare fists. A few necromancers tried to attack them from behind, but were killed by Mine, who supported them from afar. Bowles would incinerate several necromancers at once with his Tegu, while Bewlet wore strange armor and swung a spear, slicing in half any unfortunate necromancer who came near him. The first year trio took care of another group. Gasper stopped them or attacked them with a little elemental magic he knew, while Ravel attacked from the air with powerful fireballs and Kaneko protected Gasper by hitting the few who approached and dodging the attacks of the other 2. Kurumi used her balance breaker, although with fewer clones, so as not to lose so much resistance this time, eliminating another group with a shower of bullets of different elements. While Scarlet attacked another group with a few dragons shoot or tore off their heads. While she was helped by Kiryu along with Flaris who threw fireballs that instead of burning, destroyed everything they touched, something obvious considering who Flaris's father is. Zenobia swung Durandal, unleashing slashes of holy power that tore the necromancers to pieces. Beside her was Albedo in her armor, slashing at some necromancers with her axe, and pummeling others with her fists imbued with demonic and dragonic power. Beside her was Rory, moving at high speeds to dodge the necromancers' attacks and close in on them, slashing them with her axe and scattering their body parts. Above them were Akeno and Roswis, supporting them with lightning and Nor spells, preventing any necromancers from attacking them from behind. Asia was riding on Fafnir's back, to the surprise of Sylvia, Veronica and anyone who didn't know she had a contract with that dragon, cutting down the necromancers who attacked her with a sword that Fafnir gave her, while he stepped on, gutted, bit and destroyed any necromancer who was near him or tried to attack Asia Tan. Near her was Petterhausen shooting Giga Drill Breaker at all the necromancers he found. Tiamat, Office and Lori, on the other hand, used 2 of their favorite spells to more easily decimate the necromancers. Chaotic Storm, said Tiamat, so that black clouds formed in the sky and blue rays began to fall, incinerating the necromancers. Geysers of Infinity, Office said, so that multiple towers made of her power rose up and easily eliminated many necromancers. Glorious Tornado, said Lori, so that a huge tornado appeared out of nowhere and swallowed many necromancers, who were torn apart inside the thunderous tornado, giving it a blood-red color. Kiba used his holy demonic sword combined with different elements to decimate the dead, being closely supported by Veronica, Sylvia and Glenn, all on their arches. From the sky, they were supported by Julius, using the ship's weapons to eliminate more necromancers and weaken Mordred, although his shields were very strong. Bali took care of other necromancers, using one of his new attacks. Lightning Plasma, he said, so that 1,000,000 yellow rays impacted at an abnormal speed on the unfortunate necromancers, reducing them to nothing. Issei, with Echo on his back, smashed with his fists the necromancers who stood in his way, trying to reach Mordred to try to save Navi. The evil dragon, seeing him, began to charge a powerful energy attack. Fortunately, Issei managed to dodge it, but the attack destroyed part of the city. The black-haired man flew towards the dragon, but the latter activated a powerful defensive magic circle. However, it was destroyed by a joint attack from Veronica, Volley, Tiamat, Office, and Lori's ships. Taking advantage of this, Issei quickly approached Mordred's head. Okay. Any ideas what to do now? Issei asked, having jumped in purely on instinct, but having no idea how to save Navi. Try to put your forehead against hers to enter her mental space. And don't worry, we'll take care of getting you in, said Drake. Issei proceeded to do what his tenant said, landing on Mordred's head and colliding his forehead with his, causing a glow to blind everyone. Navi's mental space. Darkness. That was all that could be seen. A small part of it was illuminated. In it, Navi could be seen chained in multiple parts of her body, and it was clear that she was suffering. In front of her was a strange mass of darkness with 9 red eyes staring at her. This was none other than Mordred. You won't be able to resist much longer, and when you give up, you will cease to exist, said Mordred, increasing Navi's pain, who gave a sharp fry. Mom. They both heard. Looking closely, they saw little Echo with tears in her eyes. Echo. The mother shouted with what little strength she had. It seems the little one wants to join her mother, said the mass of darkness, bringing a tentacle closer to the little one. No. Get away from her. Do whatever you want to me, but don't touch her. Navi shouted, tears streaming from her eyes. But to the surprise of the dark mass and Navi's joy, a red claw protected Echo, while a white-haired girl grabbed her. I didn't expect your wielder to be able to get in here. Mordred said, addressing the enormous red dragon that appeared out of nowhere. And who is the albino? He asked. Let's say we help the boy a little. Said Drag, and the girl is Ascalon, the holy sword dragon slayer. He finished saying, surprising Mordred and Navi. I don't understand how that larva got hold of something so powerful, as well as fatal to our race and to him. But now that I think about it, where is the dwarf called Issei? Mordred asked, looking around. Navi was surprised, as using the intelligence that the Avalon race is born with, she was able to deduce that Issei was the bearer of the Welsh dragon and of Ascalon, but she also wondered where he was. Up here. Said a deep voice, while Mordred and Navi saw Drag and Ascalon's amused smiles, and Echo looking fascinated at something above them. Looking up as they heard, they got different reactions. Navi was surprised and fascinated by what she saw, while Mordred was scared as it reminded him of a certain dragon god. Above it, two powerful red eyes with slitted pupils shone, and a mouth full of sharp fangs could be seen. It was also clear that the creature was at least 100 meters tall, and it must have been black, as it camouflaged itself in the mental space. His mind clicked and he said in surprise. Why you air? But he couldn't finish because the being violently brought his hand towards him and Navi. Omega Force. Was the only thing the being said to make a powerful glow illuminate the place. Outside. A powerful glow illuminated the dragon and temporarily blinded the others. As the glow faded, they could see the dragon looking a little dizzy and Issei carrying Navi bridal style. I say. Navi said in a whisper, looking with love and gratitude at the man who saved her. Looks like you were able to rescue her. Volley said, approaching the couple. Yes. But Mordred won't stop that easily. Issei warned, watching the black dragon recover and walk away. You are a box of surprises, boy. But now you will die. Said Mordred, calling many more necromancers of different sizes, who were joined by the dragons that had previously fluttered around Mordred. Echo, who was still on Issei's back, looked around to see the others somewhat tired and weak from the continuous fight with that endless army. She climbed onto her father's shoulders and began to concentrate the power she had absorbed from Issei while she was in the egg and did something unthinkable. Ryujin. Said a very powerful roar that surprised Dragon Hunting, Night Raid, Kiryu, Veronica, Sylvia, Glenn and Julius, but most of all it surprised Navi. She was filled with pride seeing her offspring give such a roar at such a young age. When she finished, she fell forward, being held by her mother, who watched as the little girl had fallen asleep from having used all her power in that roar. The living dragons on Mordred's side reacted to the roar, now siding with Dragon Hunting. Sylvia and Veronica didn't wait, climbing onto Lancelot and Arthur respectively. As the battle was about to resume, a shout was heard. We're here. Everyone looked at Rebecca, wearing her arch, approaching on Kuchulin, followed by many more of Anne Sullivan's students, including Lucca. From the ground, multiple torrents of water shot out, showing Jessica commanding a group of students riding sea dragons. Are we allowed to join the party? Asked Master Bible, riding a large brown humanoid dragon with blue eyes and a horn in the middle of its head. How? Issei asked, surprised. I happened to hear Volley calling everyone to tell them they were going to the capital where a battle was taking place, so I informed the principal, and we quickly gathered the students to come support them. Rebecca explained. Again both sides stared at each other, while Issei and Volley looked especially at Mordred. With a mighty shout. Charge. The battle began. Anne Sullivan's students, his headmaster and the riderless dragons, handled most of the necromancers, while Dragon Hunting, Night Raid, Kiryu, the Lautrimont royalty, and Glenn handled the greater necromancers. The city began to be painted a blood red, being decorated with viscera, intestines and dismembered limbs of the necromancers. The two sons of Bahamut stood before the evil dragon who looked at them with anger. He is very strong. Issei whispered so that it was audible to Volley. Yes. We'll have to go all out. Said Volley as the gauntlets appeared and the gems shone. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker boosted gear scale male. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker divide gear scale male. Both armors made an appearance, along with a powerful aura that did not faze the evil dragon, but did surprise him. Wow. His power can entertain me for a while. Said Mordred with the attitude of any evil dragon. A battle addict. The children of Bahamut stared at the dragon seriously for several seconds, before quickly launching themselves at it. Issei delivers a powerful hook to Mordred's stomach, bending him over. Volley takes advantage and gives him another hook to the jaw, lifting him slightly in the air. The albino then quickly launched himself off the ground, landing higher than Mordred. He then went into a dive. But it didn't go unnoticed by the dragon, who just before the albino hit him with his enormous claw, pushing him away a few meters. But he didn't count on Issei attacking him with Ascalon, making a diagonal cut on the dragon's stomach, but it was light. Mordred kicked Issei, lifting him into the air, then punched him to the ground, shattering parts of his armor in the process. The black-haired man quickly recovered, rose into the air while rebuilding his armor, and pointed his palm at the dragon. Boost 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 dragon shoot. And a torrent of red energy shot out, hitting the dragon's face. The attack caused minor damage, but enough to make him grimace in anger. Take this. Mordred said, sending a torrent of energy shooting out of his mouth towards Issei. He dodged it, but was surprised to see how the torrent hit a distant mountain, destroying it. But Mordred had already loaded another shot. But before he could fire it, a voice weakened his power. Divide 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 divide. And the attack was gone. Volley reappeared next to Issei, Ryujin in hand. Both of them shot out at Mordred again, but this time Issei circled around the dragon. Boost 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 transfer. And transferred all that power to Ascalon, while Volley sent the power he took from Mordred to Ryujin. Both of them launched slashes of Dragon Slayer energy, severely damaging the dragon who spat out blood. With his tail he hit Issei vertically, sending him to the ground, where he hit him repeatedly with his tail. I grabbed Volley, and with both hands I began to increase the strength of my grip. Both brothers spat blood from their helmets, and their armor was shattered. With some strength, Issei managed to dodge one of the tails and shot towards Mordred's hands, where he nailed Ascalon, and she began to expel a great amount of power. Because of this, Mordred released Volley with a grimace of pain. Both brothers rebuilt their armor, but their bodies were damaged and very tired. Mordred, unable to bear it any longer, made many necromancers appear at his side, who began to charge their energies alongside their boss, creating a giant sphere much more powerful than the one he fired previously. The twins, however, were surprised and proceeded to carry out, so far, their only combined attack. Issei placed his left palm forward, while Volley placed his right palm forward. They both placed their hands at waist level and pressed against each other. Boost 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 explosion. Started loading Issei. Divide 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 divide. Volley tried to reduce the power of Mordred's attack, but more and more necromancers arrived to join the evil dragon's attack. In addition, he went into overload. They both charged two dragon shoot that began to merge, forming a yin-yang-like sphere, but the part that should have been black was red. It grew larger and larger due to the power they sent, but unfortunately Mordred finished before it. Dead's Lament. And unleashed the enormous torrent of energy that threatened to exterminate the twins. But Omega Force. Issei said so that the symbol on his right hand shone just like the place where he hit at the beginning. The symbol glowed brightly and Mordred's attack faded. He was stunned by this, but a voice shocked him even more. Alpha Force, said Volley as the plus or minus symbol shone on his left hand and appeared on Issei as well. The energy of both exploded, rising to alarming levels while the sphere they created increased immensely in size, equaling Mordred's. Disappear. Roar of the twin dragons. They both shouted in unison, firing the torrent of energy that engulfed Mordred and the necromancers at his side. I curse you, children of Bahamut. The dragon shouted as he disappeared, but they didn't notice how a mass of darkness shot out toward the horizon. The twins' attack hit a mountain, shattering it along with a mountain range. The others stopped their fights, only to watch with fear, surprise, and admiration the destruction wrought by the twins. They also saw the necromancers fall apart, so they sensed that Mordred had been taken care of. The twins, seeing the destruction caused by the attack, only had one thought. Never use that much power again. They both thought before falling and fainting, due to their injuries, fatigue, and the burden of having used their abilities while charging another attack. Mordred was much more powerful than before. Even with the power he absorbed from Navi, he should be that powerful. Braig pointed out to Albion, speaking through the glow on the backs of the twins' hands. That's true. We should investigate more to know what the new hierarchy of the evil dragons is like, suggested Albion, being accepted by Drake. 2 days later. The city was recovering quickly from the attack by the necromancers, although it would be difficult to remove the smell of corpses from the houses and shops. At that time, all of Night Raid, Rebecca, Jessica, and Julius were told who Issei and Volley were, leaving them with their jaws on the floor. Also, Najenda and Esdeath asked Issei to be part of their group. May I ask why? He asked. Well, you are everything we look for in a man, said Najenda. You are strong, sadistic, determined, you do not abuse your power, and you are kind and helpful. Plus we love your smile. Esdeath concluded with a slight blush and a beautiful smile. After these waves, I reincarnated as his last 2 pawns. Of course, both of them passed on leadership of Night Raid to Bullet and Bowles. Something similar happened with Volley, but there were twice as many girls. They managed to convince him by saying, "We love you." Mine and Kurum said, blushing profusely, along with a happy Chelsea and Jessica. That added to the most terrifying technique of all. The infallible puppy eyes. In the end, Volley reincarnated Mine as a bishop to give her cannon more power, Kurum as a knight, and Chelsea and Jessica as pawns. In the name of Volley Bahamut, you, Mine, Kurum, Chelsea and Jessica, will become my servants from the beginning, and will be by my side for eternity. Said Volley so that the pieces entered the girls. After that, dragon hunting, Kiryu and Night Raid proceeded to leave, as the forces sent by the biblical factions had already arrived. Lotriamont Castle. Sylvia could be seen dejected, along with Veronica and Rebecca in the same state. They were like that because Issei left before they could tell him how they felt. Do you think we can do something for them? Julius asked his father, who sadly shook his head. I can't think of anything, replied the king. But I have an idea. A powerful voice came from the door, causing everyone to turn around to see. Forest. What remained of Night Raid was walking through the forest, although Akame and Leon were sad since they couldn't talk to Issei. Yeah. I'm sure you'll see it again. Bowles tried to encourage the girls, but they didn't listen. If any deity hears this, please help them, said Bullet, praying that his prayers would be answered. Which surprisingly happened. I can help you, said a powerful voice that made the four of them tense, and as they looked at a nearby tree they could see. Capital. Dr. Angela walked sadly through the streets as her research subjects left before she could gather the data she needed for her research, which she believed would never be completed. You look a bit sad. You'd like a drink, said a well-known man next to her. Dragon hunting. Our group arrived a little late as they stopped to teach the new ones their new skills. When Issei opened the doors, he fell to the ground with 5 women above him, whom everyone knew and was surprised to see. Issei, recovering and looking at the women, was also surprised. Akame, Leon, Veronica, Sylvia, Rebecca. He asked, more intrigued by the essence they gave off. Do you like my gift, son? Bahamut asked with a smile. What did you do to them? I don't feel like they're completely human anymore. Her dark-haired son asked curiously, along with the others. I just approved a new ritual I just developed with Azazel, which consisted of using my blood to turn them half-dragon, said Bahamut as the girls took out their wings. Yellow for Veronica, Sylvia and Leon, orange for Rebecca and blood red for Akame. But why did you do it? He asked again, but directed at the girls, which unnerved Sylvia, while Leon and Veronica had flirtatious smiles, and Akame remained stoic, but with a blush on her cheeks. Because we love you. The four of them said at the same time, throwing Issei off, but he recovered to feel the girl's fury at his back. He did what every man would do. He ran as fast as he could to the bathroom with the excuse that he couldn't hold it any longer. The girls were about to ask the newcomers something, but a shot surprised them. Aya. Was the scream of Issei, who ran out of the bathroom, followed by the great Dr. Angela writing something on her tablet. Interesting, very interesting, she murmured. All right. Who brought it? Volley asked accusingly. It was me. I needed a partner for my research, answered a lazy crow. He started talking to Angela about future research and contributions, so the others moved away to talk to the newer ones. Rebecca, Sylvia. Shouldn't you be going to Anne Sullivan? Issei asked. We already notified the director and he didn't see any problem, Rebecca said, downplaying the matter. And you, Veronica, don't you have princess duties to attend to? The black-haired man asked again. I can do them from here, was what the blonde answered. By the way. Akame, Leon, what happened to Bullet and Bowles? Magenta asked. They said it was okay for us to move here. Plus they said there were new recruits. Akame replied. Night Raid base. On a cliff modified to be the Night Raid group's lair, Bullet and Bowles can be seen facing several boys. Alright. I want you to say your names out loud. Bullet ordered the newcomers. My name is Tatsumi, said a young man with long brown hair and green eyes. His attire consisted of black pants and long boots, a shirt, a yellowish-brown wool sweater, and a white jacket. I'm Wave, said a young Caucasian man with dark blue hair and eyes of the same color. He has a thin but muscular build. His clothing consists of a blue jacket with a white collar, under which he wears a white t-shirt with a blue vertical stripe print located in the center that runs through it. His lower garment is accompanied by grayish jeans held up by a blue belt and boots that reach to the height of his knees. Among his accessories is a red scarf adorned with an anchor-shaped image and a pair of black gloves on his hands that leave his fingers exposed. My name is Run, said a young blonde man with golden eyes. He wore a white tunic over a black shirt and pants with a brown belt, a feather pin behind his ear, and a necklace around his neck. I'm Sirach Ubiquitous, said a young woman with short brown hair and brown eyes. She was wearing a green military uniform and metal gloves that reached her elbows. And this is Koro, she said while carrying some kind of stuffed black-eyed dog that was giving a military salute. I'm Lubbock, said a young boy with green hair, a streak covering one eye, and matching eyeglasses. He was wearing a green jacket with a white collar, red goblets on his head, a white shirt with different designs on it, blue pants, and a pair of shoes. My name is Shiel," said a girl in her 20s, with long purple hair and matching eyes, and rimless glasses. She was wearing a lilac Chinese dress with a turtleneck that left the top of her breasts exposed. "It's a pleasure to have you all here and welcome you to Night Raid," Hewlett shouted excitedly. "But weren't there more members?" Wave asked, making the two oldest members tense. "Oh, it's just that, for personal reasons, they withdrew," Bowl said nervously. Well, Wave was curious but let it go. "Well, I always say there's no better way to get to know each other than with a team mission. So to celebrate the new group, we'll do the first mission all together," Hewlett shouted as the newcomers shouted yes. "Well, go get ready," he shouted, watching everyone leave. Afterwards, both he and Bowles wondered how they were doing with their men. Dragon hunting. Issei and company were curious about the new recruits Night Raid would have, but now there were other matters to attend to. It was arranged that Sylvia, Rebecca, Akame, Leon and Veronica would live in the shop house, while Angela would live in Azazel's apartment. It was also arranged that they would work, with the exception of Angela, on dragon hunting, to which no one objected. Finally, they were warned that they would have to go to Kuo Academy after the summer break, which made many of them tense. "I say, Bali. Before I forget. Tomorrow you and your groups must go to the underworld for something related to the raiding games," said Bahamut. The twins were going to protest, since they had just returned from a very long mission, but hearing raiding games excited them, so they didn't object and prepared for tomorrow. The next day. Team Issei Bahamut could be seen wearing their battle suits, but they had a slight modification. On the back of all the suits was a dragon symbol inside a symbol to represent Issei's group. They also had the same symbol on the front, above the left chest, just above the heart. The Vali Bahamut team was in the same conditions, but the symbol instead of was plus or minus. Bahamut Azazel was going to accompany them, along with Akame, Leon, Sylvia, Rebecca, Veronica and Angela, since they do not belong to any peerage. Issei, Vali. Come. Their father called them and put something around their necks. "It's a gift from your mother," he said with a nostalgic smile, looking at both sons. These now had a necklace that resembled a dragon's eye, but Issei's was red and Vali's was light blue. "Thank you, Dad," they both said, hugging their father, while a small tear escaped them and their girl sighed happily at such a moving scene. After that moment, they opened a portal directly to Lilith, the capital of the underworld. Lilith, underworld. Near the building where the young demons meeting was being held, our group of dragons appeared. "Bahamut, isn't it illegal to enter the underworld like this?" the governor of the fallen angels asked, somewhat nervously. "Do you think they'll tell me anything?" he asked sarcastically, receiving a refusal from the fallen man. Bahamut, Sylvia, Veronica, Rebecca, Akame, Leon, Angela and Azazel split up and headed elsewhere, while Team Issei and Team Vali stood in front of a door. The two twins looked at each other and nodded, then kicked open the door, surprising those inside. Chapter 17. New faces, training, and reunions. Demonic Council Chamber. The doors were abruptly opened, which surprised the demons present. They turned around to see our dragons with their peerage, although seeing Issei and Vali with their legs extended made more than one of them go in an I'm style due to the striking way in which they entered. "Who dares interrupt such an important meeting?" exclaimed one of the old demons, but he fell silent along with others upon sensing a very powerful murderous aura coming from both dragons. "We came because we were asked to," Issei said as he approached and sat on some chairs around a table, an action that Vali also did. "Exactly. I called them," said Surzich as Lucifer, surprising almost everyone. "Why did Lucifer Sama do something like that?" asked one of them. "It's part of a plan to make the raiding games more interesting," said Lucifer, surprising the demons again. "Well, how about you introduce yourselves and tell us your future goals?" proposed the mag. "Me first. I am Saraerd Baal, heir to the great king's house," said a young man with black hair and violet eyes of muscular build who was wearing a combat guy. "And my goal is to be a Mao," he said with determination in his eyes, surprising the elderly demons. "My name is Sikvera Agares, heiress to the house of Archduke Agares," said a beautiful young woman with long green hair, pink eyes and glasses. "And my goal is to be a good leader of the Agares house. I am Zephyr Glaciolabolas, heir to the house of Glaciolabolas," said a young man with green hair and blue eyes, who had many tattoos and the appearance of a delinquent. "And I have no reason to say my goal. My name is Diodora Astaroth, heir to the Astaroth house," said a blond man with his eyes closed, with a smile and wearing a noble suit. "And I don't have a specific goal beyond inheriting my house," although Issei's instincts warned him to be careful with him. "My name is Rias Gremory, heir to the Gremory house, and my goal is to be the Empress," she said with determination, although she occasionally sent angry glances to Issei. The dragons could see that Ria's entourage had two new faces. One was a blonde man with shaggy hair and dark blue eyes, with a diagonal scar on the right side of his face, running from the side of his eye to his forehead, and a pendant in his left ear. He wore a blue vest with gold outer edges and inner edges, covered by a prominent grey haircut over a short cream-colored undershirt. His upper arms were covered by dark blue gloves that reached to his biceps, their upper edges adorned with grey bands that hung several inches. He wore loose cream-colored pants, held up by suspenders attached to the trouser loops by square-shaped rings. Over them, he donned distinctive loose footwear like dark blue boots that reached up to his thighs and were apparently attached to the top edge of his pants. The second was a boy with messy black hair and brown eyes. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt under a navy blue jacket, matching pants tied with a leather belt, and blue-white sneakers. The most curious thing was his dog ears and tail. That, and he'd been growling at Kaneko ever since they walked in. What does it mean to be an empress? Our dark-haired man asked his group. It's the one that's ranked number 1 in the rating games rankings. Kiba explained. My name is Sona Citri, heiress of the Citri house, and my goal is to build a rating game school for low and mid-level demons. Sona explained her goal, which in the eyes of the dragons was noble, just like for Seraphol, but for the old demons. Ha 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 ha. They started laughing mockingly, saying things like the heiress Citri has a lot of imagination, or that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Comments that annoyed the dragons, but they didn't say anything when they saw Saji about to explode. Shut up. Saji shouted, silencing the old men, but they looked at him dirty. You think you're powerful by mocking other people's goals? Why don't you come down here and I'll teach you not to look down on others? Saji was furious, which brought a smile to our dragons and Seraphol's faces when they saw him defending her, but they had to keep up appearances. Saji, get a grip. Sona ordered, while Saji reluctantly agreed and sat down, but didn't calm down. Excuse my pawn, but he's new to this. You should have it better controlled, Citri heiress, said one of the old men. Still, your dream is very stupid, after all it is just talk since it is impossible for such a school to be accepted. Argued the demon, but our dragons did not like it at all. They also inspected Sona's entourage, encountering a new face. The girl about 12 years old, with long navy blue hair tied in 2 pigtails and chocolate-colored eyes. She was wearing a green plaid dress tied around her neck and sandals. The most curious thing is that the aura of the girl and the blonde who was with Rias made the dragons uncomfortable. Well, there were only a few left. Isseixharem said but was stopped by another old man. No offense Lucifer-sama, but we are not interested in the hopeless dreams of clanless reincarnated people. Said another old man who angered the dragons. My name is Issei Bahamut. I am Vali Bahamut. Most people looked at them curiously when they heard those names, while a few old people tensed up upon hearing that name. Do they happen to have any connection with Lucifer-sama's Bahamut Tower? One of the elders asked. No. Said both twins, increasing the doubts of many, but frightening a very few when they guessed whose children they are. Well. How about we decide how the first meeting will go? Asked Lucifer. How about Issei-kun against my Sotan? Seraphol said, somewhat angry at how they dared to talk about her little sister's dream. Of course the demons were surprised to hear how she called the dragon, since she usually uses Chan with anyone. Sona was also embarrassed by how her sister called her. If she wins there will be no problems for her to build her school. Added the Mao Leviathan. Sounds good to me. We'll see you on August 20th. I know there are only 3 days left, but with that you'll be able to study your opponents better. Said Isseixharem, ending the meeting. But certain demons watched the dragons. One with interest and a desire to fight them, another with repressed anger, another with interest in a certain white-haired man, and another focused on a certain nun. With Bahamut. We see our protagonists approaching where Bahamut and the others were, from where they could see everything. I must say I don't like those demons at all. Said Veronica. Well, they live off their pride of being pure-blooded demons. Said Bahamut with Echo in his arms. Eco. Navi. Office. When did they arrive? Issei asked, since they decided to stay in dragon hunting because they had nothing to do in the underworld. I wanted to see Grandpa. Said Echo happily as Bahamut had a huge smile on his face. They still remembered how Bahamut reacted when he found out about Echo. Flashback. After talking with Veronica and the others, Issei was going to introduce Eco and Navi to his father, but his daughter got ahead of him. Dad, who is he? The little girl asked on her father's shoulders, pointing at the older black-haired boy. Dad. The dragon god asked, bewildered. Oh yeah. Dad, she's Navi. Pointing to the older pink-haired girl. And she's my daughter Eco. He said, carrying the little girl who gave her grandfather a huge smile. Navi, Eco. He's my father Bahamut. Said the younger black-haired girl. Navi was about to speak but saw Bahamut with his eyes covered by his hair and walking out of the house. As they all left, they watched with a drop of an IM-style sweat as Bahamut cried, but out of happiness. "I'm granddad. I shout so loud that I'm sure I'll make Michael deaf." End flashback. Since then, Bahamut has been having fun with Echo, just like any grandfather would with his grandson. Then he stands up and says to everyone, "Come on, we're going with someone." And with that they all followed him, meeting Azazel on the way before going through a portal somewhere. Mountains in the underworld. Our dragons plus the laziest fallen angel of all appeared in some mountains surrounded by a vast forest. "What are we doing here, Dad?" the albino asked. "Wait, he's coming," said Bahamut as a huge figure could be seen approaching in the sky. This one landed hard on the ground, raising a curtain of smoke that temporarily cut down everyone. As the smoke cleared, they could see a huge dragon about 15 meters tall, humanoid in shape, with dark purple scales, violet eyes, 2 yellow horns facing forward, and pieces of armor on different parts of its body. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Tannen, the former meteoric flame dragon king," Azazel explained, surprising those who didn't know. "And his trainer. Coach?" Issei asked curiously. "Yes. There are only 3 days left until August 20th. So we will go to the training dimension for 2 days so you can increase your power," Bahamut explained to his children and their groups. "I'll explain the program to you. Issei, Vali, Tiamat, Lori, Office and Navi, you already have power, but you can get more and polish it at the same time. So you will train to improve your skills," explained the black-haired blonde man. He also calls Pederhausen to train him. He added, "Then there are Kurumi, Asia, Kiba, Gaspar and Zenobia, they have to learn to master their sacred gear or sacred swords," continued speaking the crow. "Esdeath, Magenda, Mine, Chelsea, Kurum, Akame, Leon, Ravel, Roswis, Rory, Albedo, Veronica and Rebecca, you have the experience, but you need to polish your power. I recommend you develop triumph cards with your Tigas, or, if you already have them, master them to make them easier to use. And in the case of Veronica and Rebecca, better master the astral power they obtain with the Arch, while Ravel tries to obtain a fire that rivals that of her brother Ruvel, and Roswis, Albedo and Rory, learn to better use the piece that they were given," explained Azazel. In the case of Sylvia and Jessica, the blonde will have to learn to improve her skill and synchronization with her dragon and the Arch, so that it lasts longer and is much more powerful, while the other will have to train to be able to reach it," he said, pointing to the 2 former students of Anne Sullivan. "And finally, Scarlet, Akeno and Kaneko. You must learn to master the power that flows in your blood, especially Akeno and Kaneko, since Scarlet doesn't seem to have any problems with it," the crow finished saying, while Akeno put on a sad and frustrated look, while little Kaneko looked at her trembling hands. "Well, with that in mind, let's go," said Bahamut with Echo sitting on his shoulders. "Ha ha ha ha. I can't believe I'll be training the children of Bahamut and their groups, plus they're both the Seker Uite and the Hacker Yuiku," Tannen said happily with a smile that didn't bode well. They crossed a portal directly into the training dimension. Training dimension. This was a very large dimension, as there were multiple environments for different situations. An ocean, a rainforest, a volcano, mountains, plateaus, deserts, etc. At that Tannen took flight and began to concentrate his breath. "Let the training begin," said Bahamut with an echo who shouted happily and amusedly, while the others fled from the meteor that Tannen threw at them. Underworld, 1 day later. Issei had to temporarily stop his training because he had some business to attend to. The first had to do with the demonic council, to which he was summoned along with Albedo. Upon entering they saw the same old people as yesterday, but next to them was a young man with blue hair and green eyes and an arrogant face. "We are glad you came. We want to thank you for bringing the heiress of the Andras house, so we will reward you," said one of the old men, but was silenced by Issei. "What do you mean?" he asked, annoyed. "Vera. She escaped from her engagement to the heir of the Valak house, Arctius," said another pointing at the young man next to them. "We offered a huge reward to whoever brings her in for the union, and since it's done," said another but was stopped again by the black-haired man. "And what makes you think I'll let you do whatever you want with a member of my entourage?" Issei said angrily. "We don't care what you think, you're just a reincarnated demon without a clan, and this union will give us a powerful generation of pure-blooded demons," said another old man, sure that this would shut up the young man. "Idiot. Well, they can shove that commitment up their asses. Let's go, Albedo," Issei said as he delicately took Albedo's hand to get her out of there and away from them. But he was stopped by this Arctius who saw him as arrogant. "You must listen, lower class, you can't stop me from getting married with that trophy," said the guy, shamelessly looking at the brunette. Poor devil. In less than 5 seconds, the guy was embedded in the wall with a lot of blood coming out of various parts of his body, in addition to having lost his head. The old man looked at Issei in disbelief and fury, who just said, "Fuck you" to them and left. "Thank you, Issei. Thank you." said Albedo, shedding tears of joy and blushing a little at the way Issei defended her. I would never let them lay a finger on one of my girls. Issei said, smiling, making Albedo blush more. Phoenix territory. In front of the huge Phoenix mansion stood Issei and Ravel, though the latter was blushing. Are you sure about this, Ravel? The dark-haired man asked his companion. Why, yes. The blonde said, very red. They both entered the mansion, where they were guided by the only former Razor piece that stayed with the Phoenix to a large hall where Lord and Lady Phoenix were waiting for them. I'm glad you could come, said Lady Phoenix. I assume you already have an answer, she asked. Yes. I gladly accept the engagement with Ravel, said Issei. You may wonder what's going on, right? Well, it turns out that when they returned from Anne Sullivan, Issei found a letter from Lady Phoenix where there was talk of an engagement with Ravel, so he consulted with her, and she gladly accepted. They talked for a while longer about how Ravel's training was going, having great results, but still lacking the chance to catch up with Ravel. Back to the training dimension. Issei was informed that Kaneko had fainted from overexerting herself during training. Worried, he approached the tent room where the little girl was sleeping. There he saw Keno tending to the tired Kaneko, but the latter had white cat ears and tail. Kaneko, are you a Nekomata? Issei asked. He had felt a strange energy when he reincarnated her as his servant, but he didn't feel it anymore, so he thought it was nothing. Issei-senpai. The Nekomata said sadly. What's wrong, Kaneko? Why didn't you tell me about this? The black-haired man asked, worried. It's something I have to solve by myself, so I would appreciate it if you didn't intervene, said Kaneko, somewhat angry at how Issei was trying to help her. Issei-kun, leave her alone, said Akeno, pushing the black-haired man away. She's right, this is something we have to solve, since I also have to get rid of that fear I have of my blood powers, said Akeno as she formed light in her hand. Issei didn't ask any more, but he wanted to help Kaneko, so he asked Azazel for help. He went to talk to the Grimoires, who took care of Kaneko, to find out her story. I find out that before belonging to Rias, he belonged to a demon from another clan, who reincarnated Kaneko's older sister, Kuroka Hellcat, as one of his servants. They are both Nekashu, a special breed of Nekomata who had great aptitude for Senjutsu, but Kuroka was dominated by her power. She killed their leader and every demon that was going to capture her, giving her an SS rank. Little Kaneko was despised and abused by the other demons who thought she could transform into the same as her sister. But little Kaneko was traumatized by her own sister, to the point of never using her Nekomata powers again. Issei felt like hitting Kaneko's sister, but he chose to find a way to help his servant. Underworld, after training. The dragon training was over. They had shown optimal results, except for Kaneko, who refused to use her powers, and Jessica, who, although she could not get an arch, was close to achieving it. Now everyone was dressed in evening gowns, as they had to attend a party hosted by the Mau Lucifer. Although Gasper was wearing a dress, it was a source of despair among the men. Tannen, along with other dragons and Petterhausen, offered to take them there, which everyone appreciated, and the ladies even more so when they put a spell on their hair so it wouldn't be ruined. Issei was on Tannen's head, looking at the horizon. I must say, looking at everything from Tannen's head feels strange. Drake commented. I'm right, but thank you, Asen, said Issei. You're welcome. I comment in dragon. By the way, why did you become a demon? Asked a curious albino who approached Tannen's head. It was a long time ago. There is a special breed of dragons that cannot live if they do not consume a space apple, the dragon or golden apple, and this only grows currently in the underworld, so I became a demon and reached the supreme class to get a piece of land where I can plant the apples. Of course your father helped, commented Tannen. Also, I wanted to participate in the raiding games, finished saying the former Dragon King. They soon arrived at the party venue, where upon entering they encountered not only high-class devils, but also Azazel and Michael, although they were accompanied by Penemu and Gabriel. They obviously managed to dodge cameramen and paparazzi who were there to get information or gossip about the young demons, but more than anything about the two strangers who appeared out of nowhere. They managed to get away from them until they met up with the Citri group, who were also dressed in their best clothes. Yo, Issei, said Saji, greeting the black-haired boy. What happened, Saji? Said Issei in Bali. I've become stronger thanks to your father, so we won't lose, Saji said with determination, although the fact that his father helped him surprised them both. Yes. Let us introduce you to the new member of the Citri entourage, Wendy Marvell, he said while showing the little blue-haired girl who was hidden behind Sona. It's nice to meet you, said Wendy very shyly. It may not seem like it, but it consumed my last 3 pawn pieces, said Sona. Plus we have some surprises for you. Don't be too confident, Sona, said Issei seriously but with a challenging smile. They spent some time talking about trivial things, eating, dancing, etc. Until Issei spotted Kaneko leaving the place, so he continued to follow her closely. Of course, Tiamat also saw Kaneko and became worried. As they left, they felt Kaneko's presence passing through the nearby forest, so they followed her at a safe distance to a small clearing. They both hid so that the little albino wouldn't see them. "It's good to see you again, Shirin Naya," said a playful voice that came from the tree in front of Kaneko. There was a voluptuous woman with black hair and yellow cat-like eyes, wearing a black kimono that did not hide her charms, as well as black cat ears and 2 cattails of the same color. "Kuroka-nisan," said Kaneko, surprising both dragons since the SS rank criminal was there. "Hello Shirin, I came to pick you up to take you with me, Naya," said Kuroka. I don't want to," Kaneko murmured, trembling. "Unfortunately you can't refuse," said a voice that came from behind the tree. There they could see Sun Wukong's descendant Biku with his typical armor and his staff. "It's not like I want to scare you, but you can't refuse, Naya," said Kuroka, licking her hand like a cat. "By the way, they can't hide. We're Senjutsu users, so we can sense them," Biku said, surprising the dragons, but they still came out. Coming out of hiding, the three were surprised, though for different reasons. "Issei-senpai, Tiamat-sensei," Kaneko whispered. "Biku, the black-haired man isn't the one who..." Kuroka said. "Yes. He's the one who killed Vali." Biku finished, getting into battle stance. At that point a barrier was activated. "But what?" Issei asked. "This is a barrier that I created. No one will come to help them, Naya," Kuroka said confidently. "You think so?" A voice was heard approaching. Looking up at the artificial sky of the underworld, they could see Tannen flying. "Look, it's the former Dragon King Tannen," Biku exclaimed happily. "I came in before the barrier was activated because I saw both of them leave," said Tannen. "He's mine," Biku said as he summoned his flying cloud and soared through the skies. "So Sun Wukong's descendant. Get ready to feel why they call me Meteor Flame," Tannen said as he began to breathe fire from his mouth, targeting Biku. "Well Shirin, come with your sister Naya," said Kuroka. "As if I'd let you," Issei answered, standing in front of Kaneko while Tiamat hugged her. "I'm sorry to say, but you won't be able to avoid it, Naya," she said while releasing a strange cloud through a magic circle. "This fog is harmful to demons, so goodbye Naya." She said goodbye, but surprisingly for her nothing happened. "You know we're not demons, right?" Issei asked. "Then take this," Kuroka shouted, firing a powerful blue fire that almost hit Issei if he hadn't dodged it in time. "Enough Kuroka-nisan. I'll go with you," said Kaneko with small tears coming out of her eyes. "Kaneko." Issei and Tiamat shouted. "Good choice Shirin. They don't understand you like I do. I'm sure they'll accept you into the brigade when they see that you have the same power as me, Naya," said Kuroka. "Shut your mouth," Issei shouted, surprising the Nekomata sisters. "How would you know if you yourself caused Kaneko trauma?" the black-haired man exclaimed angrily while the albino Nekomata's tears increased. "Kuroka Hellcat, this little girl suffered so much because of you, to the point of denying who she was," said Tiamat, comforting the albino. "Kaneko." He called her king. "Like you, I'm also afraid of the boosted gear. I don't know when they could dominate me and I would end up losing everything I love, but I still don't deny it. I face it head on," said Issei. "And no. Senpai is a good dragon, all the previous bearers were consumed by hatred and the power of the dragon, but Senpai is not. He always shows determination and courage, but above all he remains kind, no matter what happens. So, continue being a kind dragon," exclaimed little Kaneko through tears. "I'm sorry to be a party pooper, Naya. But I'm taking my little sister and you can't help it, Naya," Kuroka said very confidently. "Wanna bet?" Issei asked as the boosted gear made an appearance. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker boosted gear scale male. And the armor appeared on his body. "That won't beat me," Kuroka exclaimed as she fired a more powerful blast of blue fire. This impact with the armor, raising a lot of smoke that made it difficult to see. "Issei-senpai," Kaneko shouted, trying to go help Issei, but Tiamat stopped her. Apparently Vali wasn't as strong as he said if he lost against the Naya. "Well Shirin, let's go." But he stopped when the cloud of smoke disappeared. There was the armor, but it had no damage, not even a scratch. Issei took flight and charged directly at the Nekomata. The powerful shock wave was heard, causing many trees as well as the barrier to fall and raising a curtain of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Issei's fist was seen inches away from hitting Kuroka's stunned face, her eyes wide open. He twisted his neck to open his eyes even wider at the destruction he caused. "He's too powerful. Now I understand why Vali lost," were Kuroka's thoughts, whose eyes shone for a second before jumping back. "Fortunately, I land on Biku's flying cloud, whose suit was a bit battered. We have to go. The barrier has fallen so reinforcements won't be long in coming," Biku warned. "Okay. I'll come back for my sister another day," said Kuroka. They were both about to leave, but Both were surprised to feel someone holding their heads tightly. "Biku, Kuroka, what are you doing here?" said a very angry voice, but they recognized it perfectly. Mechanically they turned their heads to find themselves facing a blue-eyed albino wearing a formal suit. "Vivali." They both shouted upon seeing their late leader. "Seriously, what are you doing here?" the albino asked seriously. "The real question is, what are you doing here? I thought you were dead." Biku shouted, shocked by this. "What made you think that?" Vali asked again. "The fact that the Sekiruyute took you to who knows where and we never saw you again only gave us that as an answer," said Kuroka, very upset. "I knew I was forgetting something," said Vali, hitting his forehead. Apparently he inherited something else from his father. "Anyway, I want you to bring LeFay and Arthur too and meet me in 30 minutes at the building over there," he said, pointing to the building where the party was being held. "You're crazy. They'll arrest us as soon as they see us," Biku said, even more upset, thinking that Vali had gone crazy or was being controlled. "Do what I tell you, I'm sure you'll get a surprise. Oh, when you're in the building, ask to be taken to Bahamut," Vali ordered with a very serious look and his aura increasing. This made the two terrorists very tense, as they felt like Vali had become much stronger than before, and they didn't feel a demonic aura. Without further ado, they left saying they would return in half an hour. "Will they do what you told them?" the black-haired man asked, deactivating his armor. "They will if they know what's good for them," the albino replied. Due to the minor interference of the terrorists, an emergency meeting of the factions was held. The raiding games should be cancelled. This could endanger young people, Michael explained. "We can't. It's already been advertised, that would only turn the masses against us," said Serafal. "Look what young people do just because two brats interrupted the party," said an old man with a long beard and long silver hair, a monocle over his left eye, wearing a blue robe. Behind him was a beautiful brown-haired girl with green eyes in a Valkyrie costume. "You've arrived, old Nordic," said Azazel, approaching the old man. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Adendono," said Michael and Serziches. "I came because Bahamut told me that one of his children would participate in these raiding games and that he would surely cause a lot of destruction," said Aden. "Well, that's almost over, Aden," said Bahamut, who was at the end of the meeting table. "I can't wait to see what happens next," Aden exclaimed, stroking his beard. "I will also formally introduce you to my other son," said Bahamut. With that said, everyone went to the VIP room, not knowing that more people would enter. With Issei. He and his entourage were now in the raiding game Battle Dimension, a replica of the shopping mall near Kuo Academy. But they all had a depressive aura. "How could we have forgotten?" Issei asked the heir. "It's certainly something we completely forgot about," Tiamat said with an anime-style sweat drop. "Seriously? How could we have forgotten a strategy?" Issei shouted. "Apparently they focused so much on training that they forgot to plan anything against Sona. That's it. We'll improvise as things progress," Issei suggested, and everyone agreed. "It's better than nothing," said Kiba. "Attention." Graphia's voice was heard throughout the place. "I, Graphia, the Queen of Lucifer Sama, will be the referee of this fight. Issei Bahamut's base is located in the south zone, in the arcade, while Sona Citries is on the north side in the bookstore. In this raiding game, the destruction of the building is penalized, so refrain from very destructive attacks. In a few seconds the rules will reach the combatants." She ended the call. Just then, a piece of paper appeared before the Bahamut. Upon reading it, Issei's eyes widened. "Those sons of bitches. What's wrong, Ice?" Tiamat asked. "Apparently. The use of boosted gear, forbidden Baylor View, familiars and contracts like Fafnir, Tegus, Kurumi's balance breaker are prohibited, and the power of all members of Bahamut's retinue must be reduced to 20%. All approved by the Demonic Council," Issei said. Well, the reactions were not long in coming. "Why, was what everyone shouted. Chapter 18. Issei vs Sona. Outside the building where Lucifer's party was held, there were two teenagers wearing Kuo Academy uniforms. "Are you sure this is the place?" asked one of the short-haired, purple-eyed, and glasses-wearing teenagers. A burgundy ribbon was also attached to the left side of her hair. "Yes, Kusakub-san. The Sona Kaicho battle is taking place here," said the other, who was none other than Kiryu. "I hope this is the place, because Kuo's newspaper will go crazy if I get an exclusive on this," said the other, camera in hand. "Biku. Are you sure about this?" They heard someone speaking behind them, so when they turned around they found a young blonde man with blue eyes and glasses, wearing a formal suit and with two swords sheathed at his side, who was speaking to Sun Wukong's descendant. "It's true, Kuroka-sama, Biku-sama. Are you sure it was Vali-sama who told you to come here?" said a girl who looked no different than Raveler Kaneko, with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a school uniform, but adorned with a cape and witch's hat. "We already told you that it was him, and that he didn't say we should come, so stop bothering Arthur, LeFay," said Bhikkhu, already somewhat annoyed because they didn't believe him. Volley saying that is something, said the man now identified as Arthur. There they met the two brown heads who were looking for a way in, but the conversation caught Kiryu's attention. Excuse me, the brunette said, drawing the four's attention. Where do you know Volley from? She asked. That's what we should ask ourselves, Arthur said, getting into a fighting stance with the rest. He's my cousin. And with just that he fried the brain of Volley's former team. At that, a boy with red hair and blue eyes caught the attention of those in front of the building. Excuse me, but can I help you with something? Everyone turned to look at the boy, but the odd thing was that he was wearing noble clothes, carrying popcorn and drinks, and was accompanied by a well-known silver-haired maid. Yes, they told us we had to see Bahamut, said Bhikkhu, surprising Grafia a little. And I came to see my cousin's fight, said Ika, surprising her partner. I understand. Please come with me, said the maid, and everyone followed her, although somewhat alert in case of trouble. A little while later they arrived at a very large hall, full of bigwigs from the different factions. The little Redeed went up to the Mao Lucifer, while the rest tensed at the looks the rest of the leaders sent them. Wow, what do we have here? It's the descendant of Sun Wukong and his gang. What brings you here? Azazel asked, increasing his power, while the aforementioned became defensive, but I called you Azazel, any problem? Said Volley, who came out of nowhere, surprising the newcomers except for Ika, since they didn't notice him at any time. No. If it was you there is no problem, said Azazel, stopping expelling his power. Follow me, said the albino while the others listened to him. They went to a table where none other than Bahamut was, accompanied by Volley's new team, while the rest of Issei and Isseixharem were further away staring at the screen from where they could watch the game. I guess I have to answer a few questions, but first. Who are you? The albino said, pointing at the short-haired brunette. My name is Kusaka Kugami, president of the journalism club, and I'm here to get an exclusive for Kuo's dark side. The brunette introduced herself, generating doubt in Volley. Dark side? I ask. You don't know. It's in the basement, and it's where all the supernatural beings in the city can go to hang out. Kiryu said, surprising Volley. I thought Sona Kaicho told them. You don't have to give a good explanation, Volley said grimly. But that will be later, now I'll answer whatever you want, he said, addressing his former team. First, what happened to you? If I remember correctly, the Sekiryu grabbed you and you disappeared without a trace, and we couldn't locate your demonic signature, so we presumed you dead, asked Bhikkhu. In short, I joined a group of mercenaries, Volley said simply. Second, why are you with the Sekiryu Naya? And why can't I sense demonic power in you, Naya? Kuroka asked this time. Issei is my twin brother, Volley said, surprising them. Is he another son of Lucifer? Bhikkhu asked, very upset. No, he said, generating doubts in them. You see, I was never the son of Lucifer, but the son of Bahamut, he said, increasing their doubts, except for a certain blonde. Who? Arthur asked. Wait. LeFay interrupted. Why, you don't mean the supreme dragon god Bahamut? And with that, Bhikkhu, Kuroka and Arthur's eyes widened. Yes, was Volley's simple reply. He then told them what Bahamut had told him, omitting nothing. They were even more shocked by everything their former leader had told them. And them, said the descendant of Sun Wukong, pointing at the older black-haired man. I am his father, said Bahamut, increasing the surprise of the others. Okay, now I understand the situation more, but who are they? Arthur said, pointing at Volley's entourage. They're my girls. And that fried their brains again, making them faint. Volley just shrugged and turned his gaze to Issei's duel. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your commentator for this battle. Let me introduce you to the members of the opponents. From the Citri entourage. The Dragon Slayer of Heaven, Wendy Marvell. The Possessor of Ritra, Saji Genshiro. Haruko Nomura. Tsubasa Yura. Tomo Meguri. Ryaku Sakala. Momo Hanakai. Possessor of the Mirrors Alice, Tsubaki Shinra. And the heiress of the Citri house, Sona Citri. He said as images of Sona's team showed. From Issei's entourage. The wielder of the Tigu Susanoo, Najenda. The wielder of the demonic extract, Esdeeth. The wielder of the elemental shoot, Kurumi Takasaki. The younger sister of the Red Dragon Emperor, Scarlet Gotch. The former fourth heir of the Phoenix House, Ravel Phoenix. The younger sister of the fugitive Kuroka Hellcat, Kaneko Taoju. The priestess of lightning, Akeno Himejima. The former heir of the Andra's house, Albedo. The former escort of the Norse god Odin, Roswis. The wielder of the holy sword Durandal, Zenobia Quarta. The former apostle of Emroy, Rory Mercury. The wielder of the sword Birth, Kibayudo. The wielder of twilight healing, Asia Argento. The wielder of the forbidden Baylor View, Gaspar Vladi. The chaos dragon Queen Karma, Tiamat. And the wielder of the boosted gear, Issei Bahamut. He said as holograms of the aforementioned appeared. Do you think they can win? even after such a power reduction? Bali asked his father, who had been informed by Azazel of what the demonic council had done. I don't know. I just know that Surziches will need some new advice. Bahamut said while drinking a glass of wine. With Issei. Things for Issei were very bad. First, he forgets to plan a strategy against Sona, and second, he is severely limited. Issei's entire entourage just put on the limiters that came with the rules, plus one that prevented them from using the boosted gear, albeit temporarily until the raiding game ends. There was still a long time before the game started, so everyone went to do different activities. Kaneko, Gasper, Najenda, Ravel and Kurumi went to investigate the area. Kiba, Albedo, Scarlet and Asia went to a nearby pharmacy to look for gauze and other materials, in case they wouldn't be close to Asia when they needed her. Esdeath, Zenobia, Rory, Roswis and Akeno chatted while eating some snacks they got from a nearby bakery. And Issei and Tiamat planned what their strategy would be. Attention. Graphia called at the exact moment those who went to explore returned. In 1 minute the Citri vs Bahamut match will start. Please prepare yourselves. And with that the transmission was cut off. Okay, listen up. Issei called to everyone. Kaneko, Scarlet and Kurumi will go to the Citri base. If you see Sona with any pieces, let her know. If you run into any Citri, attack. Yes. Said the three of them. While Kiba, Zenobia, Rory and Roswis go through the parking lot to Sona's base. They will most likely find more of their pieces. Issei warned. Alright. Said the four. In the meantime, Gasper, you'll transform and fly around the place, alerting everyone if you see any of the Citri. While Ravel prepares a certain technique. Issei said to the two first years. Good. Gasper replied as he transformed into a group of bats. What kind of technique? Ravel asked, causing Issei to whisper something in her ear. As she finished, a smile appeared on Ravel's face and she left the place. Well, the rest of us will stay here until it's time to move. Said Issei and the others nodded. Also. Be careful, Sona must have made deals with Azazel to improve her servants, plus Saji was trained by my father. Warned Issei. But how will we communicate? Akeno asked. These sons of bitches didn't send us the communicators. We'll use the connection of the pieces. Said Issei through the link of the pieces. He discovered this during training, and that it was safer than using magic circles or communicators, since it uses thoughts and only connects with pieces with the same power signature. Okay, let's go. Issei said and everyone went to their positions. With Kaneko, Scarlet and Kurumi. They were walking to Sona's base, but then Kaneko took out her Nekomata ears and tail, moving them to the sides. What's wrong, Kaneko-chan? Kurumi asked. Two guys are approaching. She said and they all got into battle stance. Out of nowhere Saji and Raruko appeared, but the latter had some kind of armor on her legs. As Kaicho Raruko said. Said Saji activating his sacred gear. Yes. Said the girl before making an incredible jump and landing a kick on Kaneko. This kick had, surprisingly, enormous force, as it created a crater beneath Kaneko. Saji launched 2 lines from his absorption line, which connected with Scarlet's arms. So you want to absorb my power? Said the retard. Kurumi fired several bullets directly at the blonde, but he dodged them. Then I catch the brunette with another line and throw her at Scarlet, slamming them both against a wall. Kaneko, on the other hand, was exchanging blows with Raruko, who was only using her legs. The albino jumped to dodge a downward kick from her opponent, which created a small crater upon hitting the ground. Kaneko concentrated Senjutsu in her right hand, generating a sphere of blue fire in her fist. He lunged at his opponent, but she responded by throwing a kick. But the albino dodged it by ducking, staying in the correct position. Nico Claw. And with his charged fist he hit the Citri's stomach, sending her where Saji was. He could see his partner coming flying straight towards him, so he caught her. Are you okay? He asked worriedly. We lacked eye information. Haruko said with difficulty. Then the girl saw how several spheres of blue fire, along with bullets of different elements and spheres of dragonic power, went directly to her and Saji, so she stood in the middle to prevent her secret love from getting hurt. Haruko. Saji shouted upon seeing his partner's sacrifice. The collision of the technique with the pawn caused an explosion that raised a smoke screen. When the storm cleared, Raruko could be seen injured by the attack and barely able to stand. Just before she fell, she was held by Saji. I think. I failed. Said Raruko, starting to disappear in a powerful light. Calm down. You did what you could. Said Saji, reassuring her. At the same time he disappeared. A pawn from Sona Citri retreats. Graphia announces. A bishop from Issei Bahamut retreats. Although the last one left them surprised. One less Issei senpai. Besides, it seems they took care of Jayasuke. Kaneko warned her king. Okay, we'll move in a few minutes. Issei said. Now Scarlet, who still had the lines connected, Kurumi and Kaneko stood in front of Saji, who looked calm. How strange, I thought you would be very angry about what happened to your partner. Said Kurumi. I'm angry. But at the same time relieved since I can go all out. Said Saji as a black light covered him. Virtual promotion. With Kiba, Zenobia, Rory and Roswis. They were in the parking lot. They had heard Grayfia's announcement, so they also suspected that Gasper had been taken away. How did you beat Gasper-kun? Kiba asked. No idea, probably with garlic. Said Issei somewhat disappointed since they still haven't gotten rid of the little vampire's phobia of garlic. They stopped there, as in front of them stood Tsubasa Yura, Tomo Meguri, who was carrying a strange sword, and Tsubaki Shinra, who was carrying a naginata. I'll take care of Tsubaki. Rory and Roswis take care of Tsubasa, while Zenobia takes care of Tomo. Said Kiba, to which the women agreed. Kiba created a wholly demonic sword and lunged at Tsubaki, who parried the slash with her weapon. The brunette then attacked him with a kick that knocked him back a few feet, but he recovered and attacked her again. Tsubasa dodged a downward slash from Rory, then activated a strange shield of light that protected her from Roswis's spells. To Rory and Roswis's surprise, Tsubasa threw the shield as it was covered in lightning. Rory stopped the shield with her axe, but it didn't prevent the electric attack from affecting her, leaving her temporarily stunned. This was taken advantage of by Tsubasa, who landed a flying kick on Rory, throwing her against some cars. Roswis kept casting spells at her, but the blue-haired girl continued to protect herself with that strange shield. Zenobia, on the other hand, launched a powerful wave of sacred energy directly at Tomo, who performed the same technique with her sword, although it emanated a demonic aura. Both attacks collided, generating an explosion that made both swordsmen retreat. Zenobia regrouped and launched herself at the Citri Knight, attempting to land a downward slash. But Tomo protected herself with her sword, even though the ground beneath her cracked. Using Tomo's sword as support, Zenobia jumped, charging a lot of holy aura into Durandal, to crush Tomo. But she, just like before, responded by concentrating demonic power on her sword. Both swords collided, generating a shock wave that created a small crater beneath them. Meanwhile, Kiba continued to exchange slashes with Tsubaki. Both had slight cuts on their bodies, as well as their clothes that were somewhat torn. Kiba then jumped back, dodging a diagonal slash from Queen Citri. Sword birth. Kiba said, and a large number of sacred demonic swords emerged from the ground. Her teammates jumped in time to dodge the technique, while the opponents also dodged it, but had slight scratches. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by Kiba's technique, Zenobia launched a wave of sacred power directly at Tsubasa, but she realized it in time. Reverse. He said, and the sacred energy changed to demonic, decreasing the damage. Tsubasa was somewhat injured, being helped by Tomo. But at that moment. Take this. Zenobia shouted into the air, gathering an incredible amount of sacred power into Durandal, and aiming it at the Citri. But just before impact, Tsubaki appeared in front of Zenobia, summoning her sacred gear. Mirror's Alice. And a mirror appeared in front of her, absorbing Zenobia's attack. But then the mirror shattered, unleashing the sacred energy directly at Zenobia, but duplicated. It was also accompanied by a powerful wave of demonic energy from Tomo. Oh, shit. He said, and a powerful explosion occurred, which engulfed Zenobia and raised a smoke screen. Kiba entered the smoke screen, coming out with a very badly injured Zenobia from receiving her own duplicate attack. I don't want to know what that attack would have done to her if she were a demon. Roswa said with some fear. The four hid behind some cars, while the Citri group searched for them. Kiba was using the bandages he found at the pharmacy to heal Zenobia, but I'll leave, K Kiba. Zenobia said with difficulty. I'm T2H hurt T2C continue. And her body began to wrap itself in light. Be before I go. Take this. And before leaving she gave Durandal to Kiba. The light enveloped her completely, disappearing. I won't let your sacrifice be in vain, Zenobia. Said Kiba coming out of his hiding place with Durandal in hand. Here it is. Tsubasa shouted, calling the other two. They all prepared to attack Kiba with all their might, but Tsubaki realized something. Why do you have Durandal? I asked, surprised, along with the other two. Stop this. Durandal birth. He shouted as he stabbed the Durandal blade into the ground. Multiple sacred demonic swords emerged from the ground, amplified by Durandal's sacred aura. Caught off guard, Tomo and Tsubasa were defeated by Kiba's attack, but Tsubaki managed to escape the fearsome technique. One rook of Issei Bahamut retreats. One knight and one rook of Sona Citri retreat. Grayfia announced. Sorry Issei-kun, we couldn't avoid losing Zenobia. The blonde apologized to his king. Don't worry Kiba, I'm sure he'll learn from this. He tried to encourage his knight. We must follow her. Rory warned next to Kiba. The three followed Tsubaki to Sona's base. With Issei and the rest. Are you okay, Issei? Tiamat asked her fiancé. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't mad about losing Zenobia and Gasper. Said Issei transformed as he walked to Sona's base. They reached the center of the place, where they spotted Sona on top of the clock tower behind a barrier. Beside her was her new pawn Wendy and her two bishops Momo and Ria, though Momo had a strange bag with her. "I'm glad you came, Issei Bahamut," said Sona. "Let's save the plan Sona, I know you're up on the roof above the clock tower," said Issei, surprising the Citri entourage. "How did you know?" asked the apparent hologram of Sona Citri as the real one descended. "I have a good sense of smell," was the black-haired man's simple response. At that point, he realized there were two lines just like Saji's connected near Sona. One to the barrier and the other to Momo's bag. "By the way, why does that bag smell like blood?" I asked, pointing at Momo. But before she could answer, Tsubaki flew out the window and ended up next to Sona, followed by Kiba, Roswis, and Rory, who stood next to their king. At that, a sea of black flames erupted on their right side. Kaneko, Kurumi and Scarlet came out, although they were visibly injured, and Scarlet was a little pale. Behind them, a dragon made of black flames emerged in the shape of a snake. "Sorry Kaicho, I lost Raruko and I couldn't take care of them." To the surprise of everyone who didn't know, Saji's voice came out of the dragon. "Okay Saji, the plan went perfectly," said Sona. "What do you mean?" Issei asked. "Easy. Those lines connected to Scarlet's and are draining her energy to increase the barrier and blood," Sona replied, alarming everyone. Shit. Scarlet could barely say, feeling so weak. As everyone watched, Scarlet began to glow, indicating that she was about to leave. "Scarlet, do it," Issei said through the connection. Scarlet spread her wings and shot into the sky, before everyone's eyes. A pawn of Issei Bahamut retreats. Graphia's announcement was heard a minute later. "Looks like whatever he planned couldn't do it," Sona said. "Okay. Kiba, take care of Tsubaki. Albedo, Roswis, Kaneko take care of the barrier. Akeno take care of the bishops. The rest of us will take care of Saji, Wendy and Sona. While Asia prepare to heal." Issei ordered and everyone accepted. Albedo, Roswis and Kaneko launched themselves at the barrier with their charged fists. Upon collision, a powerful shock wave was produced. To Sona's group surprise, the barrier began to break due to the excessive power that Issei's servants put into that blow. After a minute of struggling, the barrier was completely broken as each went for their objectives. Kiba and Tsubaki moved to an area away from the others where they would fight without problems. The blonde man lunged with his sword in hand, trying to make a diagonal cut, but the brunette stopped him with her naginata. But the blonde created another sword in his other hand and attacked her again, but the black-haired girl hit his hand with a kick, causing him to drop the weapon. She kicked him in the chest, knocking him back a few feet. Tsubaki launched herself at the blonde, trying to pierce him with her weapon, but he created another sword and placed both swords in an X shape in front of his chest, blocking the attack. He creates another sword, but this time he grabs it with his teeth and plunges it into the brunette's shoulder. She jumped away but managed to cut Kiba's chest a little. He began to charge dragonic power while changing his sword to a sacred demonic lightning sword. This is something he discovered in training. He could apparently add an element to his holy demonic swords. Kiba lunged at Tsubaki, but she was wearing a smile. "Mirrors Alice." And the mirror appeared, absorbing Kiba's attack and breaking. But the blonde was able to dodge it in time, although he saw how the reflected attack destroyed two tents behind him. He created two swords again, but this time he added fire to one and ice to the other. Tsubaki placed her naginata horizontally above her head, blocking the sword blows of the Bahamut Knight. But the added elements injured her. Her right arm was burned, while her left arm was paralyzed by the cold. "It seems you can't use your sacred gear twice without waiting a certain amount of time," the blonde deduced. This man held his sword in his right hand and lunged at Tsubaki again, but she didn't try to defend herself. She had apparently already surrendered. He plunged his sword into the black-haired girl's stomach, causing a light to envelop her. But to his surprise, Tsubaki smiled and, enduring the pain, plunged her naginata into Kiba's stomach, much to his surprise. Now they were both wrapped in light. "It was a good fight, Tsuba," Kiba said congratulatingly but stopped abruptly. The reason? Tsubaki was kissing him. The blonde man's eyes were wide open at this gesture. As he pulled away, he saw that Tsubaki had a blush that made her very adorable. "Same here, Kiba-kun," he said with a big smile. With that, they both disappeared. Back with Issei and the others. The Keno was launching lightning bolts along with sacred energy directly at Sona's bishops, while Momo created barriers to protect both of them. On some occasions, Akeno tried to attack Sona, but Momo created a barrier to protect her king, even with the expenditure of energy that maintaining both barriers entailed. The rest were fighting against Saji and Wendy. Albedo concentrated her power in her right fist, while Kaneko, beside her, charged up Senjutsu in her left fist. Behind her, Kurumi charged up a blast with various elements, and Roswis charged up several spells. Albedo and Kaneko launched themselves while Kurumi and Raswas launched their attacks directly at the transformed Saji, but his eyes shone. Delete field. And a barrier of black flames appeared in front of the attacks and attackers. As he passed through it, the attacks disappeared, as well as the accumulated power of Albedo and Kaneko. Above Saji appeared Wendy, who was puffing out her chest. Roar of the Sky Dragon. And a huge tornado came out of his mouth, which swallowed Albedo and Kaneko. The attack had sent them straight to where Asia was, who to their surprise, was both badly injured and bleeding. Apparently the little girl has the power of a dragon slayer. Tiamat reported after seeing the attack. Sona got someone very useful against us. Said Issei, somewhat nervous. Issei and Tiamat also launched themselves at Saji, but he shot a line from his body that tangled around Tiamat's foot. Saji crashed the dragon into Issei, while Wendy approached them with a lot of air in both arms. Wings of the Sky Dragon. And powerful waves of wind attacked the two dragons, injuring them. Issei and Tiamat quickly recovered and fired a dragon shoot and a dragon pulse, along with bullets from Kurumi and an electric spell from Raswas, while Rory threw his axe directly at Wendy. Wendy was protecting herself from the combo of punches and kicks that Esdeath and Najenda were giving her, but upon seeing the attack, they moved away to avoid getting in the way. Wendy was exhausted from the attack she did and from having received blows from the two former Night Raid members. At that, a black snake-shaped body stood in front of her and received the damage. Although she tried to make it disappear with her delete field, she couldn't handle all the power they put into those attacks. Saji-senpai. The little blue-haired girl cried worriedly. Calm down. I'm fine. Said Saji, calming the little girl. The barrier protecting Momo and Ria broke, allowing one of the lightning bolts to strike Ria. Momo then saw Asia creating a dome to heal Albedo and Kaneko, so she decided to go along with Sona's plan. Momo launched herself at Asia. Issei and the others were about to stop her, but a prison of black fire stopped them. Shadow prison. Said Saji. Momo entered Asia's healing dome, to the surprise of the other three inside. Reverse. And using the magic of reversing, I transform Asia's healing power into one that inflicts pain. The four of them disappeared in a beam of light. Sona Citri's two bishops and queen retreat, Issei Bahamut's two pawns, one knight and one bishop retreat. Grafia announced to everyone's surprise. It seems that Tsubaki managed to defeat Kiba. Said Sona. Issei lunged at Saji, punching him in the jaw, leaving a magical mark. You know, I was wondering where Ravel Phoenix is, Sona said as Issei returned to his group and Saji and Wendy stood next to her. Issei-sama, it's ready. Ravel informed. Well. Let's just say Ravel is preparing something. Issei said with a small smile. Something? The Citriaris asked curiously. You must have noticed that the rule about not destroying the property stopped applying a while ago. The black-haired man said as everyone looked around. Everything was filled with black fire and craters, there were destroyed shops, and the clock tower was gone. Why, you're right. Sona said. That's why I asked Ravel to prepare something, even though it would have taken longer if it weren't for Scarlet. Issei said, causing Sona to open her eyes, understanding why Scarlet flew away before disappearing. Looking up, he saw Ravel Phoenix carrying a huge sphere of highly concentrated fire. Take this. Nova. Ravel shouted, throwing the fireball at the Citri. Saji put himself between the attack and Sona, preparing to use his power to absorb the attack, but… Omega Force. Issei said and the symbol shone on his jaw. Saji's power disappeared, losing his transformation. Shit. Said Sona as she created a water dome to protect herself and her pieces. But the dome evaporated upon contact with the attack, leaving the fireball to impact the Citri. Boom. An explosion occurred. Within the smoke caused by the attack, two bodies could be seen glowing and disappearing. Two of Sona Citri's pawns are retreating. Grafia announced. As the smoke cleared, a wounded and tired Sona was seen. Something tells me you're not going to give up. Issei said. If I'm going to fall, let it be fighting. Said Sona, creating, to everyone's surprise, two oriental water dragons. For my sake. Said Issei, creating a dragon shoot but more compressed in his left hand. They both launched themselves at each other. Double water dragon. Said Sona and the dragons pounced on the black-haired man. Dragon impact. And Issei's attack hit the water dragons. To Sona's surprise, Issei's small sphere grew enormously upon impact with her water dragons. The sphere advanced while eliminating the dragons and impacted with Sona, pushing her against the wall behind her and generating an explosion. Sona Citri retires, winner Issei Bahamut. Said Grafia, announcing the black-haired man's victory. VIP lounge. Wow, that guy sure has balls. Commented Auden. Who is Auden Dono referring to? Michael asked. I mean the blonde with the dragon sacred gear. Said Auden. I see. Surziches whispered. Something tells me I won't be bored with your children, Bahamut. Said Auden, looking at the dragon. So much destruction makes me feel proud, although they couldn't show their full power," said Bahamut, taking an IM-style drops from the leaders. At that moment, Volley's former team, who had remained unconscious throughout the match, woke up. "I had the strangest dream. I dreamed that Volley was not the son of Lucifer, but of a dragon god, and he had a harem," said Arthur, thinking that it was impossible and that it was just a dream. "Oh no, it was all real," Volley commented next to them. They stood there surprised that it wasn't a dream. At that, the blonde noticed a certain brunette at a table further away. "And no way. Office-sama," said the blonde to the surprise of Kuroka, Biku and Arthur as she went to hug the black-haired girl. "Oh Issei, since when are you here?" asked the dragon goddess, giving an IM-style drops to more than one person who hadn't noticed them. "Since before the game started," said the blonde with an IM-style drop. "Sorry, I didn't notice you," Office said sadly. "Okay, but what are you doing here?" asked the blonde. "I came to watch my fiancé Issei Bahamut's game," Office said with a big smile. "Issei-sama is her fiancé, oh," Lefei shouted but was stopped by Office. "Shhhhhh. I used the name Yami here to avoid being recognized," Office whispered. Lefei just raised her thumb in a sign that she understood. "Well, now for what I'm calling you," said Volley, calling his former team. "Would you like to be part of my entourage?" he asked them. "What would we gain from that, Naya?" Kuroka asked. "They wouldn't be chased, they're facing powerful beings, etc.," said Volley. After some thought, the four agreed. Volley gave Lefei a bishop, Arthur a knight, Kuroka a rook, and Biku a pawn. "In the name of Volley Bahamut, you Lefei Pendragon, Arthur Pendragon, Kuroka Hellcat and Biku will become my servants from the beginning and will fight by my side for eternity." The pieces entered the four, and Volley's circle appeared below them, while behind Kuroka, two worn bishop pieces came out. Once the ritual was over, Volley removed the bad from his new life. "But they'll have to work." That left Biku and Kuroka stunned. The next day, we see Issei and his team in a hospital room where they were treating the wounded in the duel. "How did we end up?" Issei asked incredulously. "Apparently it was decided that it was a tie, since although you defeated Sona Kaicho, we caused a great destruction that subtracted too many points from us, in addition to the way in which Zenobia Senpai, Asia Senpai, Kaneko-chan, Albedo Sensei and I were defeated," Gasper reported with a tablet in hand. "The smell of garlic will not go away." Kiba looked somewhat lost as he touched his lips. Everyone had a somewhat mischievous smile as they watched the video of the moment when Kiba defeated Tsubaki. Issei proceeded to leave to let his servants rest and went to visit a friend. On the way he could hear the underworld news saying that the match had one of the highest viewer rankings to date, in addition to wanting to know the reason why he had Rias Gremory's former servants and other things that the black-haired man ignored. Upon reaching her destination, she opened the door to see Isseixharem handing a medal to Saji in front of Sona's entourage. "What's this?" asked Saji. "It's a medal given to the best fighter in the match, and it was entrusted to you," Isseixharem said, surprising Sona's entourage. "But I lost," said Saji somewhat sadly. "But you faced two high-class devils, an Ekamata, a Valkyrie, the daughter of a very powerful evil dragon, a former apostle of Emroy, a dragon queen, and the son of a dragon god, and on top of that, with incomplete power. That only deserves praise," Issei said at the door. Saji started to cry when he was congratulated by Mao Lucifer and Issei. They both left while Saji's classmates congratulated him. "Issei-kun, I have a question," the Mao said seriously, surprising Issei. "Was it necessary to kill so many advisors? Now I go through a lot of trouble to replace the lost ones." Isseixharem cried comically. What happened was that Issei went before the demonic council to explain the reason for the limitations. They started talking about the subject of albedo, and they also said that for killing the heir of a demonic clan, he had to be taken to prison or give half of his harem to several high-class demons. Obviously, this angered Issei greatly, who only saw one thing he could do to make them stop demanding that of him. Kill someone. Unfortunately, I can't explain how he killed the ones he selected, as they would be traumatized for life to the point of never eating again, but I'll just say that those who saw what he did turned very pale, lost their hair, and shit themselves for at least a week. Isseixharem understood why he did it, but he thought it was better to torture them and not kill them, since now he had to select the new members, and it only meant auditions and a lot more paperwork. Anyway, that's how the match ended, a tie between Sona and Issei, and Volley got more servants. But what will happen to our favorite dragons in the next chapter? Let's find out. Chapter 19. Unexpected visitors and the morning begins. Underworld. We find ourselves in the same hospital where Issei's entourage members are resting. They are currently waiting for Volley, as he wants to present his new pieces. "We're here," Volley announced as he entered the room. His team also came with him, which surprised the little albino. Little Echo approached her uncle curiously. "Uncle Volley. Who are they?" The little girl asked, a question that brought a smile of happiness to Volley's face at being called uncle. It took all their willpower not to faint when they saw the smile on Volley's face. They are the new members of my entourage. Arthur Pendragon, wielder of Caliburn and ruler and the descendant of Arthur Pendragon. Pointing to the blonde. Lafay Pendragon, an exceptional magician and another descendant of Arthur. Pointing to the blonde. Biku, the descendant of Sun Wukong. Pointing to the brunette. And Kuroka Hellcat, an Ekamata expert in Senjutsu and Kaneko's older sister. Pointing to the brunette. The little girl approached each of them, examining them with her curious eyes. Finally, she turned around and went to her father to tell him. I like them, especially the monkey and the witch. With a huge smile. Afterwards each one went their own way. Lafay went to talk to Office, Tiamat joining her later. Occasionally, Office and Tiamat could be seen with drool coming out of their mouths, and Lafay was redder than Surzich's hair and steam was coming out of her head. Arthur went with the dragon hunting swordsman, where they apparently promised to duel one day. Biku went to play with Echo. Surprisingly, Sun Wukong's descendant was amused by the little dragon, perhaps because of her personality. He also felt the same happiness as Volley when Echo called him Uncle Biku. Kuroka, on the other hand, began to tease her younger sister and Gasper. Kaneko, unable to stand her sister's teasing, landed a powerful blow to her stomach, but thanks to the tower's resilience, she didn't suffer much, and after a few minutes, she started teasing her again. Congratulations on getting 4 new pieces, Volley, said his twin. Thanks. He replied. By the way. Well done. Said Volley, raising a thumb. Why? Because of the raiding game or because you killed more than half the demon council? The black-haired man asked. For both of us. And they both laughed. The door opened, admitting Bahamut, followed by an old man with a ridiculously long robe and strange clothes, and a brown-haired woman in Valkyrie armor. Although you had a tough time, young dragon, you did manage to put on a good show. Said the old man with the beard. Dad, who is he? Asked Volley. This is Odin, the Allfather of the Norse faction. Or just call him Old Norse. Bahamut introduced. And this is my escort Cassie. Said Odin, pointing at the brunette. Of all of them, there was only one who was very happy to see the old man. Or at least that's what his smile indicated, although he had a dark aura around him. Odin. Roswa said, still smiling. Oh, hello Roswas. Tell me, have you found a boyfriend yet or are you still a spinster? Odin said with a smile, but he began to tremble when the silver-haired girl approached him. Everyone had the same thought. It was nice meeting you, old man. Roswas pulled out a huge metal baseball bat from God knows where, causing Odin to start looking for a way to escape. Who are you calling an old girl? The silver-haired girl shouted as she hit Odin hard with the bat, sending him flying like a certain team trying to capture a certain yellow rat. Everyone had an anime-style drop at this. Apparently the former Valkyrie still felt some anger towards Odin. Roswas. Cassie asked, puzzled. Oh Cassie, is that you? Sorry I didn't notice you. Said Roswas, increasing everyone's drop. So this is where you've been all this time. Everyone's very worried, especially Gondel. Said the brunette. Sorry. Tell them not to worry and that I'm fine. Roswas said, somewhat embarrassed. They separated from the group and went to chat in the hallways, leaving everyone worried about where Odin would end up. For some strange reason of fate, the old man fell into some hot springs, more specifically, into the women's section. Looking up, he saw a pile of naked female bodies, causing him great happiness and a level 10 nosebleed. But he didn't have time to witness any more, as he had to flee from the furious demons chasing him. A few days later. The reason they stayed in the underworld was because Volley was having a raiding game with Sikvera Gairs. Volley, unlike Issei, had several strategies to take advantage of his pieces, but the inclusion of the new ones ruined everything. Because of this, they improvised everything. Destroying the place. Fortunately, the raiding game was a capture the flag game, and Volley's only disadvantage was having to reduce the power of his pieces. The game lasted an hour and a half, where Sikvera brought out her demonic power and strategic mind, complicating things for Volley. But in the end, and by a very small margin, Volley won. Sikvera had lost almost all of her entourage, except for her trusted queen. Volley lost Chelsea and Biku, though the latter was lost due to the dark-haired man's carelessness. The most interesting thing was what happened at the end. Volley and Sikvera shook hands, a sign of good competitive spirit, but Sikvera pulled Volley closer and kissed him. On the cheek. She turned completely red and left, holding back her urge to scream like the young woman in love that she was. Volley, on the other hand, left while touching the cheek where she kissed him, but then had to run away when he felt the aura of fury from his girls. They are all currently in the Gremory territory. The reason is because they had to leave the underworld legally, and apparently the only train left was the Gremory clans. Of course they weren't alone, Sona's and Ria's peerage were also with them. What, Issei-san and Volley-san shouldn't go in the same car as Ria-sama and Sona-sama? Wendy asked. And being in the same space as Gremory, not a chance. Issei answered. For my part, I would be bored. Said Vali. Oh, so you are the two celestial dragons. Said the young blonde man from Ria's peerage. Who's asking? Issei asked. I'm Sting, Butchu's queen and a true dragon slayer unlike the little one. The blonde introduced himself. Queen? I thought Ubeluna had that piece. Also, the true dragon slayer. The black-haired man asked. Ubeluna-sensei was given the mutated bishop piece, while the queen piece was kept for someone more powerful, meaning me. And about the true dragon slayer thing, it's because she still doesn't know how to use the dragon force. Sting answered. Dragon force? Asia asked next to Issei. It's a dragon slayer transformation, where parts of our bodies become dragonified and our powers increase considerably. Wendy explained, somewhat sad for not being able to reach that form yet. In a certain way, it resembles your dragonoid shape. Don't worry Wendy, you'll get it one day. Said Issei, increasing Wendy's confidence. In that he sees Kaneko growling like a cat at the new boy in the Gremory entourage. By the way, who is he? Pointing at the boy. This is Kotaru Inugami, a werewolf. Sting said. Which would explain why he's growling at the girl. Sting. A voice sounded, making Sting tense. He turned around to find his crimson-haired king standing there. Why are you giving them information about us? She asked, glaring at the twins. But Butchu, Azazel-sensei will surely tell you the same thing I told you. Sting defended himself. That's true. Issei and Vali added. Whatever. We're leaving in a minute. Rias just sighed and said that as she left. Besides, it doesn't matter if they know, because they won't be able to beat us anyway. Said Sting, sounding very arrogant, to the annoyance of Issei, Vali and their peerages, as well as the rest of Issei's harem. At that moment the train started moving, and something surprising and very funny for our dragons happened. Sting, immediately after the train moved, turned blue and fell face first onto the ground. Ha 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 ha. It was the laughter of the dragons and the members of the Citri entourage, although the Gremory also laughed but more discreetly. You were talking so much about being powerful and all that, and you fainted with this. Issei said between laughs. This is the weakness of a complete dragon slayer. They get motion sickness in transport. Wendy pointed out. For poor Sting, the trip was hell, while the others laughed and chatted. At that, Kotaru approaches Issei and Vali, with a strange look of determination. So you are the rumored strongest among the young demons. Said Kotaru. I couldn't tell you. Said Issei. I promise you that I will defeat you both myself. He said with a look burning with determination, surprising the twins a little, but causing an unexpected reaction in the Gremory females. Kiaya, he looked so cute with that look. They shouted and hugged him tightly against their chests, suffocating him. With all his might, he managed to twist his neck. Only to see Issei and Vali giving the little werewolf a thumbs up. His face turned red in embarrassment. After that scene, everyone went their own way. The girls were talking about various topics. Kotaru was trying in vain to free himself from his captors. The Citri entourage were talking amongst themselves. Tsubaki separated with Kiba and went to another car, although the vice president's face was red, somewhat ironic considering what she did in the rating game. And Sting was still lying on the floor. Issei was chatting with Vali, Gasper, Biku and Arthur, while Iko was by his side. Then something incredible happened. Kaneko. Yes, Kaneko took out her Nekomata ears and tail and lay on Issei's lap like a cat. How could you do that, cat? Ravel shouted, very red and with some flames around her. Oh. My little sister wants to claim her territory. Kuroka said with a mischievous smile, making Kaneko blush. I feel comfortable here, so let me stay a little longer, Naya. Said Kaneko looking directly at Issei, although she surprised everyone with the last part, even her sister. Moo. Mama Kaneko, it's not fair, I also wanted to be on daddy's lap. Said little Iko with a pout, surprising everyone who didn't know who the girl belonged to. For some time now, Iko has been calling Issei's girls mama, adding her own name to avoid confusion. She did this when she saw that they all looked at Issei the same way. Human world. After that unique journey, they finally arrived at the underground station of the demons. When the train stopped, Sting instantly recovered, as if he had been given phoenix tears. As everyone left, a demon approached Issei's group, more specifically Asia. It was Diodora Astaroth, the heir of House Astaroth and younger brother of Mayajuka Beelzebub. I'm glad to finally see you again. Diodora said as he gently grabbed Asia's hand. I don't like this guy. Issei thought. Do we know each other? Asia asked, somewhat annoyed by the way the demon was grabbing her. Of course we know each other. He said while showing a scar on his chest, which caused Asia to gasp in surprise. Fate must be on my side. I came to tell you that I'm in love with you and I want you to marry me. Said Diodora with his typical eyes closed and a smile, which made Issei furious. Okay, this guy will see what I did to the demonic council. Issei was about to launch himself at the blonde, but Bahamut appeared and took them all away, leaving Diodora hanging. Dragon hunting. The group arrived at the house, where a very angry Asia could be seen. Who does he think he is to say that? Asia shouted, red with fury, since she wanted the one who said that to her to be Issei, and not a demon like Diodora. Come on Asia, calm down. Zenobia calmed her down. After managing to calm Zenobia down. Well, you better get ready, classes start tomorrow. Bahamut announced, causing some to sigh and others to feel intrigued. But two of them were trying to sneak away, failing to be noticed by everyone. Where do you think you're going? They all said with creepy smiles to the two yokai who wanted to escape. Biku and Kuroka. It's just. Biku stammered. We are not good at education. Kuroka finished, praying that this answer would save them. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. Said Bahamut with a grim smile, making the dark-haired boy and the Nekomata pale. The next day. At Kuo Academy, all the students were already there and they noticed empty seats in several classrooms, indicating that there would be new classmates. In Issei's living room, everyone was waiting for the others. At that the door opened, letting the professor in. Alright class, we have new students, so please come in and introduce yourselves. And new faces came in for everyone except the supernaturals. My name is Sylvia Lotriamont. Said the blonde with an elegant air. My name is Akame Haidu. The black-haired woman introduced herself with a stoic expression. My name is Mine Haidu. Said the pink-haired girl. I'm Chelsea Haidu. Said the brunette. I'm Biku. Said the dark-haired man happily. And surprisingly for everyone, a brunette teenager with long hair tied in two pigtails and violet eyes entered, with a crucifix around her neck. My name is Irina Shidu, Issei Haidu's childhood friend. Said Issei's self-proclaimed childhood friend. While in Kiba's living room. I'm Sting. Said the blonde dragon slayer. While in the first-year classroom, right in Kaneko, Ravel and Gasper's classroom. Let me introduce myself, I'm LaFay Pendragon. The blonde magician introduced herself, but without her hat or cape. I'm Wendy M. Marvell, I hope we get along. The little blue-haired girl stammered. My name is Kataru Inugami. Said the black-haired boy, who hid his tail and ears. I'm Kuram Haidu. Said the black-haired girl. While in Rias and Sona's living room. Good morning, my name is Rebecca Randall. The orange-haired girl introduced herself. My name is Arthur Pendragon, a pleasure. Said the blonde, bowing. I'm Kuroka Taoju. Said the brunette Nekomata, who hid her ears and tail. I'm Leon Haidu. Said the blonde. My name is Navi Haidu, and I'm your algebra teacher. Said the pink-haired dragon. And with incredible timing, all the girls, except Wendy and Irina, said. And we currently live with Issei and Vali Haidu. And the halls fell into an incredible silence. That reminds me, the new PE teachers, Veronica Lotriamont and Esdith Haidu, as well as the new nurse, Najenda Haidu, also live with the Haidus. The teacher added. Vali. Am I the only one who notices a strange aura of death? Issei whispered to Vali. No. The albino answered. It was no wonder, since almost the entire student body wanted to either kill the new girls for having the privilege of living with two of the most handsome boys in the academy, the women, or they wanted to kill the black-haired boy and the albino boy for the luck of living with such beauties, the men. After that scene, classes proceeded normally. When the recess bell rang, the students surrounded the new students to ask them various questions, including asking some why they had the last name Haidu. They replied that since they did not have a surname, Issei and Vali allowed them to use theirs, although it was false. After the questions, everyone in dragon hunting went to talk to Irina about her arrival. Although they didn't go to Ria's club. Dark side of Kuo Academy. The members of dragon hunting, as well as Irina and the new members of Ria's and Sona's entourage, had their jaws on the floor when they saw what was beneath the academy. It was a very large space, as large as the entire academy grounds, where there was a gourmet area with exquisite dishes, an arcade area, a gymnastics area, etc. The whole place was filled with low and middle-class demons, a few upper-class ones, and fallen angels. And they didn't tell us about this because. Issei said, coming out of his astonishment. You already have a similar place in your house, so I didn't see the need to tell you. Sona replied. Are there even people who aren't from the academy? Vali asked, noticing that detail. Before it was only for demons who spent time in Kuo or worked around here, but since the peace was signed, we let fallen angels enter. Rias spoke this time. Then they all went to a table. I'm glad you're here, Irina. Said her former fellow exorcist Zenobia. Yes, I'm glad you could come here. Asia said happily. I promise to do my best as Michael Sama's ace. Irina said, putting her hands as if praying as a symbol appeared on the back of her hand and a halo and angel wings appeared. Ace. They all asked. The angels use the same system as the evil pieces, although the base is the casino cards. They call it Brave Saints. Said Azazel appearing with the other teachers. Even Azazel knew about this place. Issei asked, not believing that the crow would be told about this place and not him. She threatened me that my sister would come. Sona excused herself. Well. So your card is the ace. Azazel tried to divert the conversation. Yes. Michael Sama has given me the honor of being his ace. Ah, I'm so happy. Irina said while praying, which was joined by Zenobia and Asia. And so the church trio was born. Then Issei took out of a portal an incalculable number of love letters and gifts. What's that, Issei-kun? Irina asked when she saw the pile of letters. These are letters that son of a bitch Diodora sent to Asia. Issei explained angrily, accompanied by Asia. Then I burned them all, including the gifts. Dragon hunting. All dragon hunting along with the Citri entourage were celebrating the arrival of Irina as if sent from heaven. Everyone was chatting happily until. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Issei walked over and opened it, only to go wide-eyed at who was there. One was one of the Mahu and the self-proclaimed Mahu Shoho, Seraphol Leviathan. Another was the most beautiful fallen angel woman of all and a cadre, Penemu. And the last was the most beautiful and powerful female angel in heaven, the Seraph Gabriel. The curious thing is that they all wore casual clothes and carried suitcases. Seraphol-san, Penemu-san, Gabriel-san, what brings you here? The black-haired man asked. You see Issei-kun, for reasons we can't tell you, we were asked to move to Kuo as ambassadors for the 3 factions. Gabriel explained with her typical smile. And you want me to help you with your luggage? Just tell me where you'll be staying and I'll carry everything there. Issei offered, but Penemu stopped him. We appreciate the help Issei-kun, but we will move here. Said Penemu with a flirtatious smile surprising Issei. Why? I ask. This is the safest place of all. Seraphol replied very happily. Issei couldn't fight their logic, so he let them pass to settle in, but a voice caught their attention. Gabriel-sama, wait. Shouted a blonde-haired woman with blue eyes, wearing a nun's outfit similar to Asia's. Oh, sorry Griselda-chan, we forgot about you. Apologized the Seraph. Don't worry, it's no problem. Said the one now identified as Griselda. Issei-kun, this is my Queen of Hearts, Griselda Quarta. Gabriel introduced to the nun. Griselda, this is Issei Bahamut, the son of Bahamut and bearer of the boosted gear. The blonde introduced again. It's a pleasure Issei-sama. Said Griselda kneeling down. And no need for that, Griselda-san. Also don't add Sama to my name, just call me Issei. Said the black-haired man. It's okay. Said Griselda relaxing. Issei, along with the new residents of dragon hunting, entered. Everyone stopped when they noticed the people who had just entered, but only 2 were looking for a way to escape from there. Everyone listen, they are Gabriel, one of the great seraphim. Said Issei pointing to the blonde. His Queen of Hearts, Griselda Quarta. Pointing to the nun. Penemu, a cadre. Pointing to the purple-haired girl. And Seraphol Leviathan, a Mahu. Pointing to the black-haired girl with pigtails. We hope we're not causing any trouble. The 4 said, bowing. No problem, make yourself at home. Said Bahamut with a beer in hand. In that case. Sotan, come here. Seraphol shouted, going for her younger sister, who was trying to escape from there. Griselda then noticed a certain blue-haired girl. Here they were, Zenobia. Do you know how worried I was when I found out you were staying in Kuo and you didn't call me or send me a message? Griselda said to Zenobia, who was also trying to escape. Sorry Griselda Neeson, but I had no way to contact you. Zenobia excused herself, but Griselda grabbed her by the cheek. That's no excuse, I can see that there are phones here, and from what Gabriel-sama told me, you have enough money to buy a cell phone. Griselda scolded like an older sister. Issei watched with an anime style drop the interaction between Griselda and Zenobia. Issei-kun. Gabriel called him. You see. Griselda adopted Zenobia when she was a child. Since then she has taken care of her as if she were an older sister and has taught her everything about the sword. Gabriel told him. I see. He said. But then someone else showed up. Hi. Said a familiar blue-haired girl who slipped in the entrance and fell down, and curiously her luggage opened in the air and all her clothes fell on her. Prim Neeson. Said a certain purple-haired girl who sighed with an amused smile. Prim, Kasit. Shouted Issei and those who knew them. Yes, those at the door were Prim and Kasit, Veronica and Sylvia's maids. What are you doing here? Although now that I think about it, it seems strange not to see you with Veronica and Sylvia. Issei said. We had some business to take care of before coming. Kasit said as her sister got up in pain and gathered her clothes. After those unexpected appearances, the party continued. But the Prim who kept falling, Asona who ran from Seraphol and Griselda who scolded Zenobia, while the latter cried in Im style. In the end, the house grew to 4 stories, as another story was added for newcomers. A few days later. Me. I'll do the item search. Irina said cheerfully. They were currently deciding who would participate in which competition at the festival. "Issei, you have something in the asylum," Kiryu whispered to him. "Nice try, Kiryu," said Issei without falling for the deception. "Well then Asia will have to do the three-legged race with someone else," said Kiryu pointing at Asia, who was raising her hand. "I'll be Asia's partner," Issei said, raising his hand, while Kiryu laughed. Some time later. During physical education classes, the students were practicing for the festival. "I dare you, Arena," Zenobia exclaimed. "I accept," said the brunette. They both lined up and raced off, leaving a lot of smoke in their wake. "Come on, move it, guys," shouted teachers Veronica and Esdeeth, who were Tordu. "I mean training some students. Why did we get paired with the Spartans?" One student whispered to another, but unfortunately, it was audible to the teachers. Issei was somewhat apart with Asia, practicing the three-legged race, something they needed to practice since they fell every 2 seconds. Curiously, near them was Kiryu lying on the ground with multiple bumps and her eyes spiraling. While they were practicing, a certain crow made an appearance. "Issei, I have something to inform you," Azazel said to Issei. "What is it?" the black-haired man asked, getting up with Asia to practice again. "Your next opponent has been decided. It's Diodora Astardo," Azazel announced, causing Issei and Asia to fall. Some time later, dragon hunting. Everyone was watching the videos of the duels between Sarayarg and Zephyrdor and Rias against Diodora. During the first, the dark-haired man went solo against the green-haired man's entire peerage. To everyone's surprise, he easily eliminated Zephyrdor's group, even defeating the green-haired man with one blow. To top it all off, he knocked him unconscious and caused him to abandon the raiding games. In the second, things were more interesting. The Gremory group was in charge of Diodora's peerage, where the power of Kataru, Ubaluna and Sting stood out. In the end, it was a duel of kings, where, according to Azazel, Diodora had exponentially increased his demonic powers in a very short time. But to everyone's surprise again, Rias defeated Diodora by showing incredible control of the power of destruction, which pierced Astaroth's most powerful barrier. Now they knew something about the power level of Rias' pieces, as well as that she also trained and managed to control the power of destruction at that level. "It seems they didn't waste any time," Akeno said after analyzing the Gremory group. "To top it all off, most of them have experience," added Ravel. "The interesting thing is Diodora. Something tells me he got extra help with his power," said Azazel. "Are you implying the Cows Brigade has something to do with this?" Vali asked. "He didn't imply. I know," Azazel finished. A few days later. The dragon hunting group is seen arriving at the Occult Research Club. Apparently, someone had requested to see them. Upon entering they saw the Citri and Gremory group with a serious expression. They were about to ask what was going on when a magic circle appeared in the middle of the room. Curiously, it had a symbol that everyone knew. "Astaroth," said Issei very seriously. From the circle came none other than Diodora Astaroth. 5 minutes later, Issei was sitting on one of the club chairs, his peerage behind him, along with the girls from his harem. In front of him, sitting on another of the club chairs, was Diodora Astaroth, his trademark smile and eyes closed. Vali's group, Sona's group, and Ria's group left to give them some privacy to talk. But they were at the door spying to see what was happening. "I want to trade Asia Argento for one of my pieces," Diodora said, breaking the silence that had formed since she arrived. At this, Issei put on a more serious look, while his anger could be seen increasing in his brown eyes. "Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. I hear a voice in my head. These are the pieces I can." Diodora said as holograms of his servants appeared, but Issei stopped him. "Sorry, but I refuse," the black-haired man said sharply. "If that's the case, then would you be interested in one of the servants on behalf of House Astaroth?" Diodora asked, "But I refuse," Issei said again sharply. "I understand," Diodora said without losing his smile, but he had opened his eyes a little. He stood up and went to Asia and knelt down while taking her hand, while the rest prepared to kill him. "Even if fate is against us, I will continue fighting to be together, Asia," said Diodora, about to kiss Asia's hand, but was stopped by a certain black-haired man. "Don't you dare touch Asia," said Issei, releasing some of his aura. "You would let me go, I can't stand a dirty dragon touching me," said Diodora, freeing himself from Issei's grip. "Well, this dirty dragon will devour you," said Issei, releasing more of his power. "Just wait for me, Asia. We won't see each other for 5 days," said Diodora, disappearing in a transport circle. "Asia, are you okay?" Issei asked, worried that the blonde had done something to Asia. "I'm fine, Issei-san. I don't regret having saved him," said Asia, generating doubts in everyone. "He is the demon that I cured in the church and for which I was expelled. I don't regret it because I was able to meet them all, and especially Issei-san," explained Asia with her classic angelic smile. 5 days later. It was time for the raiding game against Diodora. During that time, nothing important happened except for the interview in the underworld of the young demons, which no one in dragon hunting attended because they had work to do or didn't feel like going. Now Issei's group waited for the transport circle that would take them to the battle zone. "Good luck. And crush the bastard," exclaimed Volley. "Take it for granted," Issei said, giving a thumbs up. At that the transport circle appeared and all of Issei's team was taken to the area. "Well, we better get moving," said Azazel, transporting Volley's team and the rest of Issei's harem. Battle dimension. Team Isseixharem had been transported to a dimension with Greek-style shrines. They were surprised when the start of the match wasn't announced or anything, but a few minutes later, countless demons in strange armor appeared through magic circles with peculiar symbols. The demons surrounded the dragons, but they were not fazed by anything, but a voice caught their attention. "Ha ha 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 ha." The one laughing was Diodora, who was holding Asia by one leg while she was floating. "Asia," the dragons shouted. "Issei Bahamut, I'll take Asia Argento. I'll wait for you in," Diodora said, but was stopped by a blow from Asia's heel, which forced him to let go of her. The blonde landed elegantly on the ground. "It seems like he's still resisting, but it doesn't matter. As soon as I finish off the Red Dragon Emperor he'll lose hope," said Diodora as he disappeared. "See you at the top," was the last thing he said before disappearing. "Okay, get ready for," Issei said, but was stopped by someone. "Kaya," Akeno shouted as she felt someone lift the skirt of her priestess outfit. It was none other than Auden, who had a perverted smile. But he stopped what he was doing when he felt a frightening aura coming from the rest of the group. "Sorry, I couldn't resist." "Listen carefully," Azazel said, "the raiding game is cancelled and you have to leave the dimension. Apparently, the Cows Brigade has launched an invasion." Auden said seriously. "Don't even dream about it, that guy will have to deal with a furious dragon," said Issei while Auden sighed. "Azazel already knew you would say that, which is why he entrusted you with stopping Diodora, so go," said Auden as he stepped forward and Issei's team went to look for the blonde. "Come and get me, demons, taking my head will increase your prestige," shouted Auden, causing the demons to throw multiple spells at him. "Come Gunder." And the space next to him distorted, a strange-looking spear appearing. But the simple movement, the spear wiped out 30% of the invading demons, while Auden prepared to confront his enemies. While Issei and his group were climbing a staircase toward the Greek shrine, they spoke with Azazel, who apologized because he almost kidnapped Asia, although they eventually forgave him. He also informed them that the expulsion of the pieces had been deactivated. "Alright. Let's get this over with," Issei said seriously alongside his group. "Kill him. Unleash the true power of the Red Emperor Dragon. Destroy everything," said several voices in the black-haired man's head. Chapter 20. The Fury of the Golden Dragon. Pocket size. Issei's entourage can be seen running up a marble staircase to the Greek temple where they thought Diodora was located. During the journey, Issei heard the voices of them telling him to destroy everything. Upon arriving at the temple, they neither saw nor felt Diodora's presence. "I'm glad you came." The blonde's voice was heard. "Diodora," Issei shouted. "I want to play a game. Since the raiding game was cancelled, we're going to make a substitute. Each player will send the pieces they want so they can face each other in a duel. If they win, they move on to the next level and repeat the procedure, all until they reach the end where we'll face each other. Of course, you can't use the same piece twice," Diodora explained, just like a certain doll who likes death games. Issei just sighed, they would get to him and kill him anyway, so doing this wouldn't affect them. "Okay, we accept." "That's great. I sent my 8 pawns and my 2 rooks. By the way, all my pawns promoted to queen, so that's 8 queens to face. See you, Issei Bahamut, I can't wait to kill you in front of Asia." And with that the transmission was cut while some magic circles appeared. 10 women emerged from the magic circles, whom they recognized as Diodora's pawns and rooks. They also noticed that their power was higher than in the fight against Rias. "Okay, who's going?" Issei asked. "I'm going," said Kaneko and Zenobia, but the latter was clearly angry about what happened when they arrived at the pocket dimension. The 2 towers charged at Kaneko as she entered her Nekomata mode and fought with them. While the 8 pawns rushed at Zenobia, she dodged them in time. She launched several waves of sacred power, but the pawns easily dodged them. "Shit," Zenobia exclaimed furiously. "Why can't I communicate with Durandal?" "What's wrong, Zenobia?" asked her king. "The thing is, I can't communicate with Durandal," Zenobia confessed, frustrated. "What?" they all exclaimed. "You see, Issei, when a wielder can communicate with his sword, it can unleash its full potential, although there have been cases where it is not necessary. But Durichan's vague one has not spoken to any wielder since it was first wielded," said Ascalon, surprising the black-haired man. "Zenobia, Ascalon says that Durandal hasn't spoken to any wielder since it was first wielded," Issei confessed to Zenobia. "But even so, I said horrible things to Asia when we first met, but then she agreed to become my friend. If she hadn't freed herself, now she would. Zenobia said helplessly. I'm one of the weakest in the group and I don't want to lose my best friend, so Durandal, listen to my voice. Zenobia shouted, lifting Durandal up as a powerful sacred glow was released. Wow. So you're my current wielder. You've got style if we start talking in the middle of a fight, but I'll lend you my power. So tear everything to pieces. The one who spoke was none other than Durandal, who exponentially increased the sacred power of the sword, to which was added Zenovia's dragonic power. Thank you Durandal. Take this, dragonic heavenly slash. And lowering the sword, Zenobia created a very powerful energy slash that went straight to the pawns and rooks. Kaneko dodged the attack to avoid being damaged by it, leaving the towers at the mercy of such a destructive attack. When the attack hit, an explosion was created that completely destroyed the temple and raised a huge curtain of smoke. When the storm cleared, there were no traces of Diodora's peerage left. Or the temple. And he apparently also exterminated a good number of demons belonging to the old Mao faction that were surrounding the temple. Did I go too far? Zenobia asked in a normal tone, while the others were getting an I'm-style drops. I don't think so, Durandal answered. After that, they advanced to the next temple, where they met the bishops and the queen. I'll take care of them. Akeno said, taking a step forward. For a few minutes, Diodora's queen and Akeno had a magical duel, but the queen regained demonic power with the help of the other bishops. She cast a powerful spell, which Akeno stopped with a magic shield. Ai senpai, come on. Kaneko whispered to her king. She whispered in his ear the plan she had devised to make Akeno give 100% of herself, although it made Issei blush a little. Hey Akeno. Issei called his pawn. Why yes. She said without dispelling the protection circle. If you finish them off. We'll have a date on Sunday. Said Issei, somewhat red-faced for saying that at a time like that. See, I told you it wouldn't work. He whispered to Kaneko, but she gestured for him to wait. Wait. What? He shouted, seeing Akeno's power shoot up and a pair of fallen end dragon wings appearing on her back. Phew. A date with Ice-kun. Said Akeno very happily as her power continued to rise. Forgive me, but you will have to die, Kirin. She said without removing her smile. A powerful lightning bolt with an oriental shape combined with sacred power struck the demons, disintegrating them. Destroying that temple as well as more stray demons. I think I understand why they limited us in the raiding games. Kiba said with an anime-style drop of sweat, seeing the destruction caused by just 2 pieces. Somewhere in the underworld. A battle could be seen between the forces of the old Mao against the VIPs who were watching the match. Volley's team easily eliminated all enemies. Although they had to be careful not to overdo the attack and hurt their allies. Irina and Cassie also helped to decimate the enemy forces, using attacks of holy power or Nordic light magic. Azazel eliminated a demon by impaling a spear of light through its chest. But then he felt an extremely powerful presence. Looking up, I spot a small girl with thigh-length jet black hair and grey eyes. She was wearing a white gothic dress with black trim. Well. So the boss of the brigade made an appearance. Said Azazel, somewhat nervous about the girl's presence. However, she said nothing. I was wondering, why did you create this terrorist group? Don't tell me because you were bored. Obviously Azazel already knew, being one of the very few beings who knew the true identity of Issei's black-haired fiancé, the answer, but he wanted to know if this little girl created from Office's power had the same motive or not. But she still didn't respond. Then he opens a portal and leaves the same way he came. Without saying a word. This can't be good. Azazel told himself, then returned to exterminating enemy demons. In the distance, Tannen could be seen setting more demons on fire. Back with Issei. The group arrived at the last temple, where they would have to face Diodora's knights, right? Upon arriving, Kaneko used her Nekomata ears to track the knights, but I don't feel the presence of the rest of Diodora's peerage. But I feel a very familiar presence. Kaneko pointed out when from the shadows a person very familiar to Issei, Asia, Akeno, Kiba and Kaneko appeared. Hello fucking demons. The one who had appeared was none other than Fried, the demented exorcist. Fried. Issei said, angry at the presence. It's good to see you again, Issei-kun. They told me you're not a demon, but I still have to get revenge for what they did to me. Fried exclaimed with his typical crazy smile. What are you doing here? And where are Diodora's knights? Issei asked, but noticed Fried chewing on something. Let's just say they're unwell. He said, before spitting out what he was chewing, which turned out to be a finger, something that horrified more than one person. What the fuck? Issei asked, very upset. That guy stopped being human. Kaneko pointed out, covering her nose. Fried began to mutate. His skin turned dark, his left arm grew enormously, his teeth became sharp, his mouth became deformed, wings grew out of his back, and his left eye became reptilian and increased in size. After that son of a bitch volley took me to Grigori, Azazel fired me. But I was rescued by the Cows Brigade and they did experiments on me to increase my power. The result, now I'm a chimera. Even his voice changed, as it was now distorted. He became uglier than he was. Drake pointed out amusedly while Ascalon laughed. But you should know something. That Diodora kid has one of the weirdest and most incredible fetishes I've ever seen. Fried said. What do you mean? Issei asked. That boy has a fetish for nuns. He declared, leaving everyone surprised and Issei whose anger increased. He enjoys it when he makes them fall and comes before him and rapes them. What's more, all the girls of his peerage and those he has in his house are ex-nuns. Fried had a face of complete madness and happiness. Issei and surprisingly Asia were increasing their power in a clear sign of anger. One day he saw a holy maiden who had been told of her powers and he thought, if I can make them see her healing me, they'll expel her and I'll appear before her as a savior. What does a scar matter if I can have her? The chimera recounted. Issei and Asia's aura had increased even further. Adding to this was the aura of the rest of Issei's team, who were exploding with fury upon hearing what Diodora had planned for Asia, especially Zenobia. But it was Kiba who stepped forward. Issei-kun, save your anger for Diodora, I'll take care of him. Said Kiba as the others stepped aside. Oh, but he's the pretty boy. Thanks to you I had this remodeling, now I'm more powerful. Plus I ate the knights, so I'm much faster and more powerful than before. Now I'm the truly great Fried Sama. The deformed man exclaimed with an air of grandeur. But Kiba disappeared and appeared behind Fried in a burst of speed. Curiously, he had drawn and sheathed his sword. To Fried's surprise, as he sheathed his sword, it began to crumble into multiple cuts, with only the head remaining intact. Ahahaha, it seems I couldn't face you, but they won't be able to defeat Diodora, since he ate an office snake, nor those above him. Said what was left of Fried but was silenced by Kiba, who stabbed him with his sword. You can keep howling at the Grim Reaper in hell. Kiba said, sheathing his sword. Though everyone thought that was a brilliant line. Let's continue. Issei ordered very angrily. They walked to the end of the sanctuary, which was a huge chamber with pillars supporting it and a throne at the end. The strange thing was a device attached to the wall. It was made of metal and inlaid with stones, as well as strange letters and words. It seems they got my pieces. The one who said that was Diodora, who was sitting on the throne. What's that? Issei asked as calmly as he could. This is a device created by the Longinus Dimension Lost, a Longinus that can create a barrier-type fog that can either trap someone in another space or lock many people in a pocket dimension. In its balance breaker state, it creates all kinds of barrier devices. This one in particular reverses the power of whoever is linked to it. I think it is not necessary to tell you who I plan to use it with and what its range would be. Explained Diodora with a psychopathic smile. Everyone tensed up as they analyzed the machine's purpose, which could be none other than to use Asia's sacred gear in reverse to kill the leaders. You must kill him. Recite the chant. Destroy everything. Was what the voices said. Issei was about to unleash the fury he had been pent up ever since he saw that guy, but someone stopped him. Issei-san, let me take care of him. The one who spoke was Asia, who showed fury in her eyes. The blonde began to advance towards Diodora while reciting a chant. Well. But if it's Asia. It doesn't matter, I'll beat you first and force you to watch as I kill all your friends, especially that filthy dragon. Said the blonde with arrogance and contempt. Issei Bahamut. Called the black-haired man. Is Asia still a virgin? I wouldn't like it to be something used by a disgusting dragon, although it would be interesting to rape her while she screams your name. Said the blonde demon in a sickly way. Issei was about to lunge at him, but stopped when he saw Asia open the dragon gate and an enraged Fafnir came out. He didn't know exactly why his Asia Tan was furious, but he didn't need to be. Just seeing her furious was enough to make him furious too. However, he did not rush at Diodora as he began to glow in a golden aura along with Asia. Twilight Healing Balance Breaker Twilight Saint Affection. And to everyone's surprise, Asia and Fafnir combined. As the light disappeared, Asia could be seen wearing armor similar to scale mail but designed for women, in addition to being golden, with red gems, and her hands had golden claws, in addition to the twilight healing rings. Ha, that's amazing, Asia. You reached balance breaker, but I also increased my power, thanks to Office's snake. Now I have the power of. Diodora said laughing like crazy, but he was silenced by Asia. She had appeared in front of Diodora and delivered a powerful hook to the demon's stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Then he grabbed him by the neck and threw him against one of the columns in the place. She reappeared in front of him and delivered an upward kick that lifted him into the air. But the blonde appeared above the demon and delivered a hammer blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Diodora recovered in pain and created a barrier to protect himself, but... Golden Giant Claw. and the claws on Asia's right arm increased in size. The blonde plummeted, her claws colliding with the barrier, but the latter succumbed to the force of the attack. But Asia's attack didn't stop there. She even tore off Daidora's left arm, leaving a bone sticking out in that area. I am possible, how can I lose to a dragon if my power increased? I should overcome a newly obtained balance breaker. Said Diodora, very scared while he stopped the bleeding from his arm and stepped back in fear. Asia began to walk again, but at a slow pace, towards the demon. Take this. He shouted in desperation, firing a large number of spheres of concentrated demonic power directly at Asia. The attack hit Asia, generating a powerful explosion and raising a smokescreen. Well, I hope I didn't hurt her too much. Now too. Said Diodora, very sure that he defeated Asia, but his smile of victory turned into a grimace of terror when he saw the smoke disappear. There was Asia, without a scratch, but she had a golden barrier protecting her. Fafnir is not the most powerful dragon king, but he has enormous strength and one of the most powerful defenses. Drake clarified for everyone. Asia continued walking towards Diodora, whom she grabbed by the neck and lifted up. He then punched him very hard in the face, but since he was held by the neck, he didn't fly into a wall. After disfiguring his face, Asia let go and gave him a gentle smile. Maybe too gentle. Diodora thought it was over, but his human instincts told him to get out of there. The next thing he knew, he understood why. Big golden kick. Asia set and her left leg increased in hardness, while claws came out. This sent the powerful kick straight to Diodora's balls. Something could be heard exploding as a very powerful shock wave created a crater beneath the two blondes and the ceiling exploded. That had to hurt. Fucking phantom pain. All the men mentally screamed as they saw that very, very painful scene. Diodora's eyes were so wide open they seemed like they were going to pop out of their sockets. He covered the affected area with his one hand, but Asia grabbed it and mercilessly ripped it off. Aye. Diodora screamed in pain at the man who had been stripped of his only arm. This time, no bones remained. The demon backed away in pure fear as Asia spoke. You know, Diodora. Her voice was emotionless. Actually, I don't hate you for what you did to me. Because thanks to that, I was able to meet Issei-san, Tiamat Onison, and the others. Asia confessed. So? The demon asked, hoping she'd let him live. Although he probably wouldn't live for long. However, as a former holy maiden, I cannot forgive what you did to those nuns faithful to the word of God. But above all, I cannot let you live after you said you were trying to kill Issei-san. She said, retracting her fist and charging a lot of power, which terrified Diodora too much. No. Oh wait. The demon begged, but it was too late. Golden King strike. And I unleash all that power on Diodora. This generated a powerful explosion that destroyed what remained of the temple, although curiously the device created by Dimension Lost remained intact. Now where Diodora used to be, there was nothing left but a mangled body, with bones sticking out of various parts of the body and an unrecognizable face. Asia deactivated her newly acquired balance breaker and headed towards the group. Upon arrival, everyone congratulated her on the state she'd left that idiot Diodora in. The blonde was a little embarrassed. After that, they went to the basement of the dimension, since Azazel told them that the lost dimension prevented them from opening portals, so they opted for the one that was downstairs and was not affected. Somewhere in the underworld. Issei's team arrived at what was once the battlefield where Vali and the others were fighting. And I say was because now it was a plain full of corpses and dismembered bodies, as well as rivers of blood. They flew a little until they found the rest, who were resting in a place without bodies or blood. We're here. Issei said to the others. I see you finished off Diodora. How did he look? Azazel asked so Issei could show him a picture of how Diodora looked. Wow, you really went all out, Issei. Azazel said, impressed, along with the rest. Actually, Asia did it in balance breaker. Said Issei, leaving everyone more than surprised. Then they saw Asia, who had an innocent smile, which sent chills down the spines of the others, especially the men. Reminder, don't make her angry. Thought those who didn't see the massacre. In fact, I have a video of what happened here. Akeno said, taking out a camera from God knows where she had it, although I'm sure the men know where she had it. He showed the video, where during the kick, all the men felt a phantom pain. Mama Asia is scary. Said Echo in Bahamut's arms, to which the rest nodded. At that, a portal opened in the sky, but the funny thing is that it was huge. Someone came out of it who surprised most, but infuriated Office. It's that son of a bitch Great Red. Yes, the one who came out of the portal was none other than Great Red, the dragon god of dreams, and the one who spent his time wandering around the dimensional rift. Come on, Issei. We have to kick his ass. Office shouted, trying to go against Great Red, but someone stops her. Office, calm down. Said Issei, hugging her and stroking her hair to make her relax, which worked. Great Red didn't stay long, as he opened another portal and returned to the dimensional rift. You know, there's something that's bothering me. Isseixharem said to everyone. What thing? Tiamat asked. I find it strange that the old Mao faction leaders didn't attack us, knowing how impulsive they are. Isseixharem commented. It's true. Eteria launched herself at us, confident that she could destroy us. Azazel pointed out, remembering that day. But he left as soon as he saw Issei's battle against Volley. Maybe they knew they were here, so they preferred not to risk dying uselessly. Isseixharem explained, while everyone nodded thoughtfully. Everyone was about to leave, but Asia pulled Issei away from the rest. What's wrong, eh? The black-haired man was surprised to see Asia kissing him, but that kiss was full of love. The blonde pulled away and looked at him with a blush and a cute smile. Issei-san, I've always loved you. Ever since you became my first friend, you earned a place in my heart. Then we did missions together and you took care of me a lot, transforming my feelings into love that I decided to accept when I became your bishop. The blonde confessed to a surprised black-haired man. I know that you already have Tiamat-sensei and Office and his fiancés, but I don't mind being third in line to get married. And she kissed the black-haired man again, who reciprocated the blonde's feelings and the kiss. Both of them rose into the sky as the others watched, waiting to see what they would do. The two separated and released trails of red, black, and gold energy, performing the dragon dance. The others watched the scene in fascination, at least those who didn't know how it was done. Those who did only smiled. When they finished, they went back down, kissing. In the sky, there was now a drawing of a red-black dragon covering a golden one with its wings, both of them looking at each other and joining their mouths. Issei took advantage of the opportunity to seal the drawing in the gem of the rosary that Asia always wears with her nun outfit, since she feels much more comfortable that way. Issei and Asia separated due to lack of air. A small glimmer could be seen in both of their eyes. Before a portal swallowed them up and took them to who knows where. What just happened? Zenobia asked because her best friend and secret crush had just left without them. I think they got in sync. Bahamut said with a smile, which was reciprocated by Tiamat, Office, Volley and Lori, which caused confusion in the others. Dragon hunting. Issei and Asia appeared in the black-haired boy's room. The blonde picked up the black-haired boy and threw him onto the bed. Issei watched as Asia approached him, like a hunter to his prey, with eyes filled with desire. Issei-san. Even his voice was full of lust. Asia kissed Issei, more deeper. Meanwhile, in boosted gear, Drake and Ascalon, unable to stand the sight of the two dragons, decided to vent their anger on each other. It's a bit odd, considering one is a dragon, and the other is a dragon slayer sword. The next morning. Issei and Asia were starting to get up, both with a big smile, although Asia looked radiant. Issei-san. Asia spoke with the same voice as last night. How about we have some morning action? She suggested, very eager, she almost looked like a blonde version of Ikeno. But before she could do anything, two hands grabbed Asia's head tightly. It was Zenobia and Irina. One looked at the blonde with a gloomy expression, Zenobia, and the other covered her blushing gaze, struggling not to see Issei naked and fall, Irina. Asia's face was blue, and she mechanically turned her head to meet her future tormentors. Zenobia-san, Irina-san. Asia was sweating like a false witness. Let's talk. They said in a voice from beyond the grave, freezing Asia's blood. Issei could see how the angel and the blue-haired swordswoman held Asia by the head and dragged her, while she did everything to try to escape. Then he went down to meet up with all of Dragon Hunting plus Azazel and Angela, although the latter were reviewing an investigation. Issei, do you know why there are screams coming from that room? Volley pointed to a room with a black door. A room that Najenda, Esdeath and Ikeno visited regularly. Zenobia and Irina took Asia there. Issei said, and mysteriously Esdeath, Ikeno and Najenda disappeared, leaving a cluster of smoke with their forms. Then they saw a black-haired woman enter the aforementioned room. Poor Asia. Thought several girls who knew what was in that room. By the way. Volley whispered so only Issei could hear him. Have you heard them? He asked, visibly nervous. Yes. They are getting stronger. Said Issei, very worried. We have to find a way to stop them, or else they'll overpower us. Volley said seriously, but there was also concern on his face. The day went on as normal, except for the fact that Asia's screams could be heard coming from the room. In the end, she left the room very upset, but with minor scratches. Which was odd considering the screams they heard. What happened, Asia? Tiamat asked worriedly. They made me watch the entire Twilight Saga on DVD, including a 3-hour segment that comes with director's commentary. Asia said, very upset. They really are sick. Said Tiamat as she saw Zenobia, Irina, Najenda, Ikeno and Esdeath leave happy as if they had enjoyed the torture. The next day. Everyone come. I have something that Isseixharem, Azazel and Michael sent me. Said Bahamut as they all arrived at the living room where they would watch whatever they were sent. The only thing there was silence, no one moved a muscle because of how strange they saw it. I liked it. Said Lefay, Ravel and Kaneko. It's interesting, even there are characters based on us. Exclaimed Zenobia, reviewing a paper where the characters appeared. Bahamut laughed as he rolled on the floor holding his stomach. What was that? However, a powerful thirst for blood was felt in the place. Everyone turned to see the dragon twins, who were strongly emitting their auras, and everything began to shake. They opened a portal next to it and entered it, going to hunt down certain sons of bitches. Let's hope they don't kill the leaders. If not, then we'll have problems. Tiamat explained, somewhat nervously, along with the rest. Meeting room. In a meeting room, the 3 leaders of the biblical factions could be seen looking somewhat nervous. How do you think they'll take it? Serziches asked, very nervous. I don't think they'll take it badly. Said Azazel, unconcerned. Poor idiot. The living room door flew out, slamming into the opposite wall. The leaders looked frightened as 2 suits of armor, one red and one silver, stared at them with hunter's eyes. All right. Run. Azazel shouted as he ran away with the other 2 from an enraged Issei and Vali. In the end, the series was designed to attract the attention of young demons and children, to see if they could increase the rating of the matches. But in the end, after a simple conversation, it was decided that the series would be cancelled. However, unknown location. In a strange place, 3 silhouettes could be seen, 2 men and a woman, talking. It seems that the children of Bahamut are very powerful. It would be very difficult for us to defeat him, and those chances disappear if he activates the Juggernaut drive. One of them spoke. That's why we'll have to ally ourselves with him. The woman suggested. That's right. Get in touch with him and have them prepare the 2.0 snakes. Said the last one, giving a creepy smile along with the other 2. Chapter 21. The arrival of the Norse gods and new familiars. Abandoned warehouse. It's been a few days since the Kuo Sports Festival. The dragon hunting group was inside this abandoned warehouse. Recently the city, more specifically the Manasitri and Gremory groups, received attacks from the other faction of the Cows Brigade, the hero faction, a faction supposedly composed of descendants or reincarnations of legendary heroes or carriers of sacred gear. In themselves, they were not a problem, since they were instantly defeated and taken to the underworld for interrogation, but they lost their memory as a mechanism to prevent information from leaking. But back to the present, in front of the group was a black-haired man wearing a coat of the same color. It was about time. Said the man. The brigade, I assume. Issei commented. Exactly, dragon, and our goal is to kill the supernatural beings in the city and free it. Said the man, looking arrogantly at the group. 2 more appeared next to the man, one wearing sunglasses and the other in traditional Chinese clothing. Several humanoid creatures also appeared. Finish them off. Issei and Vali ordered as everyone got into combat stance. The man in the coat threw white flame at the dragons, to which it did nothing. Take this. Dragon shoot. Scarlet shouted, firing the torrent of energy. But the man with glasses faced the attack. The dragons were surprised when a shadow swallowed the attack and disappeared. Kiba was about to attack him, but a shadow to his right. Kiba, dodge it. Shouted the black-haired man. Kiba jumped to dodge the attack Scarlet had launched earlier. So your sacred gear absorbs and returns attacks. Kiba analyzed. The man in the traditional suit created an arc of light and shot it at the dragons, but the only ones it would have even the slightest effect on were Albedo and Ravel. They all easily removed the arrows. You know that doesn't affect us, right? Vali said mockingly. Mine and Akeno launched an energy shot, but a shadow absorbed them, and they were directed at Kaneko and Kuroka, but… Divide. Vali divided the power of the attack, and it became nothing more than a breeze. Gasper, did you get anything? Kiba asked the damper in the rear. Yes, Kiba-senpai. The fire sacred gear is flame shake, the defensive one is night reflection, and the light one is staring blue. Gasper reported, using an Azazel brand device to investigate. Alright, listen up. Issei called to everyone. Albedo and Karumi take care of the shadow one, Scarlet and Ravel take care of the fire one, Veronica and Sylvia take care of the one with Larko and the rest of the minions. Issei ordered and everyone nodded. Ravel and Scarlet launched flames at the flame shake user, who could only dodge as best he could, although he was burned in many places. Sylvia and Veronica quickly approached the bow user. The younger blonde tried to cut off the man's legs, but he jumped, but she didn't expect Veronica to land a more powerful blow and slam him into the wall, shattering the bow. Karumi fired a burst of elemental bullets, but they were absorbed by the shadow. The bullets flew in Albedo's direction, but she destroyed them. Albedo, fire a blast of power at the shadow. Issei ordered and Albedo did so without denying. Karumi, when she's inside, shoot her with explosive bullets. He ordered again. While Albedo's power was inside the shadow, Karumi fired. An explosion occurred inside the shadow, damaging the shadow user. Apparently it can change the direction but not the impact. Issei analyzed. But they had to dodge arrows again, this time they came through a shadow. It seems there is someone outside. Let's go Kaneko. Said Zenobia, and Kaneko in her Nekomata mode nodded. 5 minutes later, the strange creatures standing next to the man in the coat disappeared. But before they could take those they had captured, the shadow user screamed and a darkness began to take over his body. But a magic circle appeared and disappeared. A minute later, Zenobia and Kaneko came in and brought the goalkeeper from outside. It was nothing. Said Zenobia, somewhat annoyed. It would be best to take them to the underworld. Tiamat said, activating a magic circle and transporting the survivors to the underworld for interrogation. I wonder why they sent such weaklings. Iku wondered. It's a theory, but maybe it's so they can increase their power. Arthur deduced, gaining everyone's attention. It's possible they sent them here so that when we fight them they'll reach the balance breaker. The blonde explained his point of view. That makes sense. There are 2 ways to reach balance breaker. Either through an emotional outburst or by facing someone very strong. In their case, they must have opted for the latter, and they brought them here so someone could achieve it. Tiamat offered her opinion. But why do they look so messed up? Issei asked. Maybe they don't care who reaches balance breaker, they don't even care about sacrificing innocent lives. Said Kurumi. A minute later, they opened a portal and left. Dragon hunting. The group arrived home and found Bahamut, Gabriel, and Echo in his arms, along with Penemu and Seraphol. They were all sitting in front of the television with food and drinks. What are you doing? Issei asked curiously. Twins Dragons is about to begin. Shouted Echo happily. Immediately, all the dragon hunting women went to the couches and settled in. This got the men into anime-style fits, except for Gasper, who went with the girls. Twins Dragons is a program created by Surziches, as is Alen Michael, after being hunted by Issei and Bali, to generate higher rankings. The show is based on 2 twin dragons who are separated at birth, and after many years they meet again, although they belong to 2 different sides. It's worth mentioning that the series' earnings go into the bank accounts of Issei and Bali, as well as every girl who appears in the series. Needless to say, the kids and teens in the underworld and other parts of the world in factions loved it, as did the females in dragon hunting. At that, Tiamat sees something curious about Akeno. Akeno, why are you so happy? And the thing was, Akeno had been smiling since dawn. Yufufufu, tomorrow is my date with Issei-kun. Said Akeno, remembering the promise. You'd think the girls would get angry or jealous, but none of them said anything as they wished Akeno luck. The next day, Issei stood in front of the temple where Akeno lived. He was wearing a beige long-sleeved shirt under a white jacket, blue jeans, and white sneakers. I hope everything goes well. Issei said to himself. Relax, you've already had 2 others and everything turned out great. Drake encouraged his carrier. Although it is most likely that they will both end up in bed, said Ascalon, amused, making Issei blush a little. Why don't you 2 go have fun together? Issei asked amusedly, surprising his tenants. Don't think I don't know what you did. But how did you do it if one is a dragon and the other a dragon slayer? Issei said, very amused, embarrassing Drake and Ascalon. A few minutes later, Akeno arrived. She was wearing a simple purple dress that reached her thighs. Let's go Ice-kun. Said Akeno very happily while pulling Issei. In the distance, Tiamat, Office and Asia were watching to make sure no one interrupted the meeting. Akeno and Issei's date was very normal. First they went to some games, where Issei and Akeno played billiards. Afterwards they went to the aquarium, where they became so hungry that they debated whether to eat the fish or not. Afterwards they went to an outdoor restaurant, where they both ate pizza. Afterward, they went for a walk while eating a crepe together. Issei bought Akeno a golden bracelet with black wings on either side of the middle gem. It must be said that the security guards enjoyed watching the 2 lovebirds. By the afternoon they arrived at one of Kuo's parks, where Akeno stood in front of Issei. I really enjoyed the date, Ice-kun. There are few times when I can stop being the elegant one, Isama. Said Akeno as she looked at the fountain in front of them. Now you don't have to keep pretending. You can always be yourself. Said Issei while hugging her from behind and putting his chin on her shoulder. It's true. Added Akeno with a small laugh. Ice. You. Said Akeno, bringing her lips closer to Issei's, who repeated the same thing. The spectators, Tiamat, Office, and Asia, watched excitedly as they were about to perform the dragon dance. But there was a problem. They stopped watching. And since fate, or Chichigami, sometimes just wants to screw a couple, well. Don't you think you should go somewhere more private for that, young dragons? Said an old man with a ridiculously long beard, a monocle, and a Hawaiian shirt. The tenants laughed at the luck of their carrier. The 2 young men stopped just 2 centimeters away. Issei, somewhat embarrassed, turned to face the old man. What are you doing here, Auden? The dragon asked. Your father didn't tell you. Auden commented while Issei facepalmed and Akeno had her eyes covered by her hair. Auden, don't know, wait for us. said a dark-skinned man with a beard and a formal suit, followed by a brown-haired woman also in a formal suit. They were going very slowly, and besides, you don't get to see the dragon dance every day. Auden excused himself. The brunette looked at Issei very seriously. What can I do for you? Issei asked politely, ignoring Akeno who had a lightning aura. I am Baraquiel, Ake's father. Baraquiel said but stopped when he felt a very powerful murderous instinct, which curiously only affected him and Auden. How dare you interrupt my date with Ice-kun? Akeno shouted furiously, accidentally electrocuting Auden and Baraquiel, along with the Valkyrie escort. Dragon hunting. Ha 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 ha. Azazel and Bahamut laughed when they saw that Issei and a very angry Akeno brought the three guests, singed. What happened to them? Azazel asked, laughing. Cough cough, it seems I interrupted their dragon dance. Said Auden pointing at Issei and Akeno. And what are you doing here? Vali asked. I came to make peace with the Japanese deities, and they are my escorts. Auden explained, pointing to Baraquiel and Cassie. Akeno had been frowning since the park, more specifically with Baraquiel. Let's just hope you don't bring Ragnarok with you. Azazel pointed out, amused. I won't deny that many in Asgard refused to let me promote peace with other factions, but I've already expressed my opinion and the need for this peace to them, so I think they won't intervene. Added Auden. By the way, I heard that they have a problem with the heroes. That's right. Apparently, they're sending sacred gear wielders along with some humanoid beings to confront us, as long as they get their hands on Balance Breaker. Someone wants to use the easiest, most dangerous, and quickest method, which is to confront powerful beings. Issei reported. Okay, but do you want to go somewhere, old man? Azazel asked, and Auden had a perverted smile. I want to go to an op-eye bar. The old man said loudly. That's the way to talk, old man. Welcome to Japan, if you want, you can untie the obi on your kimono. We're going to a bar some of my subordinates opened. The raven shouted, taking Auden with him. You know what you're doing. He said, amused, but. Azazel. A female voice called. You promised me you would help me with the investigation. Angela said with those dreaded puppy dog eyes. Azazel was having an internal debate. Go partying with Auden, or help this beautiful woman who has complete faith in him. Well, Auden, I think you'll have to go alone, since I promised to help her. Azazel excused himself with a noticeable blush. Although one would think Auden would be saddened by this, he actually smirked at the raven's actions. If such a woman asks you, there is no way to refuse. Said Auden. Well, I think I'll go alone. And he left the place. Oh Auden-sama. Cassie shouted, but he ignored her. Ross put a hand on her shoulder and comforted her, since she had experienced the same thing as the poor brown-haired Valkyrie. A while later everyone went to sleep, but Issei went to get something to drink when he heard a conversation. Akeno, what does it mean that you live with the Sekiruyute? Baraquiel asked his daughter. It's my life and I decide what to do with it. Akeno replied coldly. I'm worried, since I heard rumors that he's a heartless man who kills anyone. Said Baraquiel very worried, he sounded like a father now. How did those rumors start, even though they're half true? Thought the black-haired man. Don't say that. Ice-kun may be someone addicted to battles, and he may kill too. But he doesn't do it without a good reason, and he's also very good to me. Said Akeno, turning her head so as not to see her father. But when she turned it, she found her king. Ice-kun. How much did you hear? Akeno asked worriedly. You. Baraquiel said angrily. So you're also eavesdropping, I'll have to. He said as he approached Issei preparing a light attack. Issei was about to fight him, but Akeno got in the way. Enough. The brunette shouted. You can't decide anything for me. You're not my father. She continued, very angry. Baraquiel felt his heart break upon hearing that, something that did not go unnoticed by Issei. Baraquiel simply left the building. Ake. Issei said but stopped when Akeno hugged him tightly. Just. Don't say anything. Let me be like this for a while. Akeno said and Issei could only hug her. A few days later. There were the groups of Issei, Vali and Gremory escorting Auden to his meeting with the Japanese deities. They rode in a golden carriage pulled by white horses with flaming legs. Inside were Auden, Cassie, Azazel, Issei, Vali and Rias. Did the meeting really get delayed just because she got lost in so many boot bars? Rias asked incredulously. Sorry. Said the Norse god. Everything was going well, until something caused the horses to stop. A terrorist attack? Issei asked. No, it's something worse. Said Azazel as he left with the rest. Outside they saw one of the horses bleeding and lying on the ground, while those outside were getting into a fighting stance. Above them, there was a man with very long, light blue hair, floating in the air, wearing clothes similar to Auden's. Who is this? Vali asked. Loki. Azazel said. Loki don't know, what brings you here? Azazel asked. Governor of the fallen angels, I have come to prevent my old man from making peace with such detestable factions," said Loki in an arrogant and haughty manner. "You're quite arrogant to speak, Loki," hissed Azazel, increasing his aura. "So you're here to prevent peace. You can't talk about peace when your religion entered our domains and spread the Bible," Loki exclaimed. "Go complain to Michael," Azazel excused. "However, it's a problem that the Norse god is trading information about Yggdrasil. We won't be able to achieve Ragnarok that way," Loki declared. "Let me ask you something. Are you connected to the Cows Brigade?" Azazel asked, pointing a finger at him. "Maybe yes or maybe not," said Loki, downplaying it. At that, Odin and Cassie get out of the carriage. "Odin, are you still going to try to do something outside the Norse world?" Loki asked. "Yes," he replied. "Talking to Sirzich or Michael is 1,000 times more interesting than talking to you. Besides, I want to learn more about Japanese Shinto, and it seems they're interested in Yggdrasil. Once we make peace, I'm thinking of exchanging our culture by sending messengers to each other." "What a stupid way to act. Let's decide who deserves to be the leader of the Nordic faction," Loki declared with a smirk. Then he creates several magic circles with Nordic equations and shoots several torrents of energy. The groups present dodge or deflect them as Vali and Issei quickly approach Loki. The twins are about to connect a double hook to the Norse god, but he jumps back and dodges them. "Wait, I have a gift for the two celestial dragons." And from his robe came a dimensional fissure that brought something very dangerous. What appeared was a large gray-furred wolf that gave a mighty howl as it appeared. That howl sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. The wolf looked at both dragons and pounced on them. "Don't let him bite or scratch you," Azazel shouted in fear. Issei and Vali managed to dodge the wolf's attack and repositioned themselves with the rest. "What is that dog?" Vali asked. "That's Fafnir, the creature that ranks number 10 in the top of the most powerful beings, since its fangs and claws can pierce any defense and even kill a god," Azazel warned, surprising everyone. "Don't fuck with me," was what came out of Issei's lips. Fafnir looked at them all like a snack. "It will be good for my son to taste foreign blood, although I don't know if his ability works with non-Norse gods, but it's worth a try," argued Loki. "Go on, devour my enemies." And with that order, Fafnir pounced on everyone again. Meteors of ruin. Rias said as she fired a quick burst of spheres with power of destruction. "Holy dragon roar," said Sting to fire a laser from his mouth. "Dragon shoot," said the twins. The 4 attacks hit the wolf, causing it to retreat a meter, but it quickly recovered and attacked them again. But Issei managed to grab one of its legs and began to spin with Fafnir. After a few spins, he threw it at Loki while Vali prepared his attack. Half dimension. And the space around Loki and Fafnir contracted, trapping them. But it only lasted a few seconds as Loki released some of his power and escaped while Fafnir tore through space with his fangs. "I guess I can wait to face the two celestial dragons." Fafnir stood beside his father. "Therefore, I will return when Odin initiates his meeting with the other deities. I look forward to our battle," Loki shouted, disappearing with Fafnir into a dimensional rift. Dragon hunting. Everyone plus Ona's entourage were at Issei and Vali's house, planning how they would confront Loki and Fafnir. It was decided that it would be best to ask Midgardsormr, Loki's other son, to the surprise of the uninformed, if Loki and Fafnir had any weaknesses. Azazel said they would use Tannen, Office, Asia, Issei, Vali, Tiamat, and Saji. The blonde Citri became very nervous, as he couldn't compare to all those monsters. But one look from Sona was enough to calm him down. "Well, any questions?" asked the fallen, seeing that only Issei raised his hand, so he gave him permission. "What are they doing here?" Issei asked angrily, pointing at the Gremory entourage. "Yes, the Gremory group also went to dragon hunting. I must admit I like this house," said Sting, admiring the place. "It doesn't compare to my house," Ria said very arrogantly. "That's because demons like to do everything in a big way. I remember when we went to your house last summer, we were greeted by a platoon of maids and butlers, with fireworks and everything," said Cotter, remembering how he was slightly scared by that. "Besides, for people like Sting and I, who live normal lives, this is more pleasant." "So?" Issei asked the fallen man again. This also involves them, so don't be surprised if they come here in the next few days." Azazel responded somewhat nervously. Issei just sighed and said, "Okay, but don't cause any trouble." Afterwards, the aforementioned went to a pocket dimension, where they would summon Midgardsormr. The ex-dragon king Tannen, a supreme class demon. Saji shouted in fear upon seeing Tannen. "Calm down. He'll only bite you a little," said Issei, very amused by the scene. Everyone stood in the magic circles that Azazel pointed out. Blue for Tiamat, purple for Tannen, black for Vritra, gold for Fafnir, black with purple, and the infinity symbol for Office, and red and silver for you two. Dragon formed. But something strange happened as Issei's circle turned half pure black with an symbol and Vali's turned half white with the plus or minus symbol. Maybe it's because of his blood. Azazel intuited as they proceeded with the ritual. The dragon gate was activated, but nothing happened. It only took a few seconds for the spectral figure of a serpent-like dragon that was much taller than Great Red to appear. But the funny thing is that he was sleeping. Midgardsormr is known as the sleeping dragon. They say he will only awaken at the end of the world. Tannen reported. "Wake up, lazy," shouted Issei, Vali, Tiamat and Asia. The dragon was slowly waking up. Wah. But if they are Tannen, Tiamat, Fafnir and Vritra, as well as Dreg and Albion, is it the end of the world? Midgardsormr spoke. "No, we want to ask you if you know any weaknesses of Loki and Fafnir," Azazel said. "A weakness of Daddy and Wanwan?" "Of course," said the dragon. "I guess for Fafnir it's a little plush." Several people thought there. "For Wanwan you can use the Gleipnir chain," informed the sleeping dragon. "Apparently, Loki made him more resistant to that," said Azazel. "Then talk to some elves and dwarves who created the chains," Midgardsormr proposed. "They took care of me when I came to the surface, so I know where they are," he added. "Send the location of those two to the sacred gears," said the fallen one pointing at the twins. "Good." And the dragon's eyes shone. "As for Daddy, it will be enough for you to use Thor's hammer Mjolnir," said the dragon. "That would be a problem," said Vali. "Only a god can use it, and I doubt Thor will lend it to us." "In that case, ask the same dwarves I told you about for the replica of the hammer. They should still have it," Midgardsormr reported. "Thank you." Azazel thanked, opening a world map, while Issei and Vali marked the location of the elves and dwarves. "You're welcome. I have nothing to do. By the way, Tannen, aren't Dreg and Albion going to fight? Besides, I feel a familiar scent in them," Midgardsormr asked. "That's because they're both brothers. And children of Bahamut," Tannen said, and Midgardsormr's eyes shot open. "Bahamut had children?" he asked, very upset. "Well, with this ready we say goodbye," said Azazel, cutting the connection. "Wait," Midgardsormr shouted but vanished. The next day. No one went to the academy as they had to train for the battle against Loki. Issei was training alone since Vali accompanied Azazel to look for the objects mentioned by Midgardsormr. Rias was training a bit far away. Just then, Grafia comes out of a magic circle and hands something to Rias. "Here, miss, it's information about the Gleipnir chains," said Grafia, handing some papers to the Redeed. At that, Issei approaches both women. "What do you want to say, Bahamut?" Rias asked. "Listen, I don't like you and I don't like you, but I want to take advantage of the fact that you are both here to ask you something," said Issei, sparking Ria's curiosity. "What thing?" I asked curiously. "Why does Akeno hate her father?" They both looked at each other, trying to decide whether to tell her or not. A long time ago, Akeno lived happily with her father and mother. Barakiel couldn't leave his position as cadre, but somehow he was able to both serve in Grigori and be with his family. Rias began to relate. But Akeno-sama's maternal family thought Barakiel Dono had brainwashed him, so they sent several men to eliminate him. But Barakiel Dono easily defeated them. Grafia continued. But these people grew resentful, so they joined forces with several others who hated Barakiel. They took advantage of a day when Barakiel was away on a mission and attacked the temple where they lived. Rias continued, but with a sad look on her face. Barakiel Dono arrived just in time to save Akeno-sama, eliminating the intruders. But Akeno-sama's mother sacrificed herself so her daughter could survive before her father arrived. Apparently, the intruders told her it was all because she had fallen angel blood. Grafia was also sad. Ever since then, she's hated the fallen angels and herself for having their blood. But when she joined my entourage, she slowly regained her smile. Until she ended up in yours, and her smile brightened even more. Rias said with a nostalgic smile, somewhat annoyed by the last part. "Thanks for telling me." Issei thanked him. He really appreciated that. Azazel and Vali enter, although somewhat worried. "Why those faces?" the black-haired man asked. "You see," said Vali. "Loki got there first and destroyed the replica of Mjolnir," Azazel said, surprising those present. Now they were really screwed. A little while later. "It was my fault," said Azazel. Issei had gone away with him to talk about Akeno and Barakiel. "I needed Barakiel for the mission that day. It's my fault Shuri died," Azazel said sadly and with a lot of guilt. "You shouldn't blame yourself, you didn't know that could happen," Issei comforted him. A while later, Issei came out seeing Vali waiting for him to train. "It's surprising how the celestial dragons of this time don't spend their time fighting among themselves like the previous ones," said Old Odin coming out of nowhere. "They always activated the Juggernaut drive and destroyed everything only to die a few minutes later. How many islands and countries were lost?" he said somewhat sadly. "I'm truly sorry for the problems my decisions caused you," The old man apologized. No apology is necessary. Issei said, downplaying it. If I hadn't been driven by my pride, which created Loki, you wouldn't be going through this. Said Odin. Don't blame yourself, old man. It's best to take it one step at a time. Vali tried to help, surprising Odin. As I thought, being young is the best. He said with his typical smile, stroking his beard. The next day. Issei, Vali and Gabriel were in the sixth heaven home of the Seraphim. They both offered to help Gabriel carry some documents there, and they also wanted to see what heaven was like. Again, thank you very much for helping me with this. Gabriel thanked her with a small bow. No problem. Issei replied, leaving the documents in their place. Wait, I have to go get something, and then we leave. Said Gabriel as he left the place. The two brothers started walking around until they came to some huge golden doors. Do you think this is? Issei asked. The house of the biblical god. Vali concluded. Both of them, driven by curiosity, opened the doors and entered. What they saw was a pure white hallway that connected to multiple rooms. They began to search the rooms, finding a garage with incredible cars and other vehicles, including a certain time-traveling car. Another was a movie theater. Another was a living room with several paintings, most notably a huge black dragon facing off against various deities. Below was a plaque that read all for the faction. There were also other paintings of two humans in a beautiful garden, a war between angels, fallen angels, and demons. Eventually they entered a room as wide as the hallway, but there were two panes of glass in it with something inside. The twins approached to try to distinguish what was inside, but when they touched the crystals, they exploded. Inside the crystals were a humanoid being in white medieval armor with red details, holding a spear and a shield with a 3-triangle symbol. The other was a humanoid being wearing strange armor. From the feet to the knees it was light blue with gold details, while the rest was red with gold details. 2 golden shoulder pads with red details. On the forearms it had the head of a wolf and a dragon-like being. The helmet was shogun style and had a golden wheel on the back. Who dares to wake us from our sleep? Said the medieval knight. If they come with hostile intentions, we will eliminate them. Warned the other. Sorry, we didn't know you were sleeping. My name is Issei Bahamut, current Secretary. Issei introduced himself. Me too. My name is Vali Bahamut and I am the current hacker Yuku. Vali introduced himself. Both beings opened their eyes slightly at the names, remembering a certain prophecy. Who among you is the possessor of the Omega Force? Asked the strangely armored being. That would be me, why? He asked when the being stood in front of him, an action that the medieval knight imitated, but with Vali. It's a pleasure to finally meet our masters. They both said at the same time, surprising the twins. Masters? They both asked, still in shock. A while ago, when we came to this world, the biblical god told us that when the time came, the children of Alpha and Omega, the children of Bahamut, would appear, and we would have to become their relatives to help them on their difficult path to save the world. Said the strangely armored being. Vali and Issei were surprised. Who would have thought that the god of the Bible would predict the arrival of both of them, but something else went through their heads. This world? Asked the albino. That's right, we come from another world. More specifically the digital world, a world where everything is digital. We come from a different time-space since we arrived here when there were no machines yet. Replied the medieval knight. My name is Galantman and this is Susannaman. Introduced the now known as Galantman. Issei and Vali wanted to ask more things, but they had to go back to continue training. Listen, we would like to ask more things but we are short on time, so come with us. Issei proposed, to which the two Digimen accepted. Gabriel almost had a heart attack when he saw that Issei and Vali managed to enter God's chambers, since no seraph could do so, and they also now had new familiars. Upon arriving home, they were introduced to the newcomers and performed the family ritual. That same night, Issei was alone in his bed, as the girls thought he would need to get a good rest for tomorrow. Just then someone comes in. It's Akeno in a see-through nightgown. Ice-kun, make love to me? Akeno asked, surprising the black-haired boy. The black-haired girl approached him, dropping her nightgown, pressing her body against his. Ache. Issei tried to say. Please, I know I have no experience but I can. Said the girl, but stopped when Issei pushed her away. Akeno. What's wrong with you? You're not like that. He said seriously. Is it because of your father and tomorrow? Yes. The girl gave a sad smile. I'm trying to let off steam by having sex with you. I'm trash, aren't I? And she shed a few tears. You're not trash, but this isn't the best method. Issei wiped her tears with his thumb. I want you to keep smiling like you always have since you got here. And he kissed her forehead, surprising her. For now this is the only thing I can give you. I hope it's enough. Yufufufufu, of course that's enough. Said Akeno, returning to her typical attitude and leaving the room. See you tomorrow. The next day, hotel roof. The groups were positioned for when Loki arrived. Issei's groups, along with his harem and familiars, Vali and his familiar, Grimory and Citri, with the help of Tannen and Baraquiel, would take care of Loki, while Lafis, Cassie, Azazel and Bahamut would transport them to the stage in the underworld, where the battle would take place. Odin's meeting with the Japanese deities had just begun, so it was only a matter of time. "He's coming straight, he has my respect," said Vali, seeing a dimensional crack. Loki came out of it accompanied by Fafnir. "Now," Sona shouted as Office, Cassie, Azazel and Bahamut transported them. Mountainous desert. The group was transported to a deserted place where they could attack the god with everything. "You don't seem upset by this," Tiamat said, looking at the god who was calm. "This is just a small setback. I'll kill them all first and take care of Odin later," said Loki very arrogantly. "We'll see about that." Both twins shouted, activating their sacred gears. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker boosted gear scale male. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker divide gear scale male. Chapter 22. Battle against a mad god, mending ties, and despair. Issei and Vali put on their armor, releasing a surge of power that created a crater beneath each of them, and launched themselves at Loki with everything. Vali aimed from above and Issei from below. Dragon shoot. Both launched a normal attack to see how long the god's barriers could hold. Of course, Loki had other plans. He easily deflected both attacks, which landed on some rubble. Boom. A small explosion occurred, leaving a small crater. Issei appeared behind Loki and kicked him, sending him flying a bit. But the god didn't count on Vali being there to greet him. The albino struck him with a hammer blow, sending him burying himself in the ground. "Come on, get out of there. I know nothing happened to you," Vali said with annoyance. Loki came out of the hole I created, and he obviously didn't have any injuries, not even his clothes were ripped or anything. "Not bad," said Loki, dusting himself off. "Shit. So this is facing a god," said Issei next to Vali. "I guess I'll have to get a little serious," Loki exclaimed, taking a long wooden scepter out of his robes. The god began to fire an incredible burst of energy attack. The twins dodged the attacks, but some hit them, destroying the impacted parts of their armor and slightly injuring them. They both took up their swords, and in a blink of an eye they stood in front of Loki. Vali launched a horizontal slash above, straight to the neck, while Issei launched a slash to the waist. But Loki dodged them and created a Nordic circle above the twins. Multiple rocks of different sizes came out of it, which buried Issei and Vali, generating a mountain of rocks. That mountain exploded and Issei and Vali came out, slightly injured. "This will be harder than I thought," both twins said. "I guess it's time for Fafnir to join." Loki snapped his fingers, and Fafnir, who had been standing still since they arrived, gave a mighty roar. You and fixed his fierce gaze on both celestial dragons. But the others had other plans. Now. Tiamat shouted for Kuroka to activate several magic circles. From them came several chains that wrapped around the wolf. "Everyone, hold the chains." Rias shouted this time so everyone could grab the chains. "So the Gleipnir chain. But I already took measures against it," said Loki confidently and arrogantly with a smile. But Fafnir began to howl in pain, a sign that the modifications the elves and dwarves made to the chains were working. However, Loki did not lose his smile. "I have a bad feeling," Issei whispered upon seeing the god smile. "They are somewhat smaller, but their fangs are considerable." And two more dimensional cracks formed from the god's robe. From them came two grey-furred wolves, smaller than Fafnir. Both wolves howled as the moon of the underworld turned golden. "What are those?" Vali shouted in alarm. "A while ago I transformed an ice giant into a wolf and forced her to procreate with Fafnir. They were born from that union." "Hadi, Skoll, those people trapped your father, free him," Loki explained, ordered. Both wolves launched themselves at the group that had caught Fafnir. The group attacked and dodged as best they could, for while they weren't as fast as Fafnir, their speed was considerable. In addition to their fangs and claws. Also, Loki added as the shadow under his robes grew larger. From the shadow came 1, 3, 9, 15, 24, 40. Countless Midgardsormr but smaller than the original. "But how many copies did he make?" Vali shouted. "We'll take care of it," said Tannen approaching with Petterhausen, Susanneman, Galantman, Kurumi, Akame, Najenda with Susanoo, Kurum riding a strange dragon skeleton, Saji, Wendy and Sting. Elemental shoot balance breaker army of perdition. And Kurumi's copies appeared. Magatama manifestation. The Jenda said as an orange aura covered her and Susanoo changed, having very light blue hair, his horns were dark blue and his chest was left exposed, in addition to a strange wheel appearing on his back. Under normal circumstances, this would consume the wearer's life, but during the summer, Najenda was able to change this so that it consumes stamina, although it lasts less. Vritra promotion. And Saji transformed into the black flame dragon. Dragon force. Said sting as white scales appeared on his body and his power skyrocketed. An incredible battle began between the countless clones of Midgardsormran, the members of Dragon Hunting, the Citri and Gremory members. Tell me you have no more surprises. Issei begged uselessly as Loki's smile increased. Wait. He said, and a very huge dimensional rift opened near them. From it emerged a huge black ship, the size of a battleship. The curious thing was that it seemed to be made of black skeletons. You're late, Hela. Loki said, and a huge hologram appeared above the ship. The hologram was of a woman with green hair, green eyes, and extremely pale skin, at least half of it, since the other half appeared to be decomposing. She was wearing a robe that was half black and half white. Sorry, Dad, I got lost. Said the woman. This has to be a fucking joke. Ross was shouted, dodging a swipe from Hadi. Who is she? Issei asked his rook. She is Hela, the goddess who rules Helheim, the Norse underworld. Explained the former Valkyrie. Also the daughter of Loki. She added. You called the whole family? Issei said jokingly, seeing Loki's children and grandchildren. Midgardsormr, Fafnir, Hadi and Skoll only obey me, so it was no problem for them to help me. As for Hela, I had to offer her something in return. Said Loki. Your soul, Sekiryuite. Surprising Issei. So there's the Sekiryuite kun. I'm going to have a lot of fun with him. Said Hela, licking her lips, giving Issei the shivers. Don't worry, Issei. Veronica exclaimed, holding back the urge along with all of Issei's girls to yell at that bitch. I read up on Norse mythology and I thought he might call her. So I called someone too. Veronica explained. Issei was about to ask, but a huge portal opened behind them. Out came a flying ship very familiar to most. The Sylvanas. Shouted those who recognized Lotriamont's flagship. Sorry for the delay, Veronica, said the hologram of Julius, Prince of Lotriamont. No. They arrived just in time. Take out that ship. He shouted, pointing at the black ship. The battle resumed. Tannen, Petterhausen, Susanneman, Galantman, Kurumi, Akame, Najenda, Susanoo, Kurum, Saji, Wendy and Sting faced the Midgardsormr clones. The power of the meteoric flame dragon king, along with the drilling dragon king, plus the power Saji could draw from his sacred gear, kept the clones at bay. Meanwhile, Wendy and Sting's dragon slayer magic, plus the power of the Digimon, Kurumis and Susanoos, attacked them. Akame and Kurum also attacked, although they couldn't do as much damage as the others, which bothered Akame, since the poison from her sword didn't affect the clones. Apparently, if the poison doesn't have dragon slayer properties, it doesn't affect dragons. The Sylvanas, along with Veronica, Rebecca, Sylvia, Jessica, Lucca and Kiryu, who came to support, faced Hela and her ship, which seemed to be able to regenerate. The rest faced Fafnir's children, taking care not to be scratched or bitten. The wolves were attacked by holy and common lightning, power of destruction, dragon power, demonic magic, and other various powers. But they didn't even flinch and dodge the attacks, although they did end up injured, albeit a little. Issei and Vali continued to face the Norse god, who displayed his immense power. This created several Nordic circles, from which energy shots came out. Both dragons dodged these, but some managed to graze them or destroy part of their armor. Issei used his thrusters and propelled himself straight towards Loki. Boost 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 explosion. Issei increased his power and prepared his attack. Dragon impact. And in his left hand the sphere of compressed dragonic power was formed. Loki created a powerful magic circle as a shield to take the damage, but Issei had other plans. Omega Force. Issei hit his right fist on the barrier, making it disappear. Although using the Omega Force along with the dragon impact left him tired, Issei was about to land his attack on a stupefied Loki. But Issei was greatly surprised to see that his attack pierced Loki, as if he were a ghost. He then received a kick to his back, sending him plummeting to the ground, creating a crater. The one who kicked him was none other than Loki. I'm the god of deception. Did you think I wouldn't take advantage of that? Loki exclaimed arrogantly. Issei climbed out of the crater, somewhat sore from the impact. He then stood next to Vali. Loki glowed, and countless Lakas appeared. They all began firing magic of different elements at the twins. They dodged as best they could, but there were so many of them and they attacked from so many points that they couldn't dodge them all, wounding them. Issei had just dodged a lightning bolt when he saw something that alarmed him. Dragon shoot. Issei fired his attack directly at Vali. To the albino's surprise, he was attacked by his brother, who drove him away. He was about to reprimand him, but was struck dumb by the sight of a giant grey wolf trying to devour him. This was Fafnir. Looking at the ground, he could see remnants of Gleipnir's chain, as well as pieces between Hadi and Skoll's teeth. Thank you. The albino thanked with fear seeing that he could have died. However, Fafnir quickly sprang forward and slashed at Vali, destroying his armor and leaving a large wound on his chest. The wolf lunged again, but this time it pierced Issei's stomach with one of its claws. Both dragons fell heavily to the ground. With what strength they could muster, they each pulled a flask from their pockets and drank its contents. Within seconds, their wounds were completely healed. These bottles were Phoenix Tears, the finest product of the House of Phoenix. These heal any physical wounds simply by drinking them or applying them to the wound. Any idea how to take care of Fearless? Issei asked, pointing at Fafnir, who saw them as prey. In fact, yes. Arthur. Kuroka. Now. Vali shouted to his two pieces. Arthur was cutting Hadi's claws with Caliburn, the so-called most powerful holy sword in terms of balance, and the one that can cut everything, even space, and open a dimensional rift. Kuroka was using Senjutsu to transform the earth beneath Hadi into mud and stop him. Biku was flying on his cloud, as he couldn't get used to his wings, attacking the wolf with his legendary staff. Lefei supported them from afar, firing various spells. Hearing Vali's order, Arthur grabbed what was left of the chain and headed to Fafnir, followed by the rest of Vali's retinue, who had left their fights. Biku, Chelsea, Mine, Kuram and Lori received the chain that Arthur grabbed and trapped Fafnir with it, while Lefei stopped him as best she could. Arthur unsheathed Excalibur Ruler, the fragment of the sword that possessed the power of domination, and Kuroka opened a portal. Arthur plunged the Excalibur into Fafnir's forehead, sending him into a frenzy. At that, the portal opened, and Arthur, along with Biku, Kuram, Mine, and Chelsea, disappeared, leaving Lori, Kuroka, and Lefei behind. Don't tell me that. Issei said a little amused. I couldn't pass up the opportunity. The albino replied with a smile. I don't know what they're up to, but Fafnir will come back after killing them all. Said Loki arrogantly. I wouldn't count on that. Vali said. Both twins attacked the god again. In a burst of speed, Vali got behind the god, while Issei got ahead. They both charged at Loki, as he fired a series of spells at them. Both dragons dodged them and quickly approached Loki. They were both about to crash their arms against the god's neck from both sides, but… shit. Issei and Vali whispered as they watched Loki fade away, and both of them crash into each other. They were both somewhat stunned, enough to notice the other Loki beside them, who began to glow. Boom. Loki exploded, damaging both dragons, who lost much of their armor. Loki appeared behind them and created another spell, which released a powerful flare that hit the twins and sent them crashing to the ground, creating another crater. Issei and Vali, in pain, took out another vial of Phoenix Tears and drank it, recovering. When they got up, they could see the state of the battle. Hanan, Pederhausen, Sting, Susanneman, Galantman, Negenda and Susanoo faced the copies of Midgardsormr, which at some point increased. Saji kept them in one place using Vritra's cursed flames, while Wendy used support spells on the others. Above you could see Veronica, Sylvia, Rebecca, Lucca, Kiryu and Jessica, along with a Sylvanas with several damages facing the black ship, which had much more severe damages, but was regenerating. The rest tried to keep a badly wounded Hadi and Skoll at bay. Issei sees Hadi slip away and tries to attack Akeno, who was distracted by attacking Skoll. The black-haired man charges at the wolf, but due to the distance, he wouldn't arrive in time. The brunette belatedly sees Hadi lunge at her and tries to bite her. Akeno creates several magic circles as a barrier to defend herself, but the wolf passes through them like paper. Just as Hadi was about to sink his fangs into her, Akeno was pushed by someone. She was shocked to see that the one on the receiving end of Hadi's attack was her father, Barakiel. WWW, what a re-relief. Why you're okay. Barakiel said with difficulty while a lot of blood came out of his mouth. No. Akeno screamed, crying while holding her father's body. Dragon impact. Issei hit his attack with Hadi, sending it against a mountain. Asia. Issei shouted to the blonde. This one was in balance breaker, punching Skoll in the snout. Yes. She shouted, moving away from the wolf and throwing a green aura at Barakiel. The fallen man's wound healed quickly, but he lost a lot of blood. Issei watched as Akeno cried for her father. What do you really think, Akeno? He wondered, so overcome by curiosity, he used his connection with the brunette's piece. Very well, Akeno's heart, what does she think about her father? He asked. But received nothing. Come on, Akeno's heart. He asked again, but something strange happened. I am not the heart of this young woman. That generated many doubts in Issei. I am the goddess of breasts, Chichigami. None of the three could believe what they heard. Okay, Issei. What did you smoke? Asked the Welsh dragon. I bet a little bit of everything, Ascalon added. I didn't smoke anything. Wait. Said Issei. Vali, come. I called him. What's wrong? The albino asked as Issei extended his fist, and the albino bumped his own. Drake, connect with the divide gear. Issei ordered and the dragon did. Vali, you have to listen to this. Who am I talking to? The black-haired man asked, you know who? I already told you that I am Chichigami, the goddess of breasts. If one could listen closely, it was noticeable that the voice conveyed some power. It's a joke, no. Said Vali, unable to believe it, but Issei denied it. Both twins grabbed a huge rock each and did something that surprised everyone to the point of stopping. Both of them repeatedly hit the rocks with their heads, alarming everyone. What's wrong with them? Tannen asked, surprised by the action. Tannen. Drake called him so everyone could hear him. Do you happen to know a goddess named Chichigami? Albion said this time. Everyone fell into a profound silence. No one, absolutely no one, could believe what they had just heard. Quick. Heal those two, they must have been poisoned or something. Tannen shouted as Asia sent a green aura toward the twins. Believe us, through the connection with Akeno's piece we can feel a strange energy, which does not seem to be from this world. Said Drake, but nobody seemed to believe him. Akeno and Barakweel didn't understand anything. Wait. Let's ask Dad. Issei suggested, creating a small circle of communication. What's wrong, son? Asked Bahamut. Do you know someone named Chichigami? Issei asked, but there was a deep silence for a minute. Dad. Issei asked again. Issei, did she happen to tell you that she is a goddess of breasts? Asked the dragon god, who from the other side could be seen to have a strong tick in his eyebrow. Why yes. The black-haired man answered. Issei. Chichigami is actually a goddess of connections. She's from EXE universe. She can create a connection with anything, either with herself or with something else. Bahamut clarified, and the twins breathed a sigh of relief. Bahamut cut the communication. That Bahamut, he doesn't understand a joke. Chichigami muttered. Well, why am I talking to you, Chichigami? Issei asked, thinking of many possibilities. You wanted to know what this young woman thinks, so I'll show you. Said Chichigami. At that a light enveloped Issei, Akeno and Barakweel. Mindscape. Issei was in a dark space, where he couldn't see anything. At that moment an image appeared. It was one of a girl with long black hair and violet eyes, who looked like Akeno. The girl's hair was brushed by a somewhat more mature Akeno. Mom, when will Dad come back? Asked the girl. Yufufufufu, do you have something to do with him? Asked the woman. Yes. Today we will go shopping by bus. The girl exclaimed happily. I just wanted to spend more time with Dad. Akeno's voice was heard. The image changes to the same girl bathing with Barakweel. Daddy has beautiful wings, like mine. The girl exclaimed happily. Really? Thanks. Said Barakweel showing a smile. I just wanted us to spend more time as a family. Akeno's voice was heard again. The image changed again. Now the woman from before could be seen protecting the girl from some men in dark blue full bodysuits. Give us that thing and we'll let you live. Said one of the men with disgust, pointing at the girl. Never. She is my beloved daughter and his. The woman shouted. It seems I've brainwashed him. He's beyond saving. Kill them. The apparent leader ordered the others. They all rushed forward with swords seeking to extinguish the lives of both, but… Mom. The woman stood in front of the men and received the sword blows. A lot of blood was coming out of the woman's wounds, making her increasingly pale. The men were about to attack again, this time the girl, but someone stopped them. Sons of bitches. Barakweel roared, entering the place and massacring the murderers. 5 minutes later, nothing recognizable remained of those men. Barakweel, with blood on his clothes, sadly approached the two brunettes. Mommy. Mommy. Little Akeno whispered weakly. Shuri. Barakweel said with tears, bringing his hand closer, but… Get away. Akeno shouted, hitting the hand of a stupefied Barakweel. Those guys said that black-winged angels are bad. That they only play with humans. That I'm a monster for having these black wings. If I didn't have them, Mom would still be alive. I hate all black-winged angels. I hate myself for having this dirty blood. The little girl shouted, breaking the cadre's heart. I knew that wasn't true, but it was the only way to keep me from losing my sanity. Akeno's voice was heard again. At that the space went black again, but what was new was that Akeno was seen hugging her knees while crying. Sniff, sniff. Akeno cried. Issei approached her to comfort her, but stopped when a light appeared next to him. Akeno. You shouldn't blame your father for what happened. He loves you and me as much as he does. So please, reconcile with him and become a family again. The light revealed itself as the spectral figure of Shuri Himejima, Barakweel's wife and Akeno's mother. Another light then enveloped them. Back to the battle. Issei opened his eyes. He found Barakweel crying because he had also seen the scene and Akeno crying louder than him. Tutu, I just wanted us to stay a family. Akeno cried, hugging her father, who hugged her back. Children of Bahamut. Issei and Vali heard Chichigami's voice. I just recharged them so you can fight Loki, take advantage of it. It's also so you can talk to her. The twins noticed and a golden aura covered them, although the last thing was said in an inaudible whisper. I must go, it seems my cat Tora re-entered the universe of that blonde ninja. I hope to see you again. With that last thing, Issei and Vali already knew why the cat Tora was almost impossible to catch. We'll think about that later. Now let's go for him. Issei shouted, pointing at Loki, who had been wearing a thoughtful and philosophical expression since Shichigami was mentioned. A goddess who creates connections with anything, maybe even with other universes. Definitely the Seker Yuite and the Hacker Yuiku of this generation attract the strangest. Loki said to himself, but everyone heard him, thinking badly of what the god said. Who are you calling weird? Everyone shouted except Issei and Vali. Never mind. Time to get on with what I came for. Said the god, creating a huge group of clones of himself. The battle had resumed, but the difference is that this time, another person joined the battle against the god. Shadow Prison. And black flames surrounded Loki. So these are the cursed flames of Vritra. But you're going to need more than this to stop me. Loki's power exploded, freeing him from the flames. He soared into the sky, preparing a wide array of spells. But he stopped when a bolt of holy lightning struck him. He could see Akeno and Baraquiel with their hands clasped in the direction of Loki. Loki was again surrounded by Vritra's black flames, but as before he easily got rid of them. But it was too late for him to see that Issei and Vali were going all out against him. Boost 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 explosion. Issei's power surged and he concentrated it all in his left hand. Alpha Force. Said Vali, and his power also shot up, concentrating it in another new attack on his right hand, which was wrapped in lightning. Loki created several barriers to protect himself, but Issei didn't let him. Omega Force. And the barriers disappeared, at the same time that Loki was once again covered by the black flames. The twins were already in front of Loki. Dragon Impact. Issei said, about to land his attack. Dragon Flash. Said Vali with his right hand covered in lightning. Loki saw his end slowly approaching, but a huge torrent of demonic power was directed at the twins, who were unable to dodge it. Boom! The explosion was unexpected. A huge smoke screen formed, from which Issei and Vali fell, severely injured. They both crashed into the ground, creating a crater. Seeing this, Asia sent the healing green aura toward them. The twins were barely able to get up to see their attackers. One was a familiar tanned woman with brown hair, purple eyes, glasses, and a low-cut purple dress. She was none other than Kateria Leviathan. Another was a man with pale skin, pointed ears, black hair tied in a ponytail, and purple eyes. He wore a noble black suit with red details. The other was a brown-haired man with long hair that covered his right eye, but you could see the gray color on his left. He wore black armor with a cape. Looks like you're in trouble, Loki Odinson. The pale black-haired man said mockingly. Shut up, Crusory Asmodeus. Loki muttered to the person identified as Crusory. Calm down, we have a common enemy. Said the man in armor. That's right, Shalba Beelzebub. Kateria said to the one identified as Shalba. They are the descendants of Leviathan, Beelzebub and the original Asmodeus. Said Vali. What are you doing here? Issei wondered. Do you accept the proposal? Shalba asked. Fine. As long as you do your part. Said Loki standing next to them. What's going on? Vali asked. You see Vali, a while ago we proposed to Loki to join the Cows Brigade and we would give him the power to kill Odin if he helped us eliminate the current Mau. Explained Kateria. We also managed to finish the newest project. The Ouroboros Snakes 2.0, more powerful than the previous ones and without side effects. Shalba reported with a creepy smile. Beelzebub's descendant gave the Norse god a purple serpent, which Loki consumed. Loki's power increased greatly, equaling Odin's, and his eyes turned completely black. The increase in power created a crater beneath Loki, even though he was in midair. That increase caused the underworld to shake. Then Kateria, Shalba, and Crusory expelled their auras, which created a huge crater beneath them as well. All three had the same eyes as Loki. Not only the underworld, but also the human world trembled, although the latter slightly. At that, thousands of magic circles with the symbol of the old Mau faction appeared in the sky, from which thousands of high-class soldiers and some supreme-class soldiers emerged. Loki extended his shadow again, from which more clones of Midgardsormr emerged. The newly emerged army and the Dragon King's clones went to confront the retinues of Bahamut, Grimory, Sitri, Tannen, and Baraquiel, as well as to support Hela against the Sylvanas. Leaving their leaders to face the two celestial dragons. Kateria and Crusory appeared in front of the twins. The Mayu descendants connected a hook to their stomachs, which bent them and destroyed their armor, although it regenerated seconds later. They then grabbed them by the neck and lifted them up. They struck them in the chest, stomach and face, which, despite their armor, injured them badly. The descendants of Leviathan and Asmodia stopped beating them and threw them at Loki and Shalba. They grabbed them by the head and slammed them against the ground. Then they grabbed them by one foot and slammed them against the ground again, but harder, creating craters with each impact. Note. To give you an idea, like when Hulk beat Loki in the Avengers. After a while, the twins were thrown into the air. They barely recovered, but their 4 opponents appeared in front of them, their auras at full blast. The 4 of them each fired a huge torrent of energy, which was the size of Tannen, at point-blank range. The attack sent Issei and Volley straight into a distant mountain. Boom. The attack surpassed the destruction caused by the roar of the twin dragons, creating a huge crater several kilometers across. Issei and Volley were bleeding profusely from various parts, and their armor barely seemed to be regenerating. With the little strength they had, they watched as the demonic army, the Midgardsormr clones, and Hadi and Skoll cornered the entire team, who looked extremely tired and injured. They could see the Sylvanas expelling black smoke from various parts as it seemed to descend. Shit. Issei said with difficulty. How do we fight them now? Volley asked in the same tone. Recite the chant. Said voices in the heads of both twins. Leave us alone. Issei replied. Recite the chant. Kill them all. Destroy everything. The voices only grew louder and didn't seem to stop. Surprisingly, the armor regenerated suddenly, but the gems were dark now. A strange mass of darkness emerged from each of the gems, enveloping the twins until it formed a small dome of darkness. I, the one who would wake up. That was what began to be heard in the dome. The others could barely defend themselves against the enemies and were losing ground. The Sylvana suffered serious damage to the hull and engines, losing altitude and firepower. It seemed that all was lost. The large team could not stand against the enormous enemy army, and the 2 celestial dragons began to recite the forbidden chant that would end up destroying and killing everyone. But where all seems lost, there is always a small light of hope. Specifically the small red and blue lights that could be distinguished in the dome of darkness. Dragon hunting. Bahamut was nervous, although he trusted his children, and even more so when Shichigami recharged them, he couldn't shake that bad feeling, since he felt that strange increase in power. Navi and Office were going through the same thing. So were Serafo, Penemu, and Gabriel. Even Echo, who was asleep, wore a worried expression, as if something bad was about to happen. Everyone felt that strange dark aura, which the 2 dragon gods knew. What is this evil aura? Asked Gabriel, who had rarely felt such an aura. It's the Juggernaut drive. Office said nervously and scared. Isn't that the most powerful form of boosted gear and divide gear? Penemu asked. Does that mean Issei and Volley are going to win? Navi asked this time. No. Said Bahamut, surprising the others. Normally the Juggernaut drive drains the user's life for activation, although in Issei and Volley's case, it can be replaced with dragonic power. That for a moment gave the female some hope. But it's they who take control when it's activated, so they attack whoever it is, be it friend or foe. That's why they don't use it, since there is a risk of losing everything they love. Bahamut's sentence terrifying the females. The dragon god stood up and was about to go to the battlefield to stop his children and save the rest. But he stopped when he saw a black glow coming from his chest, which intrigued the others. To their surprise, he took out a necklace with a black dragon eye, similar to the one Issei and Volley had. The most curious thing is that the glow came from the necklace. Samantha. Bahamut whispered with a tear falling. Battlefield. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of domination from God. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of supremacy from God. The chant continued. The dome expanded to a great size, but the red and blue lights did not disappear, but instead shone brighter. From the sky, someone saw the dome. She was a woman with long white hair. She looked up at the dome with a maternal smile. Chapter 23. Imperial Drive. Battlefield. Despair. That was what Issei, Volley, Rias, Sona, Baraquiel and Tannen's groups felt at that moment. Just a few minutes ago it looked like they were going to win. They already had Fafnir's children, the clones of Midgardsormr and Hela, under control. When Issei and Volley were preparing to finish off Loki, everything went to shit. The descendants of the Mayu showed up with more powerful Ouroboros snakes than before and gave them to Loki too, and to top it off, they brought a fucking army of demons. This army tipped the balance in favor of the enemy. The attack team against Loki was cornered by the entire demonic army, plus the Midgardsormr, Hati, Skoll and Hela. While Issei and Volley were getting beaten up by Loki, Shalba, Krusari and Kateria. After slamming the twins into a mountain range with a blast of demonic and Norse energy, which disintegrated the mountain range, they set their sights on the group. Everyone was tired. They had used too much power to hold off Fafnir's children and the Midgardsormr, as well as Hela's flying ship. Those who had used a transformation had already lost it. All the enemies were slowly approaching when they felt something worse. Everyone was surprised when the place shook. Well, they saw a dome of darkness growing, right where Issei and Vali ended up. I, the one who would wake up. Hearing those distorted voices of different ages only made everyone feel worse, except for the descendants of the Mayu and Loki. So this is the power of the Juggernaut drive. I'm afraid it won't be enough. Shalba said, grinning like a psychopath, just like his companions. The black-haired and albino team were worse off than the others, since they knew that chant. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of domination from God. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of supremacy from God. Ice, Vali, don't do it. Shouted Tiamat and Lori, very worried for their fiancés. I laugh at infinity and despise dreams. I envy infinity and pursue dreams. The rest of the group began to tremble as they felt the evil aura emanating from the dome, but they were even more worried about Issei and Vali. I shall become the red dragon of domination. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy. The evil aura emanating from the dome was immense, but unfortunately it did not surpass that of the descendants of the Mayu and Loki. I shall drown you into the depths of crimson purgatory. I shall take you to the farthest limits of innocence. Issei. Issei-kun. Issei-senpai. Issei-sama. Shouted the members of Issei's entourage. Vali. Vali-kun. Vali-sama. Shouted what was left of Vali's entourage. Their desperation was palpable. They were about to lose their kings, friends, love interests. But to everyone's surprise, I repeat everyone. Juggernaut dry. When he was about to finish the chant, the unthinkable happened. The dome began to glow so brightly that it blinded everyone. The deep end of boosted gear and divide gear. This place is a huge white space with chairs and tables. In this place reside the pieces of the souls of the previous Ikaryuites and Hakuryukas. Almost all of them died the same way. By activating the Juggernaut drive. For those who don't know, though I doubt it, the Juggernaut drive is a state where one obtains the power to kill a god, although one can only use 50% of the heavenly dragon's power at most. It is usable for the user of the sacred gear. But with such great power comes a price. It must be paid with the user's vitality. It also leads to a state of unstoppable frenzy, in which there is no distinction between friend and foe. It is usually triggered by an explosion of negative emotions, primarily anger. As a further consequence, a piece of the user's soul remains within the sacred gear, waiting to force the next user to activate the forbidden transformation. These souls believe that the only path of the celestial dragon is that of domination. After Vali and Issei awakened their dragon blood, the former wielders fed off of each other's pent-up anger toward specific beings and their dragonic power. For a long time, they tried to get the twins to succumb to the forbidden chant. They managed to silence them at first, but they began to grow stronger, and it became increasingly difficult for them not to succumb until they finally forced it. Now we see Issei and Vali wrapped in some kind of shadow, which is hurting them. Around them are the previous bearers, who are men, women, children, the elderly. All expelling that same shadow in the direction of the current bearers. The place was surrounded by a dome that prevented the entry of unwanted guests. Outside are Drake and Albion in their dragon forms, Ascalon, Ryujin and 3 more people. One was a blue-eyed blonde who couldn't have been more than 20. Another was a dark-haired man with brown eyes in his 30s. And the last was a young man with silver hair and green eyes. These were Elsha, the most powerful female boosted gear wielder, and the one who managed to defeat a Hakuryuiku in Juggernaut Drive without succumbing to the Juggernaut Drive itself, Belzerd, the most powerful male boosted gear wielder, and the one who defeated 2 generations of Hakuryuikas, and Charles, one of the most powerful divide gear wielders, and the one who defeated a Sekuryuite and survived the Juggernaut Drive, losing only 20 years of life. Everyone was trying to get in to save the best wielders of the 2 sacred gears. But the dome was very strong and they couldn't do anything. I, who shall awaken. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of domination from God. I am the heavenly dragon who stole the principles of supremacy from God. I laugh at infinity and despise dreams. I envy infinity and pursue dreams. I shall become the red dragon of domination. I shall become the white dragon of supremacy. Hearing the chant, those outside the dome tensed and began to attack with greater force, but the dome was very resistant. They saw Issei and Vali's eyes turn completely black as the shadow entered them. Drake, Albion, Ascalon, Ryujin, Elsha, Belzerd and Charles shouted. Despair consumed them. There was nothing they could do to save them. Everything seemed lost. But, Juggernaut dry. Omega. Force. A female voice was heard. To everyone's surprise, the transformation stopped and all the darkness was gone. The previous wielders, along with those outside the dome, were stunned. They thought Issei had used his ability or that Bahamut had intervened, but to their surprise, both Issei and Volley were staring at a specific spot with wide eyes and tears in their eyes. Everyone looked at that place, becoming more stupefied and incredulous at what they saw. Approaching, one saw a beautiful woman with long white hair reaching her thighs, very light blue, almost sky blue eyes, delicate features, and a smile. She wore a white dress that did nothing to hide her attributes, which were comparable to those of Tiamat, Office, or even Gabriel. He also had strange tattoos all over his body. The previous carriers stepped back upon sensing the aura emanating from the woman, leaving a space for the woman to speak with the black-haired man and the albino. The woman stopped in front of the twins, who were crying uncontrollably. "Issei. Volley. My children," said the woman with a motherly smile, indicating to Issei and Volley to hug her. "Mom." At first it was a barely audible whisper. "Mom." But then they screamed, running and hugging their mother. Yes, the one who appeared and saved Issei and Volley was none other than Samantha, their mother. She hugged her children maternally and also cried small tears. Greg, Albion, Ascalon, Ryujin, Elsha, Belzard, and Charles also cried with happiness as the current bearers were reunited with their mother. They were like that for about 10 minutes, until… "My little ones." She began to speak, separating slightly. "I am so glad to see that you have grown up healthy and strong. There is so much I want to talk about and share with you, but I am afraid that the tiny power that Chichigami-chan gave me will not last longer." Samantha began to disappear, to the terror of her children. "Before I leave, I will unlock the power of my blood, the Imperial way," she said, placing her hands on the chest of both children so that a light envelops them. "That's it, you will be able to access a power greater than the Juggernaut Drive. I know it's not much, but…" Samantha said, but her two children stopped her. "It's perfect, Mom," they both said with a smile of pure happiness, infecting their mother. "Well, it's time to go," he said, making his children sad. "But don't worry, I'll be with you. Here," pointing to both of their chests. Samantha disappeared into tiny particles of light, but she didn't lose her smile. Issei and Volley stared at the place where Samantha had been, each smiling but with tears coming out of their eyes. At that point they remember something they talked about with Kiryu. Flashback. We see Issei and Volley at Kuo Academy with Kiryu. The others had things to do, so they didn't accompany them. Issei then asks his cousin a question he's had for a while. "Kiryu," the black-haired man called. "How do you access Imperial mode?" He explained his doubt. "I have that doubt too," added Volley. "Apparently, it is accessed when the dragon and its partner have a good relationship, that is, when the latter fully trusts its partner," explained Kiryu. "I find it strange that they can't use it." The brunette expressed her doubt this time. "According to Papa, our mother's power seems to be blocked," Volley replied. "As if anything else were needed to use it," Issei added. They both wondered. What was necessary to use that mode? And flashback. Now they could use it. Maybe this was the requirement they needed. But then they felt the darkness of the previous carriers again. It seemed they wouldn't stop. Finish the chant. "You must or you will lose everything," said all the former bearers. "If we use it we will lose everything," Issei said seriously. "You must use it. It is the destiny of the Sekiryuite and the Hakuryuku," the previous wielders demanded. "We would be no better than an evil dragon," Volley explained. "We're better than that. Haven't you stopped to think about how Drake and Albion feel?" Issei asked, generating curiosity in everyone. Since they were sealed, they have seen how each one becomes intoxicated by its power, how they succumb to that forbidden power, how they die, and then enter a state of hibernation until another bearer is chosen, and repeat the cycle again, explained Volley. "But this time is different. Drake told me that I was the only one who sacrificed a part of his body to try to save someone. That I was the only one who thought of others instead of himself," said Issei while Drake looked at him with a smile full of pride. "Albion told me that, unlike you, I sought to master my power completely, instead of getting drunk on what little I had," added Volley, while Albion was in the same condition as Drake. "We won't let bastards like you rule us because you believe that's the destiny of the celestial dragons." They both shouted with conviction in their eyes. "You can't stop anything," they shouted. "We will become the true celestial dragons. And we will show the world the true power of the Sekiryuite and the Hakuryuku as they fight to protect what is most important to them." The twins shouted, raising their fists to the sky. Strange marks began to spread across their bodies, the same ones that appeared on Drake and Albion's bodies. "This is it," Drake said in surprise. "Why, you've done it," Albion exclaimed in the same state. The previous carriers could not believe what they were hearing. "True power?" they asked as the darkness diminished. "Yes. I will become the red heavenly dragon of hellfire," Issei shouted as the marks expanded and covered his body. "I will become the cursed poison white celestial dragon," Volley shouted in the same condition as Issei. Memories of their friends, family, and girlfriends flashed through the minds of both twins. The dark aura of the previous bearers disappeared, they had succumbed to the conviction of the current bearers. Ahahahaha, that's how you talk, Issei. Drake shouted. Prove why we are the two celestial dragons who can devour the gods. Roared Albion. You can do it. Ascalon and Auriakan cheered. Raise the name of the Seker Uate and the Hacker Uaku to heaven. Supported Elsha, Belzerd, Charles and the former wielders, who were no longer influenced by the negative feelings of the Juggernaut Drive. We will overcome Juggernaut Drive. The twins roared as a powerful glow enveloped them. Battlefield. The dome of darkness had disappeared, to the surprised, relieved and incredulous gaze of the spectators. They could see Issei and Vali with their armor on in the air. No matter what they do, they can't win, said Loki very arrogantly. Both twins expelled their auras, and their helmets disappeared, revealing their faces with strange markings. It can't be. Kiryu shouted. That's Imperial mode. Asia shouted upon seeing the markings. To the disbelief of almost everyone and the astonishment of Kiryu, the marks of both twins expanded and covered both of their faces completely. They took it to the next level. Poor Ika would be hoarse. Next level? Laurie asked. There have been cases where members of the Elix clan managed to take Imperial mode to another level, being able to generate a specific weapon. He reported to everyone's surprise. But I can't believe that being the first time they activate Imperial mode they can reach that level. At that, strange marks began to appear on the bodies of the members of Issei and Vali's retinues and their relatives. Surprisingly, Jessica was enveloped in light to reveal a navy blue aquatic-style armor, complete with fins and cannons on her shoulders and forearms, connected to a tank on her back. This has to be a joke. You guys too. Kiryu was going to go crazy, since Imperial mode had manifested in her cousin's servants. It must be because of the connection of the pieces and the family contract. Tiamat deduced. I, the one who would wake up. For a second, everyone thought they would reactivate the Juggernaut Drive, but I am the heavenly dragon who gained the power of chaos. I am the heavenly dragon who gained the ability of darkness. The new chant surprised many. I cross infinity and transfer dreams. I compress infinity and reflect dreams. The power of Issei and Vali's entourage increased, while their stamina returned and their fatigue disappeared. I'll guide you down the path of the crimson light. I'll guide you down the path of the silver light. Issei and Vali's aura increased excessively, while, to everyone's surprise, the spectral figures of Drake and Albion appeared behind the twins. Come on, partner. Exclaimed the Red Emperor Dragon. Show them. Continued the White Emperor Dragon. The true power of the twin heavenly dragons. They both finished as they fused with their companions. And I will show you the Emperor's chaos. And I will show you the Emperor's cursed darkness. Ruruayar. Roared Issei and Vali's teams with their auras suddenly rising. Vali and Issei's armor began to shine and change, releasing a greater power that made the underworld tremble. Welsh, vanishing. Imperial drive. The powerful, never-before-seen glow blinded everyone except the Bahamut teams. Black clouds filled the skies, generating powerful lightning bolts that created craters when they hit the ground. The twins' power soared, causing both the underworld and the human world to begin to shake violently, causing buildings to collapse and other things such as buildings and objects to be destroyed. That power was felt throughout almost the entire supernatural world, and those who fought and survived the Third Great Jewish-Christian War recognized those auras and power levels perfectly. They recognized those fucking auras perfectly. That ridiculously powerful aura belonged to the two beings who intervened in the war, killing a large portion of all three sides. Those who faced the Formau, Supreme King Satan, and the biblical God at the same time, and forced the two counterparts to fuse again to stop them. Those who, even after being sealed, continued their endless fight. Until now. It was the full power of the two celestial dragons. And if their current wielders managed to unleash all that power, their enemies, whether they were gods or not, they met their end. The glow had faded from the battlefield. Needless to say, everyone was stunned and very surprised by Issei and Vali's new form. Vali's armor was very similar to that of the knights, with shoulder pads, thicker around the legs, chest, and shoulders. It was silver with blue details, normal hands and feet similar to dragon feet, blue gems on the sides of the shoulders, in the pelvic area, between the chest and stomach, and on the head. On his head, he had two backward curving horns and very light blue eyes. He had two protrusions on his back where the balance breaker cells were. He also had a cape that was white on the outside and blue on the inside. Issei's armor had major changes. The armor was also similar to that of the knights, although several areas were protected by a kind of black mesh, red with metallic yellow details, with feet similar to those of a dragon. He had claw-shaped shoulder pads. The most curious thing were his arms. From the shoulder to the elbow it was normal, but from the elbow to the end it was a large dragon head, more specifically Drake's head, only the sockets were empty. The gems were between the chest and stomach, on the sides of the shoulders, protected by the shoulder pads, and on the dragon heads. The helmet had 2 horns curved backwards and 1 upwards coming out of the forehead, and the eyes were red. He had his dragon wings and a cape black on the outside and red on the inside. The aura they gave off was simply terrifying to the enemies. They could see a huge green-eyed red dragon next to a blue-eyed white dragon staring at them like garbage. But the most terrifying thing was the humanoid-shaped black dragon with red eyes and the humanoid-shaped white dragon with blue eyes. Mind you, I'm not talking about the Yu-Gi-Oh dragons. Enter Battle of Omega, the original. Issei and Vali looked seriously at their opponents. Shalba Beelzebub, Kateria Leviathan, Crucerius Modius and Loki Odinson. In a burst of speed imperceptible to all, the twins were already in front of their opponents. They both landed a few blows on their targets. For a second, they only doubled over, but then they were launched into some mountains. Boom! The mountains fell to pieces. Meanwhile, the dragon hunting team took care of the Midgardsormr clones, the demons and Fafnir's offspring. But they didn't notice how 3 of the Dragon King's clones slipped away and went against Sona, who was being cared for by Momo and Raruko. They could only see their end approaching, but were intrigued when they felt nothing. They opened them and surprised to see a certain blonde and a certain blue-haired girl protecting them. Saji, Gen-chan Wendy, shouted the ones who were almost dead. Saji used the last of his power to form a barrier of black flames, while Wendy used Dragon Slayer magic. I won't let them hurt you. You're very important people to me. That surprised and blushed the aforementioned. Momo and Raruko are very kind to me, and Kaicho gave me a dream. The dream of being a teacher. Now Sona's face was as red as Ria's hair. So it doesn't matter if I lose my life, but I won't let them lay a finger on you. A bright purple aura covered the blonde. Sona Kaicho gave me a new home after I lost my mother. She's like a big sister to me. So I'll protect her, no matter the cost. Wendy shouted, increasing her power. Come on, my other half. Let's show these fake Midgardsormr the true power of a Dragon King. The one who spoke was none other than Vritra, the prison Dragon King, who woke up once the 4 sacred gears he was divided into were reunited. Wendy, breathe in. A very familiar voice sounded in the blue-haired girl's head, but instead of asking questions, she just did what she was told. The flames holding the clones back disappeared, alarming King Sitri and his servants. But to their surprise, Shadow Prison. Black flames even more powerful than the previous ones appeared and trapped the clones. Roar of the Sky Dragon. An immense tornado engulfed the Midgardsormr, seriously injuring them. Sona, Momo and Raruko looked at Saji and Wendy, noticing the incredible changes. Malabulj Vritra promotion. Saji was now wearing a black armor similar to Issei and Vali's scale mail, with tentacles coming out of his back. Dragon Force. Wendy now had pink hair, slanted pink reptilian eyes, more pronounced fangs, and feathers came out of her wrists and ankles, and small white wings appeared on her back. Incredible. Was what the Sitri heiress murmured upon seeing the transformation of her servants. Both Sitri servants launched themselves together with the dragon hunting team to finish off the enemy. The Gremory group, Sitri and Leon and Akame were also released. They were all cornering the demonic soldiers, the Midgardsormr clones, Hati and Skoll. They were taking them to Hela's ship to eliminate them all together. Ella was fighting against Scarlet and Karumi, who had already destroyed much of the ship, although it was being repaired. Take this. They both shouted, firing several dragon shoot and explosive bullets. Boom. The ship suffered so much damage that it was forced to descend to the ground. Shit. Hela exclaimed furiously. At that, the demonic soldiers, the Dragon King clones, and Hati and Skoll crashed into the ship. Shadow Prison. Burst flames engulfed enemies, making it impossible for them to move. This was furthered by Gasper, who used his sacred gear to stop the enemies. In the sky were those who would deliver the final blow. Boost 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 explosion. Issei's servants increased their power as the marks began to glow red. Divide 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 divide. Vali's servants divided the power of the enemies and absorbed it. The executioners concentrated their energy to the fullest extent possible, targeting that huddled group. Dragon Overpulse. Tiamat concentrated energy in her palm, but it was 100 times more powerful than a normal dragon pulse. Devastating hurricane. A powerful wind gathered in Lori's hands. Asia charged energy into her chest, inflating it. Small flames could be seen escaping from her mouth. Infernal Fury. LeFay charged one of her best spells. Zenobia concentrated dragonic and sacred power in her sword. Kiba only concentrated dragon power in a lightning sword. Valhalla Lightning. Roswis created a magic circle with golden lightning. Rory and Albedo concentrated their power in their axes. Kieran. Akeno said so that the lightning dragon made an appearance. Kaneko concentrated her power into a sphere of blue fire, as did Kuroka. Nova. Ravel created the fire sphere that she used against the Sitri. Dragon Bomb. Small spheres of dragonic power came out of Scarlet, gathering them in front of her palms, generating a sphere of concentrated power. Final shoot. Kurumi concentrated huge amounts of dragon power into her guns. Jessica concentrated pressurized water into her new cannons, while Rebecca, Veronica, and Lori concentrated power into their weapons. Sword of the Celestial Clouds. Susanoo created a somewhat strange giant sword, but with great destructive power. Hegel-Spring. Esdeath created a gigantic glacier. Sky Dragon Slayer Secret Arts. Light Devastation. Heaven Drill. Vast amounts of strong wind swirled around Wendy. Light Dragon Slayer Secret Attacks. White Dragon Holy Breath. Sting concentrated a powerful light in his mouth. Star of Extinction. Rias concentrated power of destruction into a compressed sphere above her head. Great Water Dragon. A huge eastern water dragon appeared behind Sona. Super Giga Drill Breaker. The drill much larger than the others came out of Pederhassen's mouth. Tannen concentrated a powerful fire in his mouth. Zero Arms. Arachi. Susanoo summoned a strange cannon that began to charge power. Final Execution. The symbols on Galantman's shield glowed. Fire. Tiamat shouted, signaling for a shot. They all launched their attacks against the motionless enemies. Boom. The tremendous explosion disintegrated Hela, her ship, the Midgard Summer clones, the demonic army and even Hadi and Skoll. Well, let's wait for Ice and Vali to take care of the others, said Tiamat, disappearing the marks just like the others. With Issei and Vali. They waited for their opponents to emerge from the rubble. Boom. The descendants of the Mayu and the son of Odin finally came out. It was about time. Issei said somewhat bored. Sons of bitches. The enemy leader shouted. Vali extended his right hand to the side. He created a magic circle from which Aryukin emerged and grabbed her. Issei extended his left arm to the right, then quickly moved it to the left, knocking Ascalon out of the dragon's head. Both appeared in front of the enemies. Arg. Kateria and Loki cried as they were cut by the dragon's swords. But it wasn't a deep or fatal cut. The twins kicked the aforementioned men in the stomachs, sending them crashing into another mountain. Afterwards, Issei went against the descendant of Beelzebub, who had created a very powerful shield, but penetrate. Issei pierced the shield and hit Shalba's face with his knee, causing him to bleed from his mouth and nose. While Vali plunged the Aryukin blade into Krusuri's right shoulder, then ripped it off. The black-haired man shot a large sphere of demonic power at him, but reflect. Vali deflected that attack into a mountain, eliminating it. Issei kicked Shalba in the face, sending him into Asmodeus's descendant, colliding and causing both of them to fall to the ground. At that, Kateria and Loki emerged from the rubble and appeared in front of the dragons, with a lot of energy concentrated in their blows. But the twins dodged them and delivered an upward kick, which lifted their enemies 200 meters into the air. Then they appeared above them, and both dealt them a powerful blow, sending them straight into the other two. Boom. A small explosion was caused by the fall of those two. With great difficulty, the four of them stood up and focused much more energy than before on both dragons. Vali just put the palm of his left hand forward, and Issei pointed his right arm forward, from which a cannon came out. Die! Shouted Shalba, Krusuri, Kateria and Loki, firing their joint attack, which was on par with the roar of the twin dragons they used against Mordred. Divide, 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 divide. The attack dropped in level a lot, and volleys increased. Imperial machine gun. And in his palm a large magic circle was formed, from which countless shots of dragonic energy came out. Boost, 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 explosion. The eyes of the dragon heads shone as Issei's power increased. Imperial bomber. And a huge amount of dragonic power concentrated in the cannon, leaving it an immense torrent of energy, targeting the enemies on the ground. Both attacks were directed against the descendants of the Mayu and Loki, but no one noticed how a magic circle appeared below Shalba and took him away. Boom. Cut the song here. An explosion that dwarfed the one from the battle against Mordred destroyed everything. Many mountains disappeared, leaving a huge crater in the area. Nothing was seen of Kateria, Shalba and Krusuri, while Loki was seen on the verge of death. Both twins left the place and went with the group. Upon arriving at the scene, everyone accosted them with hundreds of questions, but the twins asked if they could take off their armor. Everyone was very surprised to see them without armor. What's wrong with you? Vali asked, puzzled, until Lefay gave them a mirror. They were also surprised. Both of their eyes changed. Vali's were now almost light blue, like his mother, while Issei's were now a deep red, like his father. What happened to make her eyes change? And that transformation? Sona asked seriously. The twins told them about how they were almost overpowered by the previous wielders of the boosted gear and the divide gear, the encounter with their mother, and how their determination changed the former wielders and achieved those transformations. After that, they proceeded to take Loki away. To almost everyone's surprise, they saw Arthur, Biku, Mine, Kurum, and Chelsea alongside a mini version of Fefner. They later clarified that it was the real Fefner, except that by using Ruler to subdue him, he lost most of his powers, but he still retained his best ability and would regain his powers one day. The next day, dragon hunting. The residents of dragon hunting were saying goodbye to Auden, who almost forgot Cassie, Azazel, and Baraquiel, but to the surprise of many. "Here," said Akeno, handing her father a bento. "It's for the trip." And said goodbye by kissing him on the cheek. Baraquiel's jaw was on the floor, and he was inwardly thanking Issei for reconciling with his daughter. At night, they decided to eat outside. Everyone was at a table eating a barbecue prepared by Bahamut with chorizo, blood sausage, salad and everything. To the surprise of many, Akeno took out a bento. "Ice-kun, say ah," said Akeno holding some stew she made. Issei just shrugged and opened his mouth and closed his eyes, only for something else to enter besides the food. When he opened his eyes, he saw Akeno kissing him, but also playing with her tongue. But that kiss conveyed Akeno's feelings. Happiness, gratitude, but above all, love. The others had their jaws on the ground while they watched the two rise. They separated and followed their instincts to know what to draw in the sky. A few minutes later, a red-black dragon could be seen holding the hands of another purple one, but with fallen wings. Issei and Akeno descended, kissing. When they hit the ground, they separated and looked into each other's eyes. "Ice-kun, I love you," Akeno said with a sparkle in her eyes. In a second they both disappeared, to which some innocent people wondered where they went while others already had an idea, but Vali wondered why he felt Issei and Akeno's aura in that room with a black door. Issei opened his eyes, only to find himself tied to a bed. "Yufufufufu, I'm going to enjoy this, Ice-kun." He turned his neck to meet Akeno, but she was wearing a very tight military suit, in addition to carrying a riding crop, a whip and other items that I cannot mention. Wait, Akeno." The black-haired man stuttered, watching as the black-haired woman approached him, stretching out the whip. Dragon Ascalon laughed at the red-eyed boy's luck, although the sword wanted to try that. Ha 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 ha. Not to mention the former carriers, they all laughed since they didn't have to suffer that. That night, Issei experienced the best or worst side of a Himejima. Elsewhere. Returning to the underworld, Baraquiel used the Gremory train. Then, he remembers his daughter's bento and opens it, finding an elaborate stew. Carefully, he lifts a little and tastes it, beginning to cry with joy. "It's just like your taste, Shuri," he thought very happily. But 5 minutes later, that happiness was replaced by a strange urge to kill a certain black-haired son of a dragon god. He didn't have to think too much, as his parental sixth sense was telling him what was happening. "Easy, Baraquiel roared, raising his aura suddenly, cracking the floor of the train. "The next time you see him, you're going to suffer." Chapter 24. The first human dragon slayer and a troubled trip to Kyoto. We now find ourselves in dragon hunting the morning after Akeno and Issei disappeared. Almost the entire dragon hunting group could be seen sitting down and eating breakfast, but the most notable was Akeno, who never lost her smile and that strange glow. Those who weren't there were a certain black-haired man, a certain Mayu, Cadre, Seraph, and his Queen of Hearts. "Where is Issei-kun?" asked Issei's blonde knight. Everyone sent Akeno a look, ranging from jealous to accusatory. "Don't look at me like that," said Akeno, raising her hands. Pum pum pum. Several thuds were heard. Everyone came out of the kitchen to see Issei lying face down on the floor and tied to an X. Everyone looked back at Akeno with accusatory looks. Maybe at one point it occurred to me to handcuff him to that," the black-haired girl responded nervously. Kaneko and Ravel turned Issei around. At that, everyone noticed that Issei had kiss marks all over his body and whiplash wounds. And for some mysterious reason in the universe, he was wearing black underwear. Another round of accusatory glances, which made Akeno even more nervous. They then proceeded to untie Issei and wake him up, as he fainted after hitting the ground. Which was strange since he had fought with a god and received more powerful attacks, and this didn't happen to him. They managed to wake him up in the most rational way possible. By Vali constantly slapping him. "Wake up," said the albino while slapping him. "I'm awake," Issei shouted, stopping Vali's hand. "Wow son, looks like you had a crazy night," Bahamut said with an amused smile, while Akeno drooled remembering the night. "Don't remind me," said Issei, feeling a chill remembering his night of action with Akeno, where they did almost all the positions of the Kama Sutra and torture. "Well, take a bath and get dressed, we'll go to Tanin's territory to spend the afternoon," Bahamut ordered as Issei got up and went to the bathroom. "It's not fair, I'm also his fiancé, and I can't do it with Issei-sama," Ravel said with obvious envy and jealousy. "Sorry Ravel, but until they do the dragon dance they are not fully engaged," Office replied with a smile. Of course, they didn't notice the jealousy of the others, who had an aura of battle to see who had the next date. Meanwhile, Issei was taking a bath when 4 females entered. Because he had his eyes closed, because of the large amount of steam and how relaxed he was, he didn't notice Serafal, Penemu, Gabriel and Griselda enter the bathroom with only a towel, unsuccessfully covering their incredible bodies. Upon entering, they noticed the dragon bathing as naturally as possible while humming a song. A strong red color adorned Gabriel and Griselda's faces, who fought internally to avoid falling. While Penemu and Serafal looked at the black-haired man's work body with a lascivious smile and licking their lips. The 4 of them imagining themselves in those arms while he whispered beautiful things in their ears. It didn't help that they remembered Tiamat, Office and Asia talking about their nights with Issei. They stayed like that for a while, until Issei finished bathing and came out with a towel tied around his waist. The leaders and the exorcist had hidden themselves to avoid any awkward moments, diminishing their presence in passing. When the black-haired man came out, the reactions that the leaders contained were not expected. Fuse. At that exact moment, Prim and Khassid entered only to see the leaders fly away with a level 7 nosebleed and a goofy smile, while Griselda fought with all her might to stay still. Griselda was about to hit Issei, but she stopped when she realized something. Gabriel hadn't fallen. Wait a minute, hadn't Gabriel fallen? In the afternoon, Tannen territory. Tannen was showing Bahamut the territory while the rest were scattered around. The women entertained themselves by playing with the baby dragons or the smaller ones, while the men had practice fights with the juveniles or larger ones. Roar. Roared one pointing at Gasper who was practicing with another dragon. He doesn't look like it, but he's a man. Volley explained to the dragon. Roar. He roared, ask again. Believe me when I say that we tried everything to get her to stop wearing a skirt, but it's impossible. Volley replied. Susannaman and Galantman could also be seen practicing battles with other dragons, while Pederhausen told some little one stories from the past, and Fenrir played carefully with others. After a while, Volley left to go find a certain green-haired girl he hadn't seen in a while. The only one who didn't do this was Issei, who went for a walk around. He walked for a while, until he heard a scream. Help. The black-haired man followed the scream until he found the person responsible. She was a girl of about 10 years old, with straight scarlet hair that reached her thighs, brown eyes, but one was covered by a lock of hair. She wore a kind of mini armor with a Cruz blacksmith's cross symbol on the chest, a long blue skirt, and black boots. She was badly injured while holding a sword to stop the advance of a small group of demons who were wearing armor with symbols of the old Mau. Apparently there are some cells left there. But he could notice a very particular essence in the little girl. It was dragon essence. The girl was terrified, she had just gone out to practice with the sword and these guys appeared with strange intentions. Look at that girl. Said one of them. I'm sure we can sell it for a modest sum. The other said with a terrifying look. But we can have some fun with her. Another said with a depraved look. The little Reteed kept shaking, even her sword was trembling. She closed her eyes as she saw someone reaching for her. But to her surprise, she didn't feel the grip. Aya. The demon screamed. The Reteed opened her eyes, only to be greatly surprised. The demon's hand was severed, and the person standing in front of her was a black-haired man with horns, wings, a tail, and a black trench coat. He glared murderously at the demons, who took a few steps back. Are you okay? Our black-haired boy asked, turning his neck, allowing the girl to see one of Issei's red eyes. Why yes sir, the little girl affirmed while Issei gave her a smile. Well, I recommend you close your eyes. Issei advised a doubtful little girl, but in the end she listened to him, covering her eyes with her little hands. Issei turned to face the demons, wielding Ascalon. Very well, who wants to die first? Said the Sekiryuite pointing the Dragon Slayer sword. The first one charged forward with a mace in hand, trying to hit Issei. But he dodged it easily and turned his back on the demon to stab Ascalon and take it out by cutting the entire right side of the enemy, scattering its entrails across the grass. Another tried to attack him from behind, but Issei hit him with his heel, throwing him off a bit. He twisted around to grab the attacker with his free hand and rammed Ascalon through his skull, piercing him from side to side. He then pulled it out, scattering pieces of what had been the man's brain. Another attack with a flying kick, which Issei stopped in midair and slammed the guy into the ground. He proceeded to place one of his feet on the free leg and, with no force, tore off the leg he was holding. He then bashed the man with that same leg until his head exploded. Two others attacked him with swords, trying to cut him down from both sides. But the black-haired man leaped around, dodging their sword blows, and with Ascalon, he sliced the demon on his right vertically in half. Then he swept the other, leaving him in the air for a few seconds. Seconds in which Issei kicked him, sending the demon flying. To finish, Issei delivered a downward kick, which slammed him into the ground. But Issei didn't stop there, as he sliced off Ascalon's limbs and stabbed him in the heart. I look at the last of the demons, who was shaking too much and only did what he thought was right. Running away from the place. Issei lifted one of the swords left by one of the demons with his foot and threw it with a kick. The sword was stuck in the subject's mouth, but with the force, it tore off his skull and nailed it to a nearby tree. The green grass was now red. "You can open them now," said Issei. The little Ryujin hadn't opened her eyes at any moment, even when she heard the screams of agony from the demons. The girl slowly took her hands away from her eyes, scared to see the massacre that had taken place there. She saw the black-haired boy who had saved her covered in blood, surrounded by mangled and lifeless bodies. With a quick spell, Issei wiped away the blood as he approached the little girl. To her surprise, the boy grabbed her and put her on his shoulders, making her blush slightly. Somewhere in the forest, a certain pink-haired girl felt like her territory had been taken away from her. "And why did those demons want to grab you?" Issei asked, trying to start a conversation. I don't know, I just came to practice a little with my sword," said the Ryujin. "And you live around here?" he asked again. "Why yes, over there." I point to the forest. They walked for about 15 minutes until they reached a meadow in the middle of the forest, where the trees only let in a few rays of sunlight. In the middle was a small wooden cabin, not as ostentatious as was common among demons. It had a fireplace and a hammock. "We're here. By the way, what's your name?" the black-haired man asked. The little girl on his shoulders was going to answer, but a scream alerted them both. Issei. Both turned their necks to see a beautiful woman with scarlet hair like the little one, but with her hair styled with 4 braids tied in bows at the bottom, which are quite wide, 2 falling in front of her and 2 hanging down her back. On top of her 2 front braids, she wears a kind of hoops that seem to tighten or hold her hairstyle, and her bangs are cut in a semi-straight shape, pointing towards her left eye. Her eyes were brown and she was wearing a blouse that starts at her neck and ends just above her navel. It is open in the center, leaving a portion of her chest and a smaller portion of her abdomen free. It is a dark color and has striped decorations in another light color on the opening part. In addition to wearing a kind of hearts on said stripes, the blouse also has a pair of large buttons linked by a chain. She wears a rather revealing skirt, the top part sits at her hips and has the same stripe and heart decoration as her blouse. The rest is long in a dark color with light stripes on the edges, in addition to leaving both legs and much of her hips exposed. She wears a long cape that she ties in a bow between her neck and shoulders, and that folds to approximately the middle of her legs. She wears what appear to be a pair of thigh-high boots that are dark in color and have a large light stripe across the top. On her head, she wears a giant dark-colored hat with what appears to be stuffed animal on the edge, from which some kind of tubes hang behind her. Her hands are more like dark-colored claws. She has a large scar on her abdomen, and she carries a cane taller than her with engravings that simulate leopard skin. "Mom." The now identified Urza shouted happily as the black-haired man lowered her. The little girl ran to hug her mother. "My little one. I felt demonic energy where you were, but it disappeared in an instant." "Was it you?" the woman asked. But the little girl just denied and pointed at the Isseixharem. Instantly, the woman looked at him with sharp eyes as she hugged her little girl tighter, but at the same time, the boy seemed familiar to her. "Hello." The black-haired man greeted naturally. If it weren't for the fact that the older Ryujin's gaze scared him. "Who are you and what do you want?" the woman asked, pointing her cane at him. "Why you see my name is Issei and..." But he couldn't say anything else as the tip of the staff began to light up. "It doesn't matter. We'll never see each other," the woman said. "Wait, Mom, he saved me." The little girl rushed to the black-haired boy's aid. "Really?" the woman asked questioningly, looking at the two of them. The black-haired man began to explain that he found his daughter about to be attacked by some demons, so he jumped in to save her and kill those guys. "I really appreciate it," the woman said, giving an exaggerated bow that drew an anime-style drop from Issei and Urza. There's nothing to be thankful for, anyone would have done the same." Issei tried to be modest. "Thank you very much though. She'd like to come in for some tea," suggested the older Ryujin carrying her daughter. "Nice to meet you, Issei said but realized he didn't know the woman's name. Irene Bulsarian." The Ryujin introduced herself. "Nice to meet you, my name is Issei Bahamut." The black-haired man introduced himself. The Ryujin had to hold back a squeal of surprise upon recognizing that name. The black-haired man, on the other hand, studied the woman and discovered that, like the little girl, she had the essence of a dragon. Throughout the afternoon, he spent chatting with Irene or playing with Urza. He discovered that Irene was a powerful mage, even capable of changing the formation of the place, while Urza used a rare magic that allowed her to use weapons and armor that she kept in a pocket dimension. It was funny how trying to change into regular clothes, I ended up with a ballet tutu. He showed them the boosted gear, surprising Irene and causing Urza to have stars in her eyes, which turned into drooling when he took out Ascalon. The little girl had a problem with weapons. During that time, Issei analyzed both Ryujins, noticing how Urza had, despite her age, the same face as Irene. The thought that Urza would be just like Irene when she grew up crossed his mind, although he dismissed it, since there was no way the daughter would be an exact copy of her mother, right? Somewhere in the underworld and the human world, a certain brunette matriarch of a prestigious clan and a certain redeeted heiress sneezed. At the same time, with the others. The small dragons could be seen trembling next to the larger ones, all behind Kiba, Gasper, Biku and Arthur. This was because the girls who couldn't get a date with a certain dark-haired man were giving off an aura of death and jealousy, as they felt that some bitch out of nowhere was getting some alone time with their man. Already in the afternoon, Issei said goodbye to both redeeds, promising to visit them again. He flew away until he reached the place where the rest were. "Did you have fun, son?" Bahamut asked with a malicious smile that didn't bode well. Issei. Issei's girls whispered in a demonic tone, scaring the black-haired boy. "Why me? Volley left too," she said, crying in I'm style at first, but then pointing at the albino. "Because the notice and we didn't see a problem." Lori answered. "Sniff, sniff, son, why do you smell like another woman's scent?" Bahamut troll has returned recharged. "Eee," roared all of Issei's women. The next thing they saw was Issei running away from his girls, while the rest watched them eating popcorn and sitting on some chairs from God knows where they came from. A few days later. The trip to Kyoto is approaching, but first our protagonists must resolve a very important matter. "Okay. What are we doing for the festival?" Rias asked the huge occult research club. Because of Loki's problem, they didn't get around to discussing what to do for the upcoming festival. Therefore, the Gremory group and the Bahamut groups, who technically belonged to the club and were supposed to help out, met before the second years left on their trip. They also talked about the trip, where Rhea surprisingly became strange and started giving them advice like power of destruction. According to Akeno, Rias, by not making an itinerary, ended up dragging her, Sona and Tsubaki all over Kyoto, since they ended up leaving the best for last. "How about a maid cafe?" Kiba suggested. "Denied." All the women replied. They weren't going to let the other students see them in those clothes. "A house of horrors," Asia suggested. "We already did it last year. We even hired yokai spirits." Akeno answered while everyone directed an accusatory look at Rias. "What? I just hired them to scare people, and they didn't take any humans." The Redeed explained. "How about a contest to see who's the most beautiful?" suggested the Inugami, Kataru. Sting immediately covered his mouth. But the other had to talk. "And the winner gets 2 coupons for a free dinner at a fancy restaurant," Gasper suggested this time. But he was silenced by Issei and Volley. But it was too late. There was a pressure like no other in the battle with Loki. All the girls had a full battle aura while they looked at each other defiantly. "They're trying to make us die," Issei exclaimed to both first years. "There's no time to calm them down," Kiba analyzed. "There is only one option left," said Biku. All the men nodded among themselves. What happened next is worthy of a scene from a Michael Bay movie. Issei, Volley, Kiba, Gasper, Biku, Arthur, Sting and Kataru could be seen jumping out the window in great alarm. But what's important is what's behind us, since what was the occult research club was now an incredible explosion that would leave the director known for putting explosions everywhere speechless. In another universe, a certain blonde artist felt that a work of art had happened somewhere. Back in our universe, the men were running away from the now battlefield of the girls of the 3 groups. From the student council room, Sona watched all this while massaging her temples. This was going to give her wrinkles before their time. Day of travel. You could see all the second-year classes with suitcases at the train station. Kiryu was the one commanding Issei's course, since he came with a megaphone and everything. "Well children, have fun and don't forget to bring back souvenirs," said Bahamut, saying goodbye to his children and the others. "Calm down Pa. We'll bring you that statuette," said Issei, downplaying it. "Sting, don't do anything stupid, okay? And don't forget to bring those snacks," Rias ordered seriously but with a smile. "Yes, Rias Bucho." Sting shouted in a military pose, but with a small but noticeable blush. "Well. With that said, have a good trip," he said, hugging Sting, who turned even redder. "Saji. Make sure the trip goes as planned," Sona ordered with her typical stoic face. "Yes, Sona Kaicho," Saji said. "Okay, here you go," exclaimed Bahamut, handing out some passes along with Rias and Sona. "Passes?" Issei asked, surprised. "They are special passes. They give them the authority to visit temples and other places in Kyoto without being stopped or bothered by yokai," Bahamut explained. "And in the case of demons, they allow us to visit temples without being affected by the sacred elements," Rias continued. "Alright, you good-for-nothing guys. Get up at once," Kiryu shouted through the megaphone. "See you." All the second years said goodbye. Once they got inside and were at a safe distance, it happened. "Well, you can release him now," Bahamut said, confusing Rias, but then she felt it. A powerful jealous and murderous instinct was released at that moment. Looking closely, it came from Veronica, Rebecca, Leon, Esdeath, Nagenda, Kaneko, Ravel and Albedo, who emanated this aura, since certain girls were going to spend time alone with Issei. It didn't help that Roswis gave them a victorious smile as she was the teacher accompanying them along with Azazel, who was accompanied by Angela. It also came from Kuram and Jessica, as they wanted to spend time alone with a certain albino. To Ria's surprise, Sona and Tsubaki also emanated it, one because certain two servants of hers monopolized Saji for the duration of the trip, while the other because a certain blonde was going to be in the sights of almost the entire second-grade female student body. To clarify, Sona felt a slight crush when Saji defended her from the Midgardsard clones, so she wanted to see if those feelings were love or gratitude. But apparently, that'll have to wait. Meanwhile, on the train, Issei and Vali's female peerage was playing Truco or Chinchin in a separate area, while Kiba and Sting were trying to evade their fans, and Biku was just getting a little nervous. "What's wrong, Biku?" Kiba asked. I hope I don't run into that old man," he said a little blue. "That old man?" the blonde asked, puzzled. "Sun Wukong," the black-haired man answered. "He probably found out that I temporarily joined a terrorist group and didn't take it well." At that he turned even bluer and in the fetal position. With the girls, Asia noticed that Zenobia was acting strange. "What's wrong, Zenobia?" the ex-nun asked, puzzled. It's just. I left Durandal. I'm unarmed," the blue-haired girl confessed. "But why?" asked his former exorcist partner. "It seems the Orthodox Church has discovered a way to make her more powerful, but at the same time reduce her excess power output. It's interesting that even the Orthodox Church came out to help, although it must be for Michael's sake. But still, I should have brought a spare weapon," Zenobia cried comically. The girls had an anime-style drop and a nervous smile at the former exorcist's paranoia. Issei and Vali were asleep to anyone who saw them, but they were actually deep within the sacred gears for something very important: playing casino games. Inside the boosted gear and the divide gear, a huge casino could be seen. Inside were the former Sekiryuite, Hakuryukas, Ascalon, Aryukin, Albion, Drake, Issei, and Vali. Some exporters were waiters or managed the games, which ranged from roulette and poker to some very suggestive ones. There was even a bar. Issei, Vali, Drake, Albion, Ascalon and Aryukin were playing Texas Hold'em poker. "Pair of sixes," said Issei, showing the cards. "Trio of 9. Vali showed that he had 2 9s. "Trio of 4. Drake showed 2 4s. "Pair of 8s. Albion showed an 8. "Pair of 1 Aryukin only showed his 1s. "Yes. 4 of a kind," Ascalon exclaimed, showing his cards and taking the entire bet. "Remind me why we're here?" Vali asked the black-haired man. "Because the previous bearers wanted to have a party for the opening of the place," he answered while receiving the cards for the next round. "I bet 500. I'm going up to 800. Albion exclaimed. At that, Issei and Vali feel someone calling them. "I'm sorry, but we have to go," said Issei, standing up. "See you, and don't overdo it with the drinks." They both said goodbye to the previous Ekuryuites and Hakuryukas. "See you." They all said goodbye. Outside, Issei and Vali found themselves being hugged like pillows by Kurumi and Akame, Issei, and Chelsea and mine, Vali. The 4 girls were fast asleep, so the boys decided to do the same. Unbeknownst to them, Zenobia, Irina, Sylvia, Scarlett, Rory, and even Roswis were all emanating an aura of jealousy at the sight of Kurumi and Akame, as was the entire second-year female student body. The men, on the other hand, cursed the twins' fate and promised to make their lives miserable at the academy. Poor devils. They stayed like this until they arrived in Kyoto. As soon as they woke up, they grabbed their things and went to the line to leave. "Sting, is it true that you had a practice match with Seraerg?" Issei asked the blonde next to him. "Yes, but how did you find out?" the other asked, intrigued. "Azazel." Issei, Vali and Kiba answered, making Sting sigh. "And how strong is it?" the albino asked this time. "I couldn't tell you, but I could barely stand up to him in Dragon Force, and I think he held back with gravity seals," Sting reported, remembering how he almost lost in power to Seraerg. "How much power does he have?" the twin said with a challenging smile. Somewhere in the underworld, a certain dark-skinned man felt that he would soon have the fight he had been waiting for. Without further ado, they got off the train and went straight to the hotel, which had a very curious name. Hotel Surziches. Kiba read the name of the hotel. Those who knew about the supernatural had an anime-style drop because of it. A drop that grew when they saw that there was a hotel called Hotel Serafel 1 street away. These demons. Was the thought of the dragons in Kiryu. And to top it all off, it was a very luxurious hotel. "I still wonder how we were able to afford this," one student asked. The anime-style drop grew bigger. "Okay, listen, you have to be careful with the savings you brought, don't spend them too quickly," said Roswas, the savings expert. This is the 100 yen Valkyrie speaking, said Biku. That was the nickname Biku and Kuroka called him, since he almost always went to the 100 yen store. The black-haired man received a murderous glare from Issei and Roswas. They then proceeded to show everyone their rooms, finally ending with Issei and Volley. And this is your room. The former Valkyrie introduced. It was a very simple room, barely enough for 2 people to squeeze in. There was a small table, an old television, a small closet, and a tiny bathroom. There was no bed, just sheets. The twins looked at the albino asking, "Are you serious?" And that was because the other rooms were first class, with high-class beds and everything, even a bathroom as big as this room. Don't look at me like that, I wasn't the one who chose the rooms, it was Sona Kaicho. Roswas excused herself. Maybe it's revenge for the damage we caused, said Volley, remembering certain events. The battle against Kakabiel, the 3 factions meeting, when some kids wanted to beat them up and ended up in the hospital with protruding bones and internal bleeding, and the most recent one when they were thinking about what to do for the festival. On all of these occasions, it was Sona and her group who had to take charge, whether it was repairing the place and erasing the memory of any civilians who saw them, or talking to the parents of the idiots who tried to be clever. The reason Sona ended up doing all of this was because our 2 protagonists disappeared without a trace. Even so, Issei exclaimed resignedly as he entered the room. After dropping off their things, everyone went downstairs and split into groups to go sightseeing. Of course, the leader of Issei's group was Kiryu. "Alright idiots, let's go to Fushimi Inari." The brunette with glasses shouted through the megaphone, guiding them as if she were Christopher Columbus. This got an anime-style drop out of more than one person. Upon reaching their destination, the girls went crazy seeing how beautiful the place was. The place was a shrine dedicated to the spirit Inari. Like many other shrines during that tourist season, there were shops selling yuden, stuffed animals, and other items. "You have to try this," Zenobia said, holding a bowl of yuden. "Look, they're so cute." Asia, Irina, and Kurumi squealed upon seeing the fox toys, and the rest of the twins' harem joined in. Of course, they were the ones who ended up buying a doll for each of them. "Issei, Volley, take a picture of us," Akame asked with a digital camera in hand. First it was a photo with all the girls, then one of Issei with each of his girls who came, then Volley with his own, and finally one of the 2 twins. They then went to the temple, which was guarded by 2 stone fox statues. "I think they're watching me," Irina said. "That's his job," Issei pointed out. "Thanks to this, we can pass without any problems," exclaimed Sylvia, pointing at the pass. They then passed through the temple to reach the stairs leading to Mount Inari. Along the way, they kept taking photos, either with cameras or cell phones. They reached the summit, where there was a small shrine. They took photos and made offerings until they felt it. "They surround us," said Irina. "He's been following us since we arrived in Kyoto," Asia exclaimed seriously. "And you didn't tell me?" The half-angel shouted offended. "It's more fun this way," Rory explained, sticking out his tongue. A few minutes passed until a voice was heard. "You're not from here." Everyone turned to see that the person speaking was a blonde girl with golden eyes wearing a priestess outfit. And with fox ears and 9 fluffy tails. "A girl?" they asked incredulously. But when she saw that they didn't answer, the little blonde girl got very angry. "Outsiders. How dare you come here? Attack." In response to the girl's screams, many yokai appeared. They all had hermit clothes, but some had black wings and crow masks, while others had fox masks. In response, the dragons and the half-angel got into battle stance while taking out their weapons. Rory his axe, Zenobia a shinai she bought somewhere, Irina took out her wings and created a sword of light, Issei and Volley transformed, Sylvia activated her armor, Asia got into stance, Ross was changed into her Valkyrie card, Biku took out his staff, Kurumi her weapons, Scarlet some small horns and claws, Office emanated her power, Kiryu summoned Flaris, Akame took out her sword. Mine her cannon, and Chelsea her cosmetic box. "Give me back my mother," the girl shouted as the yokai launched an attack. Chapter 25. Dating and the hero faction. The yokai launched themselves at the dragons. The dragons easily repelled them, but they wondered what the girl meant. "Your mother?" Issei asked, dodging a sword slash from a hermit. "Maybe something happened and he thinks we have his mother," Scarlet deduced, hitting a yokai in the face. "Hey, little girl, we don't have your mom," Biku shouted, hitting 2 yokai with his staff. "Don't lie. My eyes don't deceive me," the little girl squealed, throwing a small fireball. But Issei grabbed it with his bare hand and easily destroyed it, frustrating the blonde girl. Kiryu crushed 3 yokai with Flaris, Asia grabbed 2 and threw them at Irina and Zenobia, who kicked them away. Roswas, Kurumi and mine injured some with magic shots, bullets and energy. Sylvia and Akame hit others with the handles of their swords. Rory hooked one with a non-lethal part of her weapon and threw it into a small group. and Office knocked them out with a blow to the back of the head. The fight went on for a few minutes as the second years didn't want to kill them, just knock them out. Seeing all the yokai lying on the ground without lethal wounds, just knocked out, they fixed their gaze on the little blonde, whose eyes reflected fury and hatred. "We're leaving, but listen carefully. I'll get my mother back," the girl shouted, snapping her fingers. She and the fainted yokai disappeared in a gust of wind. "What happened?" Volley asked into the air. Afterwards they returned to the hotel where they each went to the bathrooms. "Very well." The air of seriousness inside the men's restroom was palpable. "How do we proceed with Operation Pants?" asked a dark-haired Sekiruyute. "What happened to burning all her skirts and putting her in shorts?" the black-haired yokai asked. "We did it countless times, but," said the blonde swordsman. "He always goes around with the girls and makes sad puppy dog eyes, begging them to buy him a skirt. After shouting kawaii, they buy it for him," the albino concluded. "So much trouble trying to get Gasper to dress like a man?" Ria's Grimory's queen asked incredulously. "You have no idea," sighed the four dragons. As they left the bathroom, they met Azazel. "What's up, Azazel?" Issei asked, curious because the crow was wearing a tuxedo and the doctor was wearing a cocktail dress. "Get dressed, we've been invited to a nearby Japanese restaurant," Azazel informed us. "It was only 8 p.m, of course." "Who's inviting us?" Sting asked. "The Mauserafol Leviathan," Angela reported this time. A little while later, the dragons, the demon, the self-proclaimed angel, the crow and the doctor were in front of the aforementioned restaurant. "Daraku restaurant," Irina whispered. They proceeded to enter and were led to Serafol's table. "Hello everyone." Serafol, wearing a formal suit, greeted energetically. Nearby was the Citri retinue. "Hello Saji, how did it go?" Issei asked the blonde Vritra wielder. "Since we are the student council, we had to stay with the teachers," exclaimed a depressed Saji since he wanted to visit the city. "And you?" "The usual. We went out and a girl attacked us with a group of yokai." "Nothing new," Issei said, downplaying it. After a while, everyone was already eating. "So what brings you to Kyoto, Serafol-sama?" Sting asked, savoring his food. "Since I'm in charge of the underworld's foreign relations, I came to gain the cooperation of the yokai. But it seems there were some inconveniences," Serafol said, adopting a serious expression. The others knew that if Serafol put aside her playful attitude and put on a face like that, things weren't good at all. "What happened?" Azazel asked. "They kidnapped Usaka, a Kyuubi and the leader of the Yaokase," sentenced the Mau Leviathan. "So that's what the girl meant," Kurumi whispered, but Azazel heard her. "What girl?" asked the fallen man. After telling them about the attack they received at the temple. "And is it known who the kidnappers are?" Vali asked. "The Cows Brigade," Azazel reported, causing a brief silence. "What have they gotten themselves into now?" Saji sighed with a hand on his face. "Dragons attract power. It's normal that they also attract problems," Azazel commented before receiving a corrective from Angela. "Listen carefully, you must not reveal this information to anyone," ordered the black-haired man. "No problem, but what are we going to do?" Issei asked. "Have fun. They're on a school trip," Azazel pointed out with a smile. "That's it. Have fun. I'll have fun too," Serafol exclaimed. Afterward, they began to talk among themselves playfully. But the Citri became annoyed when the dragons spoke to Serafol as if they were lifelong friends. "More respect, Bahamut's. They're talking to a Mau," shouted the Citri women. "First, she likes to be talked to as if she were a normal person, and second, dragons don't owe anyone respect," Issei pointed out, making Serafol blush. A little while later, everyone left and headed back to the hotel, but 6 people got separated. Or rather, 3 people forced 3 others to follow them. When the others arrived at the hotel, they noticed that some black-haired men and an albino were missing, as well as 2 brunettes and a silver-haired woman. "Chelsea, Ruswas," was what several girls shouted. With Chelsea and Volley. Chelsea led the hacker Yuku to a nearby bowling alley. "You dance well, Volley," Chelsea pointed out with a cute smile. "You do it better, Chelsea," exclaimed Volley. They were both dancing in the middle of the dance floor. The people around made space for them to move around and to see them better. A while later, they both left the place and arrived at the roof of the hotel. "What a beautiful moon," Chelsea whispered as she saw the full moon. "But your beauty eclipses even the moon itself," said Volley. They both turned to stare into each other's eyes until they began to get closer and closer. They both ended up kissing with the moonlight as a backdrop while Volley wrapped his arms around Chelsea's neck. As they separated, Chelsea now had a small necklace with a red gem. "This matches your eyes," said Volley, slightly blushing and with love in his voice. Chelsea looked at the necklace Volley gave her with a happy smile and then kissed it again. They both spread their wings and rose into the sky, creating a drawing that amazed the people who were on the street at that moment. They both drew a white dragon clasping hands with a brown dragon, apparently holding objects in its ears. Vali proceeded to seal the drawing into the necklace. A portal was created below them, ending in Vali and Issei's room in the hotel. With a simple spell, Chelsea shed her clothes, revealing her shapely body. It's worth noting that her eyes brimmed with love and a hint of lust. "Ah, Vali," she said in a flirtatious voice. Her nails lengthened and with a jerk, she tore Vali's clothes, surprising him by having undressed him so easily. Before saying anything, Chelsea gave Vali another kiss. They ended up on the floor and, lacking air, they separated their lips, with a thin thread of saliva joining them. "Please be gentle," the brunette whispered in his ear in a sensual tone while she brought the albino's monkey to one of her breasts, and they had fun all night. With Issei and Rasmus. The ex-Valkyrie took our dark-haired man to another restaurant, only this one was less elegant, to have an evening alone together. Many would think that after dinner with Serafal they would be full, but being dragons the little they ate did not satisfy them enough. They were both eating a slice of pizza each, but they were feeding it to the other. They had both started to chat a little about their lives. "So you graduated with honors from the academy?" Issei said impressed. "Yes, but the normal work of a Valkyrie wasn't to my liking, so I became Odin's assistant. But you know how that ended," she commented as she grabbed her glass to drink some beer. "Yes. By the way, why did you fall in love with me?" I asked, a little blushing. In response, Rasmus's eyes shot open and she nearly choked on her beer. "You were hoping I'd have something to ask for, weren't you?" The dark-haired man nodded. "You see. Ever since I was little, I've had this fantasy of marrying a hero, someone brave and unafraid of getting their hands dirty, but also kind and considerate. But the heroes who went to Valhalla were guys who only thought about eating and having fun with the Valkyries they were assigned. With Odin, I thought I'd find the man I was looking for, but all I received was mockery from him and the other Asgardians for not having a boyfriend." Rasmus recounted with a melancholic look. At that moment Issei felt like hitting a certain old Nordic man. At a cabaret, a certain Norse god felt he would have to get away from his son of Bahamut for a while. "But then you came along. You didn't mock me or flatter me, nor did you have ulterior motives like the others. But the cherry on top was how you saved me from Nidhogg. In my eyes, you were the man I'd always been looking for, Ice," Rasmus concluded, flashing a loving smile. They both slowly approached and connected their lips in a loving kiss. But to Issei's surprise, Rasmus began to use her tongue and explore the raven-haired man's lips. The problem was that they forgot where they were, so they heard a lot of whistling and clapping. Somewhat blushing, the two lovebirds left the place and appeared on the roof of a building. To the silver-haired girl's surprise, Issei hugged her from behind. "Your hair smells good," I whispered to her, causing a blush to appear on her cheeks. To the teacher's curiosity, Issei took something out of his pocket and put it in the former Valkyrie's ears. Creating a mirror, he was surprised when he saw 2 earrings with a turquoise gem each and with a wing on each earring. "Do you like them?" the black-haired man asked nervously, but his doubts disappeared when the silver-haired woman threw herself at him to kiss him. With their wings spread, they took flight, sending out turquoise and black trails, astonishing the spectators as it was the second one they had seen that night. When finished, you could see a turquoise dragon with feathers on its ears and a black one, both back to back, but with their hands intertwined. Without any onlookers seeing them, Issei and Rasmus disappeared into a doorway. To the red-eyed boy's surprise, they ended up in Rasmus's room at the hotel. The silver-haired woman hugged the security from behind, letting him feel her assets. "Ice," he said in a playful tone, nibbling the black-haired boy's earlobe. To the surprise of the boosted gear wearer, his pants were literally ripped off. The teacher turned her student around and gave him another kiss, this time more lustful. They both lay on the bed while kissing, and Issei ran his hands over the former Valkyrie's body, which they both liked. However, Rasmus, still kissing him, grabbed his hands and held them. When they separated, the black-haired man was greatly surprised when he noticed that he was chained to the headboard of the bed. "Yufufufu, Akeno lent them to me," Rasmus pointed out, playing with Issei's member while kissing him again, before consummating their relationship. With Azazel and Angela. Let's just say they both thought alike, so it was no surprise that they both went to a bar. "This is life," Angela exclaimed after emptying an extra-large mug of beer. Azazel had an anime-style drop and a glass of tequila, seeing the large amount of beer bottles Angela had. "He really has a resistance to alcohol. He'd make a fool of a demon," thought the fallen one. "Azazel, are you going to get me something to eat?" Angela asked, blushing. "Of course," I answer. "It seems that this is where my resistance to alcohol ends." But as she left, Angela took the opportunity to put a strange powder in Azazel's drink. A minute later, Azazel returned with snacks. The fallen man took his drink and drained it, all under the expectant gaze of the doctor who went unnoticed by him. "Ah, how delicious," I exclaimed happily. But then he realized everything was spinning, and the lights were getting brighter. Just like Angela looked very beautiful and appetizing. The next morning, after having breakfast and because the black-haired girl in mine threatened them, Kiba and Biku went to Issei and Vali's room, hoping that they were just sleeping. But the reason they didn't open it was seeing a tie hanging on the handle, understanding the silent message. They then went to Rasmus's room to see if the teacher was there. They were surprised to find a tie on the doorknob as well. Seeing that only Azazel was missing, they already had the idea that the men had had a busy night. But when they reached what was Azazel's room, they heard moans. Yes. Faster. Give it all to me. I want it inside. They could tell from her voice that it was Angela. Kiba ended up dragging Biku so he wouldn't spy. An hour later, Vali and Issei woke up simultaneously. The former saw Chelsea's happy face and hugged her tighter, while the latter saw Rasmus's calm face and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. Chelsea woke up but didn't want to leave that position, so she curled up a little deeper and tried to go back to sleep. Rasmus, on the other hand, sleepily opened her bright blue eyes, meeting the deep red eyes of her lover. They both kissed and then went back to sleep. But, pum. Someone knocked on the doors of both rooms. Vali, Chelsea. The one who knocked and subsequently broke down the door to Issei and Vali's room was none other than mine. She saw them naked and very close together, but she didn't get angry about it. Get up at once and get dressed, then we'll leave. Ordered mine with a dark aura around her, which caused the lovebirds to obey her. Meanwhile, with Issei, Rasmus, Sylvia, Zenobia, Irina, Akame, Scarlet, Karumi, Rory, and to a lesser extent Asia roared. Everyone except Asia was slightly annoyed at the proximity of the aforementioned two, but let it pass. Like mine, they had to accept that Rasmus played fair. Get dressed now, we have to go out. Asia said in a commanding tone while the two mentioned nodded. A little while later, everyone was now climbing a slope toward Kiyomizu-dera. This was suggested by Kiryu, and to save time due to the adventures of a certain black-haired albino, they transported through a portal. It's worth mentioning that they didn't bring Azazel or Angela, as they didn't want to upset them. If they knew that Angela had Azazel tied up. I've heard it's called the 3-year slope. If you fall off it, you'll die in 3 years. Kiryu commented with a sly smile. Instantly, Zenobia and Irina hung onto Issei's arms. The Japanese have terrifying spells. Zenobia said while Irina nodded. No one could believe they believed that. Apparently, the church didn't do a good job educating them. Upon arriving, Vali broke away to get a better look at the place. But he sensed a very curious energy nearby. He sneaked out and discovered where he saw that weak energy from. It came from a young woman with long blue hair reaching her thighs, wearing a black collar with white ruffles, a black double-breasted vest, a red miniskirt, black stockings supported by garters, red shoes, and large wrist cuffs. But the most notable features were her blue bunny ears and fluffy tail. She also had several wounds. Asia. The albino shouted, and instantly everyone was there. What's going on? The blonde ex-nun asked. Can you cure her? Vali asked. Yes. Asia answered while healing the stranger. Once healed. What do we do with her? Biku asked. We can't take her with us. Sylvia pointed out. We can stay until he wakes up and cancel the sightseeing. Issei suggested, but they fell silent when they felt a powerful killing intent. Everyone fixed their eyes on Kiryu, who had an overly gentle smile, along with a dark aura surrounding her. What did they say? The brunette said quietly, but everyone heard her, shuddering at the anger they sensed. We'll send her to our room and have Susannaman and Galantman watch her. Suggested Vali, who was nervous and sweating like a false witness. Sounds good to me. Said Kiryu, stopping expelling that aura. Within a minute, the two Digimon appeared. What do you need? Susannaman asked, somewhat annoyed. Sorry if we bothered you. Were you doing something? The black-haired man asked. No, just playing Pokemon Sun and Moon. Pointed out the medieval-looking Digimon. Excuse me, but could you take this woman to our room and keep an eye on her until we arrive? Vali asked, bowing slightly. The two Digimon just shrugged and took the girl away, but not before finding out which was Issei and Vali's room. Well. Now let's go to Ginkaku-ji, the temple of the Silver Pavilion. Kiryu encouraged as he left the place, being followed by the others. Again, they used a portal to reach their destination. Of course they left where they couldn't be seen. But the view was disappointing. It's not silver. Dragon Hunting commented. Rumor has it that the name was given because of the death of the monk Ashikaga, who participated in the founding of the temple, or because the Bafaku government ran out of money. Kiryu said. The others looked at her in surprise, as she had extensive knowledge of Kyoto. But this means that the Golden Temple is not made of gold. Vali pointed out. They stopped for a while to have lunch and then continue their tour, but when they reached the next temple. It's gold. Our students shouted when they saw the shining golden Kinkaku-ji temple. They inspected it further to see if it was completely gold, and luckily for them, it was. After taking several photos, they went to a tea house to rest. It really was gold, whispered Zenobia, lost in her thoughts. True, true. Asia, Zenobia, let's pray to commemorate the moment. The brunette with pigtails exclaimed energetically. The three of them began to pray. This was one of the few customs Asia hadn't forgotten or changed since becoming a dragon, just like Zenobia. As they left, Issei's cell phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was Akeno and put it on speakerphone. Hello, Akeno. The black-haired man greeted. Hello, Ice-kun. The black-haired girl returned the greeting. Is something wrong? Scarlet asked. Yes, Kaneko found yokai foxes in the background of the photos you sent us. I know that being Kyoto there must be some, but it's strange. She explained. Understood, thank you. And don't worry, we'll be fine. The Sekiryute concluded. Okay. See you, Ice-kun. Akeno cut in. At that moment, they heard a dull sound. Turning around, they saw the nearby humans collapse to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, a woman with fox ears and tail, blue eyes, black hair next to her ears and tail, and a tempting body appeared. Followed by more people with animal ears and tails. Biku was amazed by the woman who appeared. The dragons were preparing to fight, but they stopped. Wait. Ross was shouted, holding a cell phone. Why? Kurumi asked. Azazel just called, apparently there's been a ceasefire. The Kyuubi's daughter wants to apologize. The silver-haired woman informed her. At that point the woman from before approaches them. I am the fox yokai who serves the Kyuubi. We apologize for the previous treatment. Please come with us so our princess can apologize to you. Also, the Mayu and the governor of the fallen angels are already there. The yokai informed them and guided them. First they went to a secluded bullring at Kinkakuji, where they were transported to an Edo-era style town, but the people there let their yokai features shine, and the people looked at them curiously. They reached the princess's residence, where it was illuminated by a flame that moved through the corridor. When it stood before the dragons, it showed eyes and a mouth and laughed like crazy, which provoked a reaction. And the girls tried to burn the flame. Fortunately, they managed to cover their mouths. Sorry, but yokai like to play jokes. The guide apologized. So this is the yokai world. Issei stated, admiring the place. That's right. All the yokai of Kyoto live here, which is a space similar to the one the demons use for the raiding games. The kitsune informed her. As they walked, the murmurs of yokai could be heard. Are they demons? No. It looks like they are dragons, an angel and a human. Dragons here. They continued walking until they reached an old mansion. At the entrance stood Serafal, wearing a kimono, Azazel, who looked like his life and soul had been drained from him, and the girl from yesterday, wearing a luxurious kimono. Princess Kunu, I brought them. Exclaimed the yokai, bowing. The little girl nodded and the guide disappeared in a burst of fire. The little girl addressed the guests. I am Kunu, daughter of Yasaka, the administrator of yokai life both inside and outside Kyoto. Please accept my apologies. The little girl introduced herself, then bowed. Issei knelt down and stroked her head. Don't worry. We understand why you did it, but don't make the same mistake again. Issei exclaimed with a fatherly smile. The little girl shed a few small tears and just said, thank you. Seeing this, Azazel spoke. Wow. Yes. You are good with children. Of course, in his current state he was a mess. Please help me rescue my mother. Kunu begged, crying. The women surrounded Kunu to help her get through this, while the men mentally promised to torture the kidnappers. They were then taken inside the mansion, where Kunu told them the circumstances under which her mother was kidnapped. Yasaka was headed to Mount Meru to speak with Sakura, but never arrived. They managed to glean some information from the surviving guard before he died. Apparently, they saw a strange mist before they began dropping like flies. There's no doubt it's the work of the lost dimension. Azazel muttered. Next to Kunu stood an old man with a long nose. This was the leader of the Tengu, and he was concerned about Yasaka, as they had a long-standing friendship. Governor of the Fallen Angels, Mayu Leviathan, Sekiryute, Hakuryuku and their teams, I beg you to rescue Princess Yasaka. The old man begged. He showed them a painting by Yasaka, which depicted a beautiful woman with golden hair, like her eyes, that reached just below her back. She was wearing a priestess's outfit and had golden fox ears and 9 tails. We're sure the kidnappers are still in Kyoto. Azazel reported, now somewhat recovered. Why do you think that? Asia asked. By the flow of Kai. The fallen man reported. The Kyuubi is an existence that affects the flow of Kai in Kyoto if it dies or leaves the area. Since there's no change in any area, it indicates that Yasaka-heim is still alive and in Kyoto. We've already mobilized the demons familiar with Kyoto. Serafal said. And this is another reason I regret forming that group. Office whispered almost inaudibly. Some time later, hotel. After dinner, Issei and Vali headed to their room with the rest of the group to interrogate the girl they found at the temple. Citri's entourage also attended. When they entered, they found her scrutinizing the two Digimon, who didn't care. They noticed that she had red eyes. "Hello." The albino came out, scaring the girl. "Kia." I jumped a little while Vali thought that squeal was cute. "I'm sorry to scare you, but we found you at the temple injured and unconscious, so we brought you here to rest." Vali explained. "Thank you. I'm Kuro Usagi, a moon rabbit and one of Princess Yusaka's escorts." The rabbit introduced herself. "And what happened for you to end up near the temple with those injuries?" Issei asked. "I was escorting Princess Yusaka to her meeting when a strange mist appeared out of nowhere and attacked us. I managed to defend myself, but they took Yusaka home and defeated me. Fortunately, they thought I was dead, so I was able to barely make it to Kiyomizudera Temple," said Kuro Usagi. Apparently the information was correct. "Listen, we're a little tired, so we'll talk tomorrow. For now, I can offer you a room for the night." Roswis offered. "I'll take it with pleasure," said the rabbit. Once they left, Issei and Vali were able to sleep. They had to squeeze in as best they could, as it was too tight. Barely had they managed to fall asleep, the door slowly opened as some silhouette stealthily entered the room. The next morning. Those were Biku and Kiba, who were rolling on the floor while laughing non-stop. Beside them were the Citri, who had an eyebrow twitching, and Kuro Usagi, who looked at everything in disbelief. What happened was that inside Issei and Vali's room, their girls were there, but they were all crowded together. The funniest thing was that Issei and Vali had one hand out, as if they were asking for help or were drowning. Way to die number 666. Drake began while Ascalon held back his laughter. Crushed in a sea of women. Albion finished while Aurican laughed non-stop. The previous carriers could not be missing. Help. Both carriers mentally shouted. After saving you from possible death, you sat down to talk. They discovered that the moon rabbits were an ancient race of yokai, but there aren't many of them now, almost like Nekashu. She met Yusaka when they were young, so they became friends and she was his escort when he took over as leader. "Okay. Look, we can't stay here, so do you want to show us around the temples?" Vali asked. Sure," said Kuro Usagi slightly blushing. They all headed to Tenryuji Temple, the temple of the celestial dragon. Upon arrival, they stood admiring the elegant door. "I'll be your guide," said a young voice next to him. Everyone turned to see little Kunu in her priestess clothes. "Kunu-sama," said Kuro Usagi surprising the little girl. "Usagi, I thought you were dead," the little girl exclaimed with tears in her eyes. After explaining the situation to him a little. "Well, come here and I'll guide you on your journey," said the little girl. "Kaya, she's so cute," Kiryu exclaimed with a sparkle in his eyes. They all agreed to keep Kiryu away from the little blonde. Kunu led them to the teaching hall, where they admired a huge statue of an oriental dragon. This is the statue of the famous cloud dragon Unryuzu. No matter where you look, it seems to follow you with its gaze. "It's called looking in the 6 directions," explained little Kunu. "It reminds me of the Dragon King Yulong, the Jade Dragon," Issei whispered. At that moment, he notices a shop where they sell those miniature dragon statues. He came over to see if they have what he's looking for. "Hello, how can I help you?" the salesman asked. "The beginning and the end are always together, but at the same time separate," said Issei and the seller nodded. From a box, I take out the sculpture of the dragon form of Bahamut, only he was hugging a dragon similar to the dragon god. Once he obtained it, he sent it to his father through a portal and returned to his group. After visiting several temples, they sat down to lunch. Kiba approached. "Hello," greeted the knight. "Hello Kiba." Everyone greeted. "Are you going to Tenryuji?" Kiryu asked. "Yes, we are planning to go after seeing Arashiyama," exclaimed the blonde. "And you?" "We'll go to Tagetsuku," Asia said. "By the way, does anyone know anything about Azazel Sensei?" Irina asked, puzzled. "He must be having fun with Angela," Issei exclaimed with a malicious smile. "I heard him shouting about why he had a wedding ring," Kiryu commented, surprising the rest. "Angela doesn't waste time," Zenobia exclaimed. Afterwards they separated and each went with their own group. Arriving at the Tagetsuku bridge, Kiryu put on a mischievous smile. "Did you know that when you cross the Tagetsuku bridge, you're not supposed to look back?" the brunette with braids commented. "Why?" asked Biku. "It said that boyfriend separate," she said as the girls made the boys quicken their pace, except for Biku. As they crossed, they saw Kiba's group, which also included Sting. But suddenly, a strange sensation gripped the dragons, angel, demon, and human, as they realized it was just them. Along with a strange fog. "This feeling," Asia whispered. "Yeah, it's like with Diodora," said Issei as everyone entered combat mode. "It seems we were forcibly transported to a pocket dimension." Sting commented. It's very similar to the rating games, so the information about the 3 factions was leaked. Kiba commented. It's just like that time. Said Kurosagi as, to the surprise of most, her hair changed from blue to bright pink and a lightning spear appeared in her hand. Kunu was behind them. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sekiryuite, Hakuryuku. They heard a voice, putting them on alert. It came from a young, dark-haired man wearing a school uniform, but with parts of a Chinese costume and a spear in his hands. Behind him were several people wearing the same clothes. The hero faction, I suppose. Issei stated. That's right. I am Cao Cao, descendant of the famous Cao Cao Meng, recorded in the records of the 3 kingdoms. Cao Cao introduced himself. Listen carefully, especially Asia, Zenobia and Arena, since they were raised by the church. The spear he has is the true Longinus, according to Azazel, the spear that was bathed in the blood of Christ. It is said to be able to pierce even the gods. Issei informed. The spear that even the seraphim fear. Arena whispered. Hey you. I have questions for you. Kunu shouted from behind the black-haired dragon. What are you, little princess? Cao Cao asked calmly. You kidnapped my mother? The little girl shed tiny tears. That's right. The black-haired man affirmed. What are you planning to do with her? The little girl was already thinking of the worst-case scenarios. We want you to cooperate with us in an experiment. Cao Cao remained very calm. An experiment. Kunu was very scared, so Issei covered her with his tail. We want to grant our lord his wish, that's the goal. He said. Of course, that would have had more impact if Office hadn't been there and was giving them the fuck you. Wow, I didn't expect her to have gone crawling with the Sekiryuite and the Hakuryuku. The black-haired man with the spear exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Issei asked menacingly, as everyone got ready. There's no need to hide. Besides, I wanted to face the strongest Sekiryuite and Hakuryuku of them all. Said Cao Cao before turning to a boy next to him. Leonardo, I'll let you take care of the obstacles. He exclaimed while the little boy nodded. His shadow expanded and many dark humanoid beings came out. This kid has the Annihilation Maker, a high-level Longinus. Well, it may not reach the level of the true Longinus, it's more lethal. Cao Cao explained, sentenced. The black-haired man pointed at a store and a ray of light shot out of the mouth of one of the beings, destroying the store in question. Oh, but you should know that this won't affect us. Issei said. That's true. Unfortunately, this kid's imagination hasn't matured, so he can't create anti-monsters that can stand up to dragons like you guys. Yet. Cao Cao commented. Office, protect Kunu. Issei ordered as the dragon goddess nodded and walked away with the little girl. Everyone got into position to begin the first encounter with the hero faction. Chapter 26. The Princess's Rescue. Both groups looked at each other, analyzing each other, until an albino raised his voice. Cao Cao, I ask for the swordsman. This one had red eyes and a priest's suit, as well as 6 swords tied to his waist. Looks familiar. Said Zenobia. Let me introduce myself, my name is Sig, descendant of Siegfried. The albino introduced himself. I remember you. You were one of the best exorcists, known as Sig, the demon emperor for the demonic swords he uses. He was also trained by the same organization that trained Fried, but he didn't go crazy. Explained the angelic brunette. Sig, you betrayed heaven. That leads to eternal damnation. That makes my eardrums hurt. The albino mocked. Anyway, I will face Kibuyu Udo, the bearer of the sacred demonic sword, Zenobia Quarta, the bearer of Durandal, and Arena Shidu, Michael's ace. Sig sentenced. In the blink of an eye, everyone except Issei, Volley, Cao Cao, and Leonardo rushed to fight. Very well, which of you two will face me? Asked the leader of the hero faction, playing with his spear. Issei and Volley saw each other before doing what any normal person would do. Rock, paper, scissors. They decided with the most impartial ancestral method. This brought out an anime-style drop in Cao Cao, Leonardo and anyone who saw that scene. Yes. Exclaimed Volley victoriously, leaving Issei with a depressive aura. So I will face the Hakuryuku. Cao Cao muttered, getting into a combat stance with his spear, being imitated by Volley with Auryakin. They both walked away a little, leaving the black-haired man and the child. Meanwhile, Kiba clashed swords with Sig. In a swift motion, Sig destroyed Kiba's sword with one slash. The blonde was slightly impressed as he created another, but noticed a wound on his left arm, which was smoking and burning. The demonic sword Gram, a dragon slayer sword and the most powerful demonic sword. Explained Sig. Your sword doesn't stand a chance against it. He sentenced before launching himself into the attack again. They both exchanged sword blows again, but as Sig said, Kiba couldn't handle him. Hitting the albino's stomach with his foot, he pushed himself away. Let me help you. The one who said that was the bearer of Durandal. I think. It will be necessary. Said the blonde, exhausted and with several non-lethal wounds, but that burned. Don't forget me. said the self-proclaimed angel, creating a sword of light. Seeing the increase in opponents, Sig decided to take it a little seriously. In a quick movement, Irina appeared on the albino's right side, while Zenobia appeared on the left. But Sig blocked Irina's sword without seeing it, while with his free hand he grabbed another sword, and with it destroyed Zenobia's shinai. "This is Balming, the one-hit demonic sword of Norse legends," the albino exclaimed. But he doesn't notice Kiba behind him. The knight of Isseixharem was about to stab him with his sword, but another sword blocked him. The three of them jumped away from him. "And this is nothing, another demonic sword," said the albino. "And this is my sacred gear, twice critical, a common sacred gear, but mine is a subspecies. And it hasn't entered balance breaker," explained Sig, looking at his third arm that had a draconic appearance. Although the last words angered his three opponents, they launched themselves again. Elsewhere, Rory was playing with a small group. "Come on, is that all you've got?" he shouted, hitting several humans with the back of his axe. Sylvia and Akane were in charge of the group. The sound of metal against metal could be heard. Sting and Biku were beating up another group, either with Dragon Slayer infused fists or with the extendable staff. Asia stood back, casting healing spheres at anyone who needed them, while Chelsea transformed into the hero faction members to take them out from within. The last group of humans was facing Kiryu with Flaris, supported by Mine and her pumpkin. Office was away protecting Kunu. While Kurumi, Scarlet, Roswis and Kurosagi managed to isolate the group of monsters created by Leonardo's Longinus. Gunshots and explosions of dragonic power could be heard, but above all, lightning could be seen coming out of a specific point. "Take this," said the person responsible for all those lightning bolts, none other than Kurosagi. Kurumi, Scarlet and Roswis jumped to get distance and not be affected by the attack. "Indra's spear," was what the pink-haired girl exclaimed when she threw her weapon. It hit the ground right in the middle of the growling monsters, but it began to glow. Ooh. The result was a huge smoking crater, in which the remains of the former monsters could be seen. While Volley and Cao Cao exchanged blows. The black-haired man blocked a vertical slash from the albino, then swept his legs, spun around, and landed a kick on the dragon. The albino moved several meters away, but recovered to block a thrust from Cao Cao. He deflected the spear and lashed out with several thrusts that the bearer of the true Longinus blocked, but Volley managed to make several cuts. Cao Cao leaped to gain distance. "I guess I'll take this a little seriously," he said, striking the spear against the ground, causing the tip to open and reveal a blade of light. He charged at the albino again, but this time faster, so Volley couldn't block them all, causing him to have many cuts. They both leaped to create distance and charge at each other again. The clash of weapons created a shock wave that cracked the ground. After that, they separated again. "I think this is over," was Volley's comment. Both combatants saw the scene. Not only the anti-monsters generated by the Annihilation Maker ceased to exist, but the humans were unconscious and a very few part dead. Which was a miracle counting who was fighting. Was Issei also playing cards with Leonardo? "Issei, what are you doing?" was what his twin brother asked. "I finished off their anti-monsters very quickly, so we started playing while waiting for them to finish," explained the black-haired boy just as the boy showed his cards. "Shit, you beat me. Well, this was just an exploration, but I'm sure there'll be a big problem in the future," said Cao Cao with an anime-style blob. "First of all, what's your goal?" Volley asked. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes. "That would be to discover the limits of humanity and prove that we are the most powerful race. We will defeat the supernatural beings," he declared, pointing his spear at them. At that moment, the fog appeared and engulfed the hero faction, but Cao Cao had something to say. "Tonight we'll use Kyoto's special ley lines and the Kyuubi. Go to Niju Castle, an amazing experiment will be conducted there. Come stop us, please," were the last words they heard from Cao Cao before they returned to where they were before. "Why? My mom didn't do anything." Little Kunu cried while being hugged by the women in Issei. Volley, Kiba, Biku and Sting clenched their fists in fury. They dared to separate a daughter from her mother, and they were going to pay for it in blood. Some time later, Surzich's hotel. Our second grade group was with Azazel and Serafal planning the attack against the hero faction. Which unfortunately for everyone, was in Issei and Volley's small room. "Listen, Serafal, the Citri group and I, along with our troops, will guard the borders of Kyoto, while you attack Niju Castle." The Fallen One explained the plan to those gathered. "Why do things like this always happen to us?" Sylvia wondered. "But life is more fun this way," was Akame's comment from the side. "You know, I feel sorry for you." Who said that was Saji, placing a hand on Issei's shoulder. "What are you talking about? You're going to accompany them?" Azazel exclaimed, making the unfortunate blonde tense up. "You said," was Issei's comment. "Right, Zenobia, the church sent this." Azazel handed the blue-haired girl an object wrapped in sacred fabrics. Zenobia grabbed the object and unwrapped it, revealing it. The object in question was Durandal, only it was sheathed in a silver scabbard with gold details. Durandal? The swordswoman asked. I'm here, the sword replied, calming her down. What happened to you? Zenobia was intrigued. The church combined the parts of Excalibur with ruler that Arthur had, creating this sheath that can become the original Excalibur, and explained the sword. Although without blessing, you will not be able to hear, his conscience added. Zenobia swung the sword a little, transforming the sheath into a sword and testing it out. I'll call you Ex Durandal. Zenobia named her new sword. How original, Durandal said sarcastically. Was that sarcasm? The blue-haired girl asked seriously. Nuo the sword spoke sarcastically again, angering Zenobia. I'm sure it was sarcasm. The blue-haired girl walked away to argue with her sword before everyone's eyes with an anime-style drop. Well, leaving that aside, get ready because we'll be leaving in half an hour. Azazel informed them as everyone left the cramped room. Half an hour later, they were all outside the hotel. Seraphil had given them communicators to contact each other in case they used a lost dimension. At that, Azazel called Issei and Vali. What's wrong, Azazel? The albino asked. Listen, I have received reports that Cao Cao has a very powerful and influential ally in humanity, so I tell you to be careful. Exclaimed the fallen. Both twins nodded but were very curious about who that ally would be. Before leaving, a small Kyuubi made an appearance. I'm going too. I want to rescue my mom. The little girl said with conviction in her eyes. In that case, we'll protect you. Issei said. He got along very well with the children. The group set off on foot towards Niju. It wasn't long before they were enveloped in the fog of the lost dimension. A few minutes later, Issei can be seen alone. It seems like they separated us, said the black-haired man. Divide and conquer. A voice was heard behind him. The truth is that he was not alone, since the little Kunu was stuck to his back, since she got scared when the fog appeared and jumped to the closest thing, which turned out to be Issei. Someone is copying me, he said through the receiver, trying to contact someone. This is Kiba, I'm with Vali, Sting and Saji's entourage. The first to respond was his knight. This is Vali, I'm with Kurosagi. His brother answered seconds later. We're all here, Ai-san. Asia was the last one. Okay, I'm with Kunu here. Let's stick to the plan and see you at Niju. Issei ordered. That might take a while, Issei-kun, we're at the station. Informed the blonde. We in Kinkaku. Exclaimed Kiryu. And we are in Tenryu. Said Kurosagi. If they arrive first, wait for the others. Issei concluded, cutting off the communication. Mom. The little kitsune whispered worriedly, audible to the dragon. Don't worry, we'll rescue her safe and sound. Issei comforted her, stroking her hair. So don't cry and put on a determined face. Yes, Issei and Isama. The little girl said, causing something to stir in Issei's heart. No, out, Siskin impulse. Issei fights, don't become like Surziches and Dreg. After that moment, the black-haired man and the blonde walked until they ran into someone. We meet again, Sekiryuite. Said a guy who came out of nowhere. Have we met? The Sekiryuite asked, pulling out an anime-style drop from the guy. Why am I not surprised? The man whispered. They confronted me at Kuo. He said, as shadows appeared beside him. Yeah, you're the shadow user. The black-haired man remembered when they fought with the hero faction before the battle with Loki. You know, I would remember you if you had at least told us your name. It won't be necessary, because they'll die here. Balance breaker. The shadow user released a powerful glow that momentarily blinded Issei and Kunu. As the light faded, the subject could be seen wearing shadow armor. You don't know the humiliation, anger, and shame I felt after being defeated so easily by you. So I focused on improving my defense, based on your armor. The man shouted. Hey, no cheap pirated imitations. Issei roared. He transformed and launched himself at the subject, seeking to land a right hook to his jaw. It was no surprise to him when his fist was absorbed by the shadows. He jumped away. This will be a bit difficult. The black-haired man muttered. Kunu got off his back and threw a fireball at the shadow user. But the fireball was shattered by the subject's hand, which was smoking. Ha 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 ha. So this is the power of the daughter of the Kyuubi, how pathetic. The guy let out a crazy laugh. But seeing what the fire sphere did gave Issei an idea. Kunu, don't move away from my wings. Issei exclaimed, protecting the little girl with his wings. Dragon wings. Whispered the little girl, fascinated. Issei summoned the boosted gear. Boost 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 transfer. Issei's power increased and transferred it to his lungs. Take this. And I exhale a sea of fire that engulfs the shadow user. AI. The subject suffered from the intense heat of the flames. A few minutes later, the flames disappeared, revealing the charred subject. Why you discovered the W weakness of my armor, Buag. Said the subject spitting blood. It doesn't protect you from the temperature, that's why Kunu's fear exploded and smoke came out of your hand. Issei analyzed. It doesn't matter if I can die for Cao Cao. The man exclaimed. Why are you doing this for him? The black-haired man asked. Why, you wouldn't understand. Everyone was afraid of me, but Cao Cao came to me and told me I could be a hero, Buag. He spat blood again. You dragons, demons, angels, yokai, are a plague to humanity, a plague that we will eliminate. We will show them that they should not underestimate humans. The man shouted before dying. You are the ones who underestimate supernatural beings, said Issei. Come on, Kunu. The little girl nodded and the black-haired boy took flight towards Niju. On the way they encountered several anti-monsters, but they died from a blow from Issei, who was very serious. In a few minutes, he had reached his destination, where everyone was already. They all had serious and angry expressions. You're finally here, said Sting. Did you guys run into those guys too? The Securite asked, and everyone nodded. They looked down on us, as if they were better, said Scarlet, whose dragon pride was hurt. We need to go to Hameru Palace. The guy we defeated said Cao Cao was there. Kiba informed. They all nodded and entered Niju. They passed through a garden and a bridge until they reached the indicated place. In the middle was Cao Cao with many members of the hero faction, along with a beautiful woman with golden hair and eyes of the same color, a yukata, and with fox ears and 9 tails out, as well as an expressionless look. Mom. Little Kunu screamed, trying to go for her mother, but was held back by Office. What did you do to my mom? The little girl screamed with tears in her eyes. We want the princess to help us with an experiment, exclaimed Cao Cao, striking the ground with his spear. Ai. Yusaka screamed in pain as small tears flowed from her eyes, before being covered by a glow. He began to grow in size, becoming as large as Tiamat in his dragon form. When the glow disappeared, Yusaka had transformed into a massive golden-furred Kyuubi. I'll explain. Kyoto is a massive magical device surrounded by ley lines, along with a vast amount of concentrated demonic and yokai power. The Kyuubi is said to equal the Dragon Kings in power and is strongly linked to Kyoto. Cao Cao began, his typical monologue of the villain of the moment. Why do all villains explain their plan before carrying it out? I wonder, too. We plan to summon Great Red here, using Kyoto and the Kyuubi as a substitute for the Dragon Kings. Cao Cao finished to the surprise of the supernatural beings. Wait a minute, are you planning on summoning the laziest dragon god of all here? The Office asked, incredulous. We want to do an experiment with him, exclaimed the black-haired man with the spear. Amongst everyone, Zenobia stepped forward and raised a randle and a silver sword with golden details, this being Excalibur. I don't understand much, but we came to rescue the Kyuubi, so we won't leave without her, exclaimed the blue-haired swordswoman, raising the aura of both swords. Everyone imitated her and raised their auras. Cao Cao struck the ground again with his spear, causing the Kyuubi to howl in pain. George, take care of the knots, and have the Kyuubi summon Great Red. Cao Cao ordered a black-haired man with glasses and magician's clothes. Understood. Instantly, hundreds of various magic circles appeared around Yusaka. Beneath the Kyuubi, a magic circle just like the one they used on Midgardsormr appeared. It was the Dragon Gate. The circle and the sacrifice are ready. Let's hope Great Red agrees to this. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to help you. The mention of sacrifice worried the supernaturals. Alright. Heracles, Jean, called the bearer of the true Longinus. Yes, I'm going, answered a blonde westerner and a tall, very muscular man. They are descendants of Joan of Arc and Hercules, Sig said, then approached. Who do you want to fight? Their leader asked. The albino pointed at Kiba, Zenobia, Sylvia, Akame and Rory. With them. Go ahead, Cao Cao allowed, and the 6 walked away. Then I asked for the Angel Chan, the Redeed, the one with weird eyes and the pink head. Jean asked, although Kurumi got angry with the nickname. As with the others, they walked away. Then I'll keep the Valkyrie, the brunette, the black-haired man with a cane, and the bunny, Heracles exclaimed, thundering his fists. And they walked away again, leaving only Issei, Vali, Office, Kunu, Asia, Kiryu, Saji, Sting and Cao Cao. Saji, Sting, take charge of making Yusaka see reason or restrain her, Issei ordered. Saji accepted without question, entering Balance Breaker, but the surprise was that Sting also accepted. They both moved away and launched themselves at the Kyuubi. Now it's my turn to face you, Issei said, pointing at Cao Cao, although Vali was somewhat depressed for not being able to fight. Don't worry, Hacker Yuiku, there is someone who can face you, Cao Cao pointed out, intriguing the supernatural beings. Who are you talking about? Issei asked. Then a golden symbol shone on the ground, from which 3 people appeared. One was a blue-haired man with brown eyes, wearing a short-sleeved light blue jacket over a long-sleeved blue t-shirt, blue jeans, and yellow tennis shoes. Another was a young blonde woman with long hair and blue eyes, wearing a curious red and black striped combat uniform, as well as a silver sword. The last one was a silver-haired woman with long hair tied in a ponytail and blue eyes, who wore a combat uniform similar to the blondes, but striped in blue and black, as well as a sword similar to the blondes. "You were almost late, Godu," Cao Cao introduced to the newcomer. "Sorry Cao Cao, but Irina and Liliana wanted to visit France a bit." Godu excused himself. "Who are they?" Vali asked, drawing the four's attention. "Ha, I'm surprised you haven't heard of Godu," said the blonde laughing haughtily. "Tell us who it is, it's not that important," exclaimed Kiryu, annoyed, while drinking a soda from God knows where she got it. "This is Kusanagi Godu, the 7th champion," Erika introduced, raising her hands. That presentation made Kiryu spit out his drink. "Why you're talking about T that K Kusanagi G Godu, T the 1W who beat the other C champions?" Kiryu asked, intriguing the dragons. "That's right, you should be grateful to have such a person in front of you," Liliana exclaimed seriously. "Kiryu, what's a champion?" Issei asked as Erika, Liliana, and Cao Cao fell in I'm style and Godu analyzed the supernatural beings. A champion is a human who killed a god and gained their powers or divinity, as well as other abilities such as longevity. He killed Varithragna, the Persian warlord, and gained his 10 authorities, in addition to defeating the other champions. Kiryu explained somewhat scared, surprising the dragons. "But I don't know what he's doing here." "Cao Cao, who are they?" asked the champion. "The black-haired man is Issei Bahamut, the current Seker Yuite, and the albino man is Vali Bahamut, his twin and the hacker Yuku," introduced Cao Cao. "They are also the children of the supreme dragon god Bahamut," finished the one with the spear. "Wow, I didn't think I'd run into them." The blue-haired man was surprised. "Godu, try to obtain their powers. They would be very useful against the gods," proposed Erika, seconded by Liliana. "I'll try Erika," said Godu standing next to Cao Cao. "You and Liliana take care of the blonde and the brunette," ordered Godu and neither of them complained. The fighters took their places. Issei against Cao Cao, Vali against Godu, Asia against Erika, and Kiryu against Liliana. With Kiba, things weren't so easy. Seeing the number of opponents, Sig decided to take it seriously and activated his balance breaker, Chaos Edge Asura Ravage, which turned out to be one that gives him 4 extra arms, allowing him to wield his 6 demonic swords. This made things difficult for the swordsman. "Come on, is that all? I'm barely trying," the albino mocked, angering his opponents. Meanwhile, with Karumi and company, they discovered that Jin's sacred gear is the counterpart of Kiba's blade blacksmith, since it created sacred swords. "They're not doing badly," Jin praised, dodging a few blows from Irina and Scarlet. "But I jumped to avoid Karumi and mine's shots. Then, I turn around to watch Sig fight." "I see. So Sig took it seriously. Then I guess I'll take it seriously too." "Balance breaker," the blonde exclaimed, and a bunch of holy swords popped out of the ground. These began to come together until they formed a western dragon made of swords. "This is my balance breaker, a subspecies. It's called the stake victim dragon," explained the descendant of Joan of Arc from atop the dragon. "The question would be whether it matches a real dragon," Scarlet said to the air before launching herself and the others against the sword dragon. Meanwhile, with Biku, Roswis and the others against Heracles. Boom. 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 Roswis, Kuro Usagi and Biku attacked him from a distance with everything they had, but for some reason they didn't damage him. At that moment, Heracles noticed Chelsea sneaking up to attack him from behind. The muscle man punched the air toward the brunette, and to everyone's surprise, an explosion shot out toward Chelsea, who narrowly dodged the attack. "Ha ha 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 ha. My sacred gear is the variant detonation, which explodes my targets whenever there's physical contact." He turned around and saw his companions. "It seems they've already entered balance breaker, so I level up too." "Balance breaker," he shouted so that a light would envelop him. As the light disappeared, Heracles could be seen, but with many protuberances like missiles. "This is my balance breaker, might comet detonation. Take this," shouted the muscular giant, firing all the missiles. Boom. 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 Several explosions were heard. The girls and Biku defended themselves as best they could, either dodging or exploding the missiles. Meanwhile, Saji and Sting faced Usaka. She throws a flame at the dragon and the dragon slayer, but both dodge it. "It doesn't match Natsu-kun's fire," thought the blonde Gremory, remembering his friend. Saji imprisons the Kyuubi with black flames, while Sting attacks with his magic. With Office and Kunu, they were surrounded by several members of the Cow's Brigade, who looked at her with disgusted, women, and lustful, men, eyes. "That thing has a better body than mine," said one of the women, being confirmed by the others. "We're really going to have fun tonight," said all the men. Office just stared at them with an expressionless look. Kunu, the little girl in her arms, turned to look at her. "Do you want to see me rip them to pieces in seconds?" she asked with a sadistic look. The little girl just nodded. Immediately, a huge magic circle appeared next to Office. From it emerged an enormous serpent made of the power of infinity. Eternal serpent. And the serpent pounced on its enemies, swallowing them. Meanwhile, Asia, in Balance Breaker, and Kiryu, in Imperial mode, fought against Erika and Liliana. The ex-nun dodges a sword blow from Erika, but the silver-haired girl tries to plunge her sword into the blonde dragon's shoulder, but is stopped by a kick from Kiryu that sends her a few meters away. Erika slashes at the brunette, but Asia blocks her forearm. The former nun throws her into the air, where Kiryu catches her, knocking her to the ground. Asia intercepts her, sending her to her partner with a kick. The brunette and the ex-nun inflate their chests and exhale an intense sea of flames. "Car di Leon. Il Maestro," said the blonde and silver-haired girl, transforming their swords into shields to resist the attack. Kiryu looks at Asia with a challenging look as he continues to breathe fire and increases the amount, intensity and power of his flames. Asia sees this and decides to respond by doing the same. Erika and Liliana were engulfed by the sea of fire, but their shields narrowly saved them, but they were left exhausted. Vali, in his balance breaker, dodged Godu's fists, which had great strength, since a strange symbol appeared behind his back, and the sign with a bull drawing lit up. The champion strikes the dragon with a hammer blow, creating a crater beneath them. The albino recovers and delivers a knee to Godu's jaw. This destabilizes and is taken advantage of by Vali, who grabs him by the jacket and throws him against a wall, destroying it. A few seconds later, Godu burst out, but he was shot and charged at the albino, landing a hook to the jaw and lifting him into the air. Needless to say, Godu's blows destroyed the armor. Vali walked away and started charging energy. Alpha Force. The albino used his ability and concentrated the power. Energy spheres emerged from the gems and remained at Vali's side. Godu, seeing this, decided to use one of his best powers. The bull symbol stops glowing and changes to a boar symbol. Instantly, a huge boar bursts out of the ground, and Godu picks it up as if it were nothing. The albino extended his right hand and bent it to form an L, palm facing skyward. The spheres around him began to coalesce in his palm, creating a sphere the size of Vali's torso. "Take this. Dragon Spirit Bomb." And Vali throws the sphere in the direction of the blue-haired man. But he doesn't stay behind and throws the boar. Aye. Godu shouted before the attacks collided. Neither attack gave ground, causing both attacks to explode, destroying a large part of the place, and injuring both fighters. With Issei, he was also in Balance Breaker crashing Ascalon against the True Longinus. The Sekiryu launches a thrust straight at the enemy's shoulder, but the enemy dodges it gracefully and pierces Issei's armor, right through the right shoulder. With great force, he manages to separate his arm from his body. "Shit," was Issei's cry when he saw his limb separated. "Quickly create a magic circle to stop the bleeding." "Shit, now I regret giving the Phoenix Tears to the Citri group," Issei exclaimed, remembering that he gave them the bottle since they had Asia. Cao launches several thrusts at Issei, but he barely dodges them. However, he manages to land a dragon impact with his left hand, wounding Cao and throwing him against a tree. The wielder of the True Longinus gets up with serious injuries, but takes something from his pocket, which turns out to be Phoenix Tears. "Surprised. We got these little ones on the black market. Now I'm glad I have them," the spearman explained. Issei could only continue complaining for having become so confident, but his partner tells him something incredible. "Partner, why don't you regenerate your arm?" That question caught Issei's attention. "What do you mean, Drake?" The black-haired dragon expressed his doubt. "You should know that dragons can regenerate lost limbs." Issei stared at him as if he couldn't believe it. "Can I really do that?" Drake couldn't believe that Issei was unaware of such an aspect of dragons. "Just concentrate power on your right arm." Drake just sighed heavily at his partner's ignorance, while Ascalon laughed amusedly. The black-haired dragon did what Drake told him. Suddenly, the flesh on his mutilated shoulder began to move, and a few seconds later, to the surprise and some disgust of those present, a new arm identical to the old one appeared, only this one was somewhat slimy. Issei moved his arm and hand, making sure there were no problems. "Like lizards," was Cao's comparison, receiving a death glare from Issei. Before they could launch into the fight again, a dimensional rift appeared in the sky. "It seems he's responded to the call. George, prepare the Dragon Eater." Cao ordered the only member who didn't move. Ryujin. But then, a powerful roar was heard coming from the crack. From this, an oriental dragon emerged, tens of meters long, jade green in color. "It's the nutty dragon Yulong," the leader of the hero faction said excitedly, but changed his mind when he saw who was riding the dragon. It was a small figure that couldn't be clearly distinguished, but it terrified Biku. The figure jumped and landed softly on the ground. A massive influx of Yakai, as well as dominate power. "This city sure attracts trouble." The voice was low, but it inspired wisdom. The figure was the height of a child, but had the appearance of an old man. It had black skin and golden fur, and resembled a monkey. It was covered in a taki cloak. Then it looked at the spear bearer and the campion. "It's been a while, spear bearer, and I see you've become friends with the Godslayer," he exclaimed, smoking a pipe. "The first son Wukong, the sage from Journey to the West," said Erika in amazement. "Biku's grandfather?" Issei asked. "That's right, young Isseixharem and son of Bahamut. When I find that brat, you'll have a lot to answer for," said the first son Wukong or Son Goku. The supernatural beings, except for Saji and Sting who were still fighting Yasaka, looked around for Biku, but only found a square rock that was trembling slightly. "Do you really think that's going to hide it?" they thought with an anime-style smirk. "Let me take care of them while you take care of the Kyuubi," the old man ordered Yulong. "Of course not, old man. I brought you here, so I'll have a." But the naughty dragon didn't continue as he noticed the one fighting with Yasaka. "Wait. Is that Vritra?" At that moment, the dragon gate opens and Pederhosen emerges. "Pederhosen. How long has it been since I saw you?" Yulong exclaimed. "Hello Yulong, I would love to talk, but now we must stop the Kyuubi," said the dragon, and both stopped the huge fox, letting Saji and Sting take a breath. The brigade members gathered around Cao Cao and George. "Son Wukong's appearance upset plans, so we're leaving," said Cao Cao. "We will meet again Sekirute, Hacker Yuku," Godu exclaimed. "But first," said Heracles, still in balance breaker. Many missiles came out of it towards the Kyuubi, which looked weak. But one person stood in their way. It was none other than Kurosagi. "Boom." A smoke screen formed between Yasaka and the Cow's brigade. "Heracles." Cao Cao shouted angrily at Hercules' descendant. A fog covered them all and they disappeared. As he left, the magic circle controlling Yasaka disappeared, returning her to her human form. Gunu and the first son Wukong approached, while Vali went to check on Kuroyasagi's condition. "Shit." Vali exclaimed when he saw that Heracles' attack had severely damaged the blue-haired girl, who had serious wounds all over her body and was turning pale. Asia threw a healing sphere, but although the wounds healed, the blood loss was severe. "Damn, there's no other way." Vali pulled something out of his pocket, it being a white pawn. He placed it on the blue-haired girl's chest and recited the chant, hoping it would work. The piece was introduced and color returned to Kuroyasagi's skin, who slowly opened her eyes. What happened?" he asked somewhat weakly. "Great, it worked. You see." The albino proceeded to tell her what he did to save her, well with Kunu. Mommy, sobbed the little kitsune while the Monkey King administered Senjutsu. Once he finished, he walked away, but Yasaka showed no signs of waking up, alarming the others. Issei walked over and placed a hand on her head. "I hope it works," he said before a glow covered him. Now I was in a completely black space. It was Yasaka's mind. Boost transfer. Issei increased his power and transferred it to the Kyuubi, causing the black space to light up. "Come on, your daughter is waiting for you," he exclaimed before the brightness covered him. Now he was outside, watching as Yasaka slowly opened her eyes. "Keikunu," her mother said with difficulty. "Mommy," the little girl cried, hugging her. It was a very nice scene, nothing could ruin it. Except one thing. "Come here, brat," were the cries of the old monkey chasing Biku. "Forgive me, old man," the poor black-haired man begged, but it fell on deaf ears. The next day, train station. The day after facing the Cow's brigade and watching Biku get beaten up, our favorite group went to visit Kyoto Tower, buy souvenirs, take more photos, and more. They are currently about to leave, but there were two people who went to see them off. "Visit us soon, Issei and Isama," asked little Kunu in her mother's arms. "No problem, if your mother agrees," said Issei, caressing the little girl. "No problem for me, Issei Bahamut," exclaimed the mother. "Just call me Issei," the black-haired man asked. "It's okay," replied the older blonde. "I hope to see you soon, Yasagi-san." She turned to the blue-haired girl, who had suitcases to follow her new king. "Don't worry, Yasaka-sama, I'll visit you when I can," exclaimed the blue-haired girl. With that, our group boarded the train and departed, leaving Yasaka and Kunu to wave goodbye. "Issei, thank you very much," whispered Yasaka with a small blush and a smile. Some time later, in Kuo. Our group returned from the trip and went back to their daily routine. Issei and Vali were playing chess. While they were there, Issei noticed his surroundings. Godoroswas, Albedo, Najenda, Esdeath and Griselda helping Kurosagi with her new life, Ravel and Kaneko fighting with Gasper trying to separate them. The bad thing was that she was still wearing a skirt. He also sees Gabriel, Penemu and Seraphil about to fight, as they looked at each other furiously, and you could swear that rays were coming out of their eyes. The others are in the kitchen. Then she sees her father approaching. "Issei, Vali, we already know who they will fight with. What Bahamut said caught the attention of all the residents of the house. Who will it be with, Rias Gremory, Sarerg? Issei asked. Or against us? Vali asked, but his father shook his head. That's the funny thing. It will be a battle royale between the four of you. Bahamut explained, surprising everyone. What? Was the scream that was heard. Chapter 27. More dates, invitations, and the duel begins. What's this battle royale thing? Asia asked. You see Asia, the battle royale is a special free-for-all mode. Tiamat explained in a simple way. Basically it will be Issei versus Vali versus Rias versus Sarerg. This is going to get out of hand. Gasper commented, both surprised and amused. Apparently they do it to increase the audience. Said Bahamut. It doesn't matter. This will be a lot of fun. Both twins said simultaneously, looking at each other with challenging smiles. Well, we'd better go get some rest. The game is in a week, so they'll be training early. Bahamut informed her. Everyone got ready to go to sleep, but… Oh, I forgot. Issei, Vali, you'll spend your afternoons on dates with your girls. What Bahamut said stopped both twins just as they opened the doors to their rooms. They just sighed and walked in. Vali saw Chelsea and Laurie lying down, leaving a space for him to sleep between them. He shrugged and lay down, while the two women hugged him. Issei, on the other hand, sees Tiamat, Office, Asia, Akeno, and Ross was deciding on sleeping positions. By the way, who am I going out with this week? The red-eyed man asked curiously. You'll go out with Albedo, Scarlet, Navi, Esdeath and Gabriel, informed his first fiancé. The black-haired man was surprised to hear Seraphine's name, wondering why she wanted to go out with him. The next day. After everyone trained separately, they went to school, where they would solve a topic they forgot. We'll make a haunted house. Rias said, crossing her arms. Didn't that happen last year? Our dark-haired man asked. But the match and the brigade's attacks, our time was shortened, so I thought I'd do the same as before, but it'll be easier with so much manpower. Rias informed with a smile. Do we look like builders? Just use magic and that's it. Issei exclaimed, but Rias glared at him. I think the same, Rias. It will get faster, and we'll be able to train longer. Her queen agreed. It's okay Sting. Rias gave up. I just wanted to do it like a normal girl. Rias, no one here is normal. Rias wishes aside. The named one looked at the Securuite with great anger. Does anyone know anything about Sarerg? Absolutely nothing, just that she has tremendous strength, a dangerous queen and a pawn of pieces. The Redite informed. I mean, he knows almost everything about us, and we don't know a damn thing about him. Rias, he's your cousin, have you never asked him about his pieces or anything? The aforementioned looked at him seriously and angry at the previous comment. It never crossed my mind that I would have to face him so soon. Rias explained. But I know that his queen has a sacred gear that creates black holes or something like that, which allows her to absorb attacks and redirect them. Everyone agreed that Sarerg's queen is a tough nut to crack. After that, everyone continued with their classes. As they left, Albedo took Issei's hand and they walked away from the group. They went to an alley and disappeared into a doorway. Meanwhile, Mine had taken Vali to the mall. There, the pink-haired girl shopped like there was no tomorrow. Fortunately, Vali managed to send all the bags through a hidden portal. Now we see them in a bakery. They were both enjoying some cakes, happy as can be. Mine, why are you interested in me? I don't mean to sound rude or anything, but I'm curious. Vali asked. You see. I've always had a dream of marrying royalty. I know, it's a bit childish, but I've always had that dream. Besides, he didn't see me as someone he always had to protect. Mine said, admiring the clear sky. And do I fall into that category? The albino asked doubtfully. Well, you're one of the dragon princes, you know very well that I can take care of myself. Vali swore that if Mine had her weapon here she would be caressing it. And between us, I really like light colors, and your hair is the lightest and whitest I've ever seen. Just for my hair. Vali pretended to be hurt. Gigi, well you are kind and you know how to flatter. Mine finished. At that, Vali grabs her chin and kisses her. She's surprised but kisses her back. Meanwhile, Vali puts a pink flower-shaped hair clip on her head, with a matching gem in the center. Unseen by anyone, the two disappear and reappear on the roof of the shopping center. They both rise and begin to draw on the sky, to the astonished gaze of passers-by and shoppers, who thought they were small airplanes. At the end, a white dragon could be seen embracing a pink one. The drawing was sealed on Mine's brooch, and afterward, they kissed again and disappeared. In Vali's room, both of them appear. Mine falls onto the bed blushing. Be gentle. Whispered the pumpkin carrier, but it was audible to the hacker Yuku. While with Issei and Albedo. Both were in the underworld, more specifically in the castle that was Albedo's home before her escape. Issei was helping her carry several things she forgot when he sees her in a room larger than the others, with a colonial-style double bed. The black-haired girl was looking at a photo with melancholy. Are those your parents? The boy asked, receiving a yes from the demon. In the photo, there was a lynch, a large skeleton wearing a somewhat strange outfit with red gems in various parts, and a brunette who looked very, very similar to Albedo. There was also Albedo, but as a girl. In Issei's words, she looked very cute. They were initially with the old Mau, but later switched sides. When I was 10 years old, many agents of the old Mau faction attacked us. They gave their lives for me, Albedo recounted, treacherous tears escaping her face. I was raised by Shella, a good friend of my parents, along with her 2 daughters, Rukia and Maria. The last time I spoke to them was when I ran away. I wish I could say hello, and as if fate had answered the wish, the door opened and a woman was revealed. She has short silver hair with purple eyes, black horns, and wore a purple maid outfit. Albedo. The woman was in shock. Rukia. Albedo shouted, going to hug someone she considered a sister. The brunette hugs her and she quickly reciprocates. They stayed like that for a while, talking about different things and catching up, until the silver-haired girl noticed Issei. By the way, Albedo, who is he? He said in a somewhat hostile tone. This is Issei. He would be my boyfriend. Albedo introduced, surprising Rukia. Really? I thought you didn't want anything to do with men. Rukia exclaimed. He's different. He protected me from danger and doesn't see me as an object. The brunette explained, managing to calm the woman. At that moment, an idea comes to Albedo. Rukia, why don't you come live with us? The sexy demon suggested. Are you sure? No problem, right Ice? Albedo asked. Of course there's no problem. We'll just add another floor to the house and that's it, or if you prefer, we can build a house next door. The black-haired man exclaimed, downplaying it. In that case, we'll go in a week. Said the silver-haired girl and got ready to leave. Although it was brief, I'm glad to see you again, Albedo. Rukia said goodbye. After they left, Albedo hugged Issei lovingly. Thank you, she said. No problem. If it's for one of you, I'm willing to face the world to see you smile. The boy exclaimed, making the brunette blush. Then he put a golden ring with a ruby on it. They both kissed and were transported to the green sky of the underworld. From below, Rukia watched as her sister flew alongside her boyfriend, creating a beautiful pattern. At the end, there was a black dragon hugging the waist of a black dragon, also with fallen wings and horns like Albedo's, and the two were staring at each other. The beautiful drawing was sealed in Albedo's ring. They reappeared, but this time in Albedo's parents' room. They both lay down on the bed, Albedo hugging the black-haired boy's waist. Ice. Said the former heiress in a suggestive tone, looking directly at him. But they didn't notice a little silver-haired girl with violet horns spying on them. The next day. And there will also be divination. Rias was explaining everything they were going to do during the festival. It should be noted that everyone could barely hear her, the only exception being Sting, who was paying close attention. And we also need to cross-dress Kotaru and Gasper, although the latter won't be a problem. That made Inugami tense. It didn't help that the entire Grimoire entourage was giving him fixed, unholy glares, except for Rias and Sting, who were snickering. I don't know whether to laugh or feel sorry. Said Biku. Poor Inugami slowly backed away, fleeing from his future captors as he saw them approaching him. I think the first one. Kiba whispered, watching as Kotaru ran off, followed by almost the entire Grimoire entourage. After that unique moment, classes continued. On the way out, Vali was kidnapped by Kuram, and Issei walked with Scarlet to another place. The black-haired man and the Redeed were holding hands as they walked through a fair. How strange. Drake should be trying to strangle me right now. He wondered curiously. Don't worry, we managed to calm him down, his sword answered. But inside the boosted gear, all the previous wielders could be seen armed to the teeth, either with firearms or white weapons, forming a circular barricade with tables and other furniture, aiming for the center. There, Drake could be seen in his human form, only he was chained to a bed, gagged, blindfolded, surrounded by a pit full of alligators. Did I also mention there were landmines and anti-aircraft defenses? Whatever happens, don't let him escape. Ascalon shouted, pointing his sword version at him. Outside, Issei and Scarlet were enjoying the rides. They were eating cotton candy, popcorn, caramel apples, and so on. Issei went off to buy her something, and when he finished he saw her staring at a wolf cub stuffed animal. Do you want that one? He asked curiously, and she nodded, embarrassed. After about 5 attempts, I managed to get the stuffed animal, which Scarlet hugged tenderly. They both climbed a hill to admire the sunset. Tell me, Scarlet, what did you see in me? I mean, as Drake's little sister, you could get any man who knows about the supernatural. That's why. Being the younger sister of the Red Celestial Dragon led to me having many suitors, but they only saw me as a trophy, and they were also weak. When I found you, I only wanted to be with my brother, but over time, you caught my attention by being considerate. You weren't arrogant for having Drake, and when you saved me from Vali's attack at the faction meeting, my heart beat 1,000 times. No one had ever done that for me. That's why I joined your entourage and your harem. The Redid recounted happily. To her surprise, Issei gently grabbed her chin and planted a kiss on her lips. Without her noticing, the black-haired man placed a gold chain necklace with a red dragon dam on her. Both rose into the sky without taking off. The red and black trails didn't wait and began the dance of the dragons. A few minutes later, the pair finished, drawing a picture of a black dragon holding hands with a red one as they flew. The drawing was sealed in the dam, and they left. They both reappeared in Scarlet's room. "Drake is going to kill me for this," said the black-haired man. "Let him put up with it," the emerald-eyed girl exclaimed sharply. Inside the boosted gear, it was a pitched battle. The previous wielders were fighting fiercely against Drake in dragon form, commanded by Ascalon. With Vali and Kurum. If you're wondering what the other couple was doing, well, "You won't beat me, Kurum," exclaimed Vali. "We'll see about that," Kurum said, as the spectators looked at them in amazement. No wonder, since the two were at an all-you-can-eat buffet and were about to bankrupt the restaurant. "You know, that's what I like about you," said Kurum, stopping Vali. "What thing?" "You jump right into any challenge and don't back down, just like when you faced Loki," exclaimed Kurum, showing an overly tender smile. "And you're not far behind, even though you couldn't do much, you threw yourself into fighting against Midgardsormr's clones," said Vali, remembering that moment. "Hehehe." The black-haired girl laughed embarrassedly. After a while, they both left the now bankrupt restaurant. They both arrived at a clearing near a river. "Here," Vali said, gently taking Kurum's wrist, making her blush. A few seconds later, "She has a red bracelet with white details and a black gem. She's beautiful," said the black-haired woman with a soft look. They kissed as they slowly rose. Black and white trails danced in the night sky of a European country. When finished, there was a white dragon joining its back with a black one, but the hands were intertwined. They both disappeared and reappeared in Kurum's room, where they lay down on the bed. "Vali." Kurum's voice was a sweet melody to Vali. Although the sparkle in those blue eyes was somewhat wicked. "Yeah. I love you," I exclaimed and then kissed the albino. Again, the next day. "No," was the blunt response of the student council president. "Come on, Sona, don't be bitter," said Issei, earning a murderous glare from the aforementioned. "Saji, support us in this." "Sorry, Issei, but what Sona said is correct," the blonde replied, blushing at the woman in question for not using an honorific. "They can't use Petterhausen or Fefner for the haunted house. But it will be darker this time," Rias said this time. "No, it's no Rias." Sona's response left the Redid somewhat angry. "If you'll excuse me." The black-haired girl said goodbye alongside the blonde. "So what do we do?" the black-haired man asked. "I have a plan." Hehehehe. Ria's evil laugh scared more than one person. And following what happened the last 2 days, Issei disappeared with Navi this time, but this time Sona, Saji, Tsubaki, and Kiba also disappeared. Meanwhile, Vali and his girls went to the bakery he visited with Mine and sat down to enjoy the desserts. With Issei and Navi. Both parents were walking through the park while eating ice cream. They could see couples playing with their children. "You know, I would have liked to bring Iko," Issei said. "Would you rather spend time with Iko than with me?" the pink-haired girl asked, feigning pain. It's not that, it's to spend time with family," the black-haired man responded nervously. They continued walking for a while, until. "Navi, why did you stay with me? I'm not a good influence, so to speak," exclaimed the red-eyed man, remembering certain massacres. "And how Iko witnessed them by accident. You know Echo wasn't conceived with love," Issei nodded. "You're not like I was back then. You're loyal, considerate, loving, and protective, qualities I looked for in a man. That man had those qualities, but he didn't have the spark that was there when I first saw you. When I saw that paternal instinct with Echo and how she loved you, I knew you were the one. It may seem like I'm taking advantage of your goodwill, but..." Navi recounted, but she was abruptly silenced. "The reason?" Issei suddenly kissed her on the lips, causing her to drop her ice cream. They both separated with a subtle blush on their cheeks. This was new to Navi, but she liked it. Issei took Navi's hand and placed a ring on it. It was silver with a rose quartz that matched her eyes. Navi looked at the gift in surprise, then changed to a loving gaze and kissed Issei again. They both rose and drew their love in the sky. It's worth noting that the spectators either ignored this or paid little attention to it, but the couples felt the need to love each other more deeply. At the end, a black dragon was seen next to a platinum pink one, but both had a small platinum pink dragon in their arms. They both went to Issei's room since Iko was sleeping in Navi's. "You know, Ice, we could give Iko a little brother." Navi's voice was playful and lustful. She kissed Issei, but this time with her tongue, seeking to explore his mouth. After a few minutes, the two separated. "Let me take care of everything." A single thought came to Issei's mind. A woman with experience is different. With Kiba and Tsubaki. Both were in a dance competition open to the public. Kiba and Tsubaki's steps were refined and high class, a sign of the education they received. Both left with a first place trophy. The blonde man accompanied the brunette to her apartment. "Don't you want to come in?" Queen Citri offered. "It will be a pleasure, Tsubaki." Both lovebirds were blushing. They were both enjoying some cups of tea that the brunette had prepared. "This looks delicious, Tsubaki." The blonde praised, blushing her atomically. "TG thanks." The girl stuttered. They both entered into a somewhat neutral silence until the brunette broke it. "Kiba, it's already very late, don't you want to spend the night here?" Tsubaki suggested. "I would love to, but I think I'll be a nuisance," said the blonde, but the girl denied it. "No problem," he said with a cute smile that made the blonde blush. Some time later, our blonde friend was lying on the couch in the apartment until he felt Tsubaki approaching. "What's wrong, Tsubaki?" the boy exclaimed, dropping his jaw and blushing, looking like a tomato. The reason, Tsubaki was wearing a set of violet lingerie that made the blonde's instincts explode. Without further ado, she sat on the blushing blonde. "Kiba." Tsubaki's voice was very playful. "TT Tsubaki, why are you dressed like that? It's not fair. We became a couple a month ago, but we've barely been dating," the brunette said with a pout. Well, several things happened," Kiba exclaimed with a tense smile. "But I have needs too, and today I will fulfill them." Tsubaki tore Kiba's clothes to pieces and started licking his neck. "T Tsubaki. You know, fuck everything," thought the blonde, letting himself be carried away by his instincts, grabbing one of the black-haired girl's breasts. "Come on Kiba, show me how a dragon does it, ah," Tsubaki moaned. Maybe if he had paid attention, he would have seen the bottle that said aphrodisiac and had the Citri clan logo on it. While outside, a red silhouette was seen on top of a building taking pictures of a well-known couple in a specific apartment. And the next day. "Why did you want to see me, Rias?" Sona asked back at the club with everyone. "It's so you accept the idea," Rias said, but her childhood friend frowned. The funny thing about it all is that Kiba looked like his soul had been sucked out and Tsubaki looked very red, with steam coming out of her head, although in his mind there was a chibi Tsubaki jumping for joy. "I already said no, Rias." Sona was ready to leave with her entourage. "It's a shame, it seems I'll have to spread these photos all over the school," Rias threatened, releasing some photos that shocked everyone. In it, Sona and Saji were on a date and entering Sona's apartment. Sona blushed profusely while Momo and Haruko were dying of jealousy. "You don't want your reputation to go down the drain, do you?" Everyone was shocked to see Rias blackmail Sona. "Why you wouldn't dare?" exclaimed Sona scared while Saji sweated like a false witness, feeling the murderous aura of Momo and Haruko. Strangely, in the minds of the three lovers of the Vritra wielder, there was a chibi Sona doing the victory dance in front of a very jealous Momo and Haruko. If you do that, I will publish certain embarrassing secrets from your past," Sona countered, adjusting her glasses, which had a somewhat evil shine. "TSK. Rias cursed that Sona knew every aspect of her. "What if I call Serafal too and tell her about this?" Issei decided to join in and annoy the Citri heiress a little. This one and Saji turned blue, one because if her sister found out she wouldn't leave her alone and the other because of fear of being frozen by one of the Mausis-Khan. "Oh okay, you can do what you wanted," exclaimed Sona red and leaving there. Chaz by a jealous Momo and Haruko. "They are evil," everyone exclaimed, looking at the Gremory heiress and the Sekiryuite. "Well, we better get back to school. Tomorrow we'll finish the haunted house," Rias exclaimed and everyone was about to leave the old building. Well except one. "Ito, what exactly happened to Kiba?" she asked somewhat worried about her former servant. "I'll be honest. I have no idea. He didn't come back last night, he just said he went out with Tsubaki," the black-haired man said, and everyone turned to see the black-haired woman slowly running away. But she was discovered and blushed at the mischievous smiles of most of those present. Here, why you'll see." Steam was coming out of the poor thing's ears. Haha. After school, everyone went out and as usual, Esdeath took Issei to who knows where. They were both in a park in Russia, skating on a frozen lake. Neither of them was bothered by the cold. They were both skating hand in hand. But then something funny happened. "Ah!" Issei shouted as a piece of ice broke and fell into the icy water. Seconds later, Issei came out, but in a block of ice and Esdeath didn't know whether to laugh. Or laugh much harder. Haha. Minutes later, the black-haired man thawed. Fortunately, thanks to being a fire-breathing dragon, he didn't get hypothermia. The couple was at a restaurant where they ordered something hot and were brought borscht to share. This is delicious," said Esdeath asking for another plate. After eating about 5 dishes, they both went for a walk where the light-haired girl bought a nice whip that gave our black-haired boy chills. They both returned to the park where they were at the beginning. "This was a great date," said Esdeath excitedly, being seconded by Issei. "But I didn't like that you laughed while I was in that block of ice." Issei exclaimed, pouting, getting a giggle from the girl, although a chibi version of her in her head said he looked very cute like that. Without warning, the light blue-haired girl claimed his lips in a passionate kiss. "You're my man. That wouldn't do anything to you," Esdeath said as she broke the kiss. They both kissed again, only now Issei put something on Esdeath's wrist. When he saw it, he was surprised to see a bracelet that looked like it was made of ice and with a diamond. They kissed again for the third time, only this time they rose to the Russian skies. The skies were lit by black and light blue trails, marveling those who saw them. At the end, a black dragon was seen kissing a light blue one, both covering each other with their wings and forming a heart. The drawing was sealed in the diamond, and the lovebirds disappeared. Issei was now in the same room he was in with Akeno, on the same bed handcuffed. "You like what you see, baby?" Esdeath's voice caused him to look to his left, and he froze. There was Esdeath wearing an outfit similar to the one Rainer once wore, only light blue and without the shoulder pads. He approached with a hypnotic movement of his hips that left Issei stunned. Without warning, he sat on the black-haired man's waist. "I hope you don't mind if I have fun first," Esdeath exclaimed, appearing with a whip. "Wait, Isseixharem," said the celestial dragon fearfully. "Calm down, Drake-kun, I just want to try something new." The sound of a whip was heard after what the Dragon Slayer sword said. That night both the red-eyed man and his tenant had a painful and fun night. Friday. "And that's it," said Issei, finishing the decoration. With magic they transformed the old building into an incredible haunted house, complete with a fortune-telling room. "Good," Rias exclaimed, sitting in her chair. "That's strange. All week long he hasn't seen me with any anger or murderous desires." Issei thought, intrigued. "By the way, there's an interview for everyone in the underworld today before the match," Tiamat informed. "Maybe I should go in my dragonoid form." And he transformed by mistake and activated the boosted gear. "I have to see how to avoid this from happening every time I say dragonoid." But something that everyone noticed was that Ria's serene countenance changed to one filled with anger and sent an extremely horrible killing intent to our protagonist. Out of curiosity, Issei deactivated his transformation, causing Rias to return to her serene self, transform, and become enraged. She repeated this about 6 times. It's as if Gremory-senpai suffered from bipolar disorder upon seeing Issei-senpai transformed. Kaneko analyzed. "That was weird. Okay, see you in the studio," said the entire dragon hunting team. After class, everyone put on fancy clothes for the interview. Upon arrival, they were guided to the stage, but on the way they met Saji. "Oh Saji, what are you doing here?" asked Vali. "We'll also have our duel on the same day as you, but since ours isn't as eagerly awaited, we don't have as many spectators," Saji explained. "Gen-chan, hurry up," Momo told him. After that meeting, they arrived at the stage, where there were 4 huge chairs, one for each team. The Gremory and Bale entourage were already there, although they were intrigued by Saraerg's servant who was covered by a robe. Minutes after his arrival, the interviewer appeared. At first they were pointless questions, like who trains them or their goals, until they got to the more mischievous questions. "Alright. You see, a couples magazine wants to know if you're in a relationship. You go first, Saraerg Bale," the interviewer ordered. "I'm not in any relationship right now," the black-haired man informed, discouraging some, although our dragons could see a slight sparkle in the eyes of Saraerg's queen. "In that case, we'll be with you, Rias Gremory." "Are you in a relationship?" "Not at the moment," Rias said. "And we go with Vali Bahamut," exclaimed the interviewer. Well. Vali was nervous having all the cameras on him. "And you, Issei Bahamut?" The interviewer turned to the other twin. "You He was also nervous. "According to my sources, Vali Bahamut is in relationships with 5 girls, while Issei Bahamut is apparently in relationships with at least 15 women, and counting the engagement to the 4th heiress of the Phoenix family," reported the interviewer, and the journalists did not stop taking notes. How did he get that information? Both twins thought. After that moment, the interview ended and everyone was able to return home. It was already nighttime, but that didn't stop everyone's favorite black-haired boy from going out with the strongest and most beautiful angel in heaven. "Are we leaving, Issei-kun?" asked Gabriel. "Wherever you want," Issei exclaimed, and a huge smile appeared on Gabriel's face. He offered her his arm and the woman gladly accepted. "Listen carefully, Issei Bahamut, if you do anything to Gabriel-sama, I swear I'll castrate you without anesthesia," shouted the Queen of Hearts, threatening him with a sword in hand. "Okay," the black-haired man stammered, turning white. The couple left the building and disappeared. "They're gone. You can free yourself," Bahamut said from behind an extra reinforced metal wall with a small window. Next to him were Vali, Kiba, Gasper, Biku, and Arthur. The girls looked at this curiously until they turned blue as they felt an abrupt increase in power and bloodlust. This came specifically from one of the girls who was covered by a dense layer of blue power, her pigtails rose, and the environment around her froze. The girls fled to take refuge behind the metal wall to protect themselves from the jealousy attack of Seraphol Leviathan, the Mayu who can freeze the planet if she wants. But Issei and Gabriel. Issei's jaw was on the floor, while Gabriel laughed in amusement at the black-haired boy's surprise. You might be wondering. Where are they? They didn't go to Paris, Venice, or Monte Carlo, no. They went to the most beautiful place in every aspect. The Garden of Eden. Issei whispered, still in surprise. Yes, both are in paradise where Adam and Eve lived before their exile. A vast green field, with a waterfall that flows into a lake and creates a rainbow. Several animals thought to be extinct and trees about 3 meters tall. In the distance, there was the tree of the forbidden fruit, the one that held the apples of good and evil. The couple played in the lake with the animals, had a picnic and more. They were both now lying on the green grass looking at the sky. Gabriel, can I ask you a question? The blonde nods. Why did you want to go on a date with me? The seraphim sat and looked longingly at the sky. Before father died, he told me he had a vision of me next to a man. The dark-haired man sat down to listen better. He told me that when I met someone who helped any faction, no matter if they had hurt him or those close to him, I would be the one. One day, curious, I looked into the human world and saw you helping a group of rookie exorcists who were cornered by rogue demons. Seeing how you protected them made my heart beat faster. Issei Ryujin recalled that one of his first missions upon founding dragon hunting was to eliminate a large group of rogue demons who, curiously, were about to kill some exorcists. Curious, I looked up information about you in Michael and Isama's database. Not only did I discover who your parents were, but I also discovered that you were very good friends with Asia Argento, a holy maiden who was exiled and turned into a witch for her pure soul. At the time, I was wondering why you were helping them, since you must be resentful of the church. Gabriel continued. I'm not one to blame everyone for what some people do. The ones I'm angry at are the ones who expelled Asia. Issei explained. After some thought, I decided you were the one my father was talking about, the one I'm destined for. It was one of the reasons I moved into your house. Gabriel concluded. Because I love you. To the shock of the black-haired man, the most beautiful angel in heaven kissed him on the lips. Only you make my heart jump for joy and make me want to always be by your side. I exclaimed as I kissed him again. Many people in the human and supernatural world, mainly demons and fallen angels, felt they should praise a black-haired man, while a certain seraph felt like gutting him. Azazel felt his respect and envy for Issei increase exponentially. The wings of both came out and wrapped themselves with them, while the animals of Eden saw all this with apparent happiness. Wait. The black-haired man stopped. Won't you become a fallen angel? Don't worry. My father created me with the great singularity that I can't fall. Gabriel informed, leaving the black-haired man stupefied, making him giggle. They both kissed again, but stopped when they saw a glow coming from Gabriel's breasts. Then she takes out, to Issei's surprise and shock, a golden rosary with a large white gem in the middle. But that gem became the yin-yang, as half of it turned black with a white dot, and a black dot appeared on the white part. What just happened? Issei asked as soon as he recovered from his shock. This was the gift father gave me when I was born. I always carry it with me, and he told me to let me know when I found my destined man. Gabriel's cross-shaped pupils lit up. They spent a little more time in Eden until the time came. Issei mute. The cry of the overlord of heaven, Michael, was heard. Oh no, he found us. Said Gabriel. This way. Issei pointed to a portal he created. Without thinking, they both jumped into the portal before Michael's fury reached them. Dragon hunting. The couple arrived home, where surprisingly everyone was at the reception. We're back. Said Issei and everyone greeted them. Tell me son, how was paradise? The phrase Bahamut said had a double meaning that only Bhikkhu understood. Well, he is much more beautiful than I could have imagined. The black-haired man said, but an enormous thirst for blood silenced him. Right behind Issei and Gabriel were Seraphol and Penemu, who had very innocent smiles. And demonic masks behind them. Griselda was standing next to him with her 10 wings spread out and a sword in her hand. Issei. They both shouted, unleashing their power. The others took refuge behind the wall of Bahamut. A minute later, Vali, Kiba, Bhikkhu, Arthur, Gasper and Bahamut, that is, all the men even though Gasper doesn't count, were trying to get Issei out of a huge block of ice, which was pierced by many spears and swords of light that almost hit vital points. After an hour they managed to get him out, and they also threw hot water on him to prevent him from getting hypothermia. Gabriel cleared up the misunderstanding and everyone was relaxed, but then there was a knock on the door. Who could it be? Issei asked, opening the door, surprised by the person standing in front of him. Sting, what do you need? Hello Issei Bahamut, I really need some advice. Sting asked as he entered. A counsel. The black-haired man and everyone in the house shop raised an eyebrow. I want to confess to a girl I like too much. Revealed the blonde Gremory. Really? Everyone smiled mischievously. And who's the lucky one? Curiously, everyone was drinking something, whether it was tea, beer, or soda. It's Rias Gremory. She released a nuclear bomb, causing everyone to spit out their drinks. Did you fall in love with Rias? The black-haired man asked incredulously, and he wasn't the only one. I know you're resentful about what happened in the past, but you saw that she doesn't act like she did when she was with Raiser. Instead, she's caring and loving toward her group. She gave me this opportunity to become stronger and face powerful people, and as time went by, I fell in love. Sting confessed, blushing, since this wasn't his thing. The rest of us were just out of the blue. Well, I recommend waiting until after the game, since it will be more memorable. Bahamut suggested, giving him a notebook with ideas for confession. They both walked away while the others were still in shock. Saturday. They were all training in the special dimension, separated into groups to improve their skills. Where Issei and Volley trained with Galantman and Susannaman. Finally. We did it? Issei said haltingly. Yes. What cost? Volley replied. Both already had a secret weapon for the game. A little while later, they saw how the others were doing in training. With the swordsman, they only heard Zenobia say that since there are already many technique types, she will only focus on power. Volkiba and Arthur scolded her, saying not to focus only on that. With melee and magic, things were better. If we count the place sunken into a huge deep crater. After an hour, everyone went out to rest. I need some time in the hot springs. Tiamat said, massaging her shoulders. We'll go with you, Naya. Said Kuroka with her little sister. We're going to eat something. Asia exclaimed along with almost everyone else. Well, I have to go to the underworld. Said Volley, disappearing. Everyone separated, but a hand stopped to say. What's up, LaFay? I asked the blonde curiously. Ito Issei-sama, could you accompany me to my parents' house? The little blonde asked. Sure, but why me? The black-haired man asked. It's just that, since Volley-sama is busy and Ani-sama probably won't want to go, I thought you were the best option. Explained the little magician. Alright. Thank you very much, Issei-sama. The blonde thanked. In less than 5 minutes, they had both set off for the Pendragon brothers' old home. Former home of LaFay and Arthur. Upon arrival, they were surprised by a maid who recognized the blonde, so she guided them to the living room and went to warn the patriarch and matriarch Pendragon. In less than 2 minutes, they were both there. The father was a man of about 43 years old, with slick-back blonde hair, blue eyes, and a small blonde mustache. He wore the robes of a count. The mother must have been no more than 35 years old, with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail, chocolate brown eyes, and a stunning body. She wore an elegant white dress. Good morning, father, mother. LaFay greeted with a bow. Come here, my daughter. Said the mother, hugging her. The father would have hugged her too, but his attention was on the young man his daughter arrived with. LaFay, who is he? Your boyfriend? Her father asked. In response, the little girl blushed a lot, while the black-haired boy blushed slightly. Father. The little girl stuttered. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Pendragon, I'm Issei Bahamut, brother of the King of LaFay. Due to certain matters, I came as a companion. Issei explained, inadvertently relieving his father. After that, everyone sat down on the armchairs to chat more pleasantly. Tell me, daughter, how's your new life going? Mrs. Pendragon asked. LaFay sent letters to her parents to tell them a little about her new life in the Volley peerage. Excluding the fact that she used to be with a terrorist group and was now a mercenary. I'm doing well. I'm getting good grades in school, and we're getting ready for an important game tomorrow. In fact, I came to give you this. LaFay handed them some golden tickets. These tickets will transport you directly to the venue. We'll be sure to go. The father said, keeping the ticket. Just then, the door abruptly opened, revealing a woman with platinum hair and heterochromia, one blue and the other green, wearing a gold cocktail dress and carrying a rapier at her waist. Elaine San, LaFay said, recognizing the woman. LaFay. Is Arthur with you? How is he? Did something happen to him? The silver-haired girl threw out question after question, giving everyone an I'm-style drops. Calm down, Elaine San, let's talk outside. LaFay went out with Elaine. Excuse me, but who was she? The black-haired man asked. This is Elaine Westcott, the woman Arthur loves. LaFay's mother introduced, but her husband just grunted. Darling, don't be like that. They love each other. Is something wrong? Issei noticed Lord Pendragon's anger. The thing is, my husband doesn't approve of the affair, and he tried to force Arthur into an arranged marriage. That's why he ran away from home, even though he took the Caliburn sword with him. The older blonde recounted. About 3 years later, LaFay ran away to find her brother, despite threats from her father. Since then, she's kept in touch with me through letters, and I had to confess to my husband about the supernatural. Wait, you're married to the Pentagon matriarch and you don't know about the supernatural? Issei asked, surprised. You don't expect the woman you married to be a descendant of King Arthur and the supernatural to exist? The patriarch confessed. They talked for a while about Lefei's development at school until the aforementioned returned. Okay, I've already given him the invitation. We can go, Issei-sama. Lefei announced. Well, I have to visit some people. Said Issei, saying goodbye to the Pendragons. With Vali. He had traveled to the underworld to visit a certain heiress. He arrived at Igare's castle, where he was greeted by Sakvara's mother. You must be Vali Bahamut. A pleasure. I'm Laluina Igare's, Sakvara's mother. The woman introduced herself. Good morning, I was wondering if Sakvara was there. Asked the dragon, receiving a nod from the mother. She guided him to her daughter's workshop, missing the albino. Upon arrival, his jaw dropped to the floor at the sight of so many well-armed mechas. Oh, good morning Vali. Sakvara greeted, wearing a mechanic's overalls while fixing a mecha. You built them all? He said, receiving an embarrassed nod. I've been interested in this for a long time. Even Beelzebub-sama offered to help me. The green-haired girl commented. Wow. You want help, right? The albino stated. Of course. I have a hard time moving heavy components, Ikari said. Back with Issei. Our favorite black-haired man was about to leave for Kyoto, more specifically the Yokai capital. Wait, I'm coming with you. Biku shouted, running. After that, the two of them headed to the Yokai capital. There, Sun Wukong's descendants separated and headed to a remote part of the city. Issei ignored him and went to Yasaka Castle, where Kunu and his mother were receiving him. Issei Niasen. Shouted the little blonde, throwing herself into the black-haired boy's arms. Hey Issei, what brings you to Kyoto? Yasaka asked, approaching. First play with Kunu and then give them something. He replied. With Biku. This one was hiding in the bushes spying on someone, more specifically the kitsune he saw when they were invited to the Yokai city. She walked quietly through the forest until she felt she was being watched. Whoever you are, come out right now. He said in a terrifying and authoritarian tone. To her surprise, the black-haired boy she'd seen during the Hero Faction episode appeared. It's worth noting that he was trembling at the girl's tone, although he could see her much better now than before. She was a girl his age, with long blonde hair tied in twin pigtails, sapphire eyes, and 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek that, to Biku, made her prettier. She wore a blue blouse with orange pants and black sandals, and her measurements were similar to Zenovia's. Oh, you're the boy from the other day. The girl exclaimed. Why yes, I am Biku, descendant of Sun Wukong. The monkey introduced himself. Ah, you are the descendant of Sun Wukong sensei. Biku's self-esteem rose. The lazy and clumsy monkey. And there he felt as if 2 arrows that said lazy and clumsy were stuck in him. But he put aside his depression when he realized something. Sun Wukong sensei? I asked curiously. Yes, for some time now he has been training me in Senjutsu. The blonde confessed with a big smile. But there are still parts that I can't get right. I confessed embarrassedly. If you want, I can help you. The monkey saw this as an opportunity to get closer to the girl. Are you sure you're not trying to be mean to me? She asked, covering her breasts with her arms. I'm not one of those. Biku shouted, blushing while the blonde laughed. Anyway, I don't think you've introduced yourself. Yes, my name is Naruko. With Issei. He was playing with Kunu in the courtyard. Isaka watched them from her office, cursing the paperwork that kept her from spending time with her daughter. I was going to continue if it weren't for someone knocking on the window. It was none other than Issei. Are you going to stay and sign papers? The dragon asked. What do you suggest I do? The kitsune asked curiously. The black-haired man entered, grabbed all the unsigned paperwork and threw it into a portal, which he then entered with Yasaka. Half a second later they both came out. That dimension is really useful. Issei knew it was wrong to use the training dimension for that, but that way he wouldn't waste time. And now we're going to play with Kunu. The Kyuubi nodded and they both went out to where Kunu was waiting for them. It must be said that the older kitsune enjoyed the black-haired man's company. Especially when she was having fun with Kunu, a single thought came to mind. He would be an excellent father for Kunu. He thought with a not very visible blush. Unfortunately, time flew by and it was time for Issei to leave as he had to visit someone else. He didn't worry about Biku as he was probably having fun with some kids or something. Oh yeah, here you go. The black-haired man gave them 2 golden tickets. They're for tomorrow's game. We'll make sure not to miss it, Ice. Yasaka exclaimed, although the last part was in a loving tone. The black-haired man disappeared into a doorway on his way to his final stop, Tanin's territory. Tanin territory. Issei appeared right in front of Irene and Urza's humble house. Just then, the younger Rited was outside, wearing her classic armor, practicing sword movements. "Hello, Urza." The black-haired boy greeted, startling and exciting the little girl. "Issei," I shouted, running to hug him. "Sorry for not visiting you, but I was a bit busy," Issei exclaimed, caressing Urza's head. "No problem," Irene commented, approaching the duo. "And I'm also bringing you this." He handed them both some golden tickets. "They're passes to the VIP area for tomorrow's game. I'll be one of the teams," he explained, exciting Urza. "Don't worry, we'll do it," Irene said, putting the ticket away. "Since you're here, do you want something to drink?" the older Rited offered. "It would be rude not to accept, and I want to see how little Urza has improved." The aforementioned's eyes shone. "You'll see how much better I'll get," I shouted, determined and very excited. The rest of the afternoon I spent talking to Irene or helping Urza, who still couldn't use any other armor. Although there weren't many to use. Vali, on the other hand, was helping Sakvara with her mechas and even told her to use them against Sona Citri in the match as a way to level the playing field. At night, those who had left returned to the house tent, although Bhikkhu had a bigger smile than usual. They had dinner and went to bed early, as tomorrow they had the long-awaited match. Sunday, the long-awaited day. "Everyone ready?" Issei and Vali asked their respective entourages. "Hi," they all shouted. "We'll be cheering them on from the VIP balcony," said Bahamut along with Iko, the rest of Isseixharem, Susanamum, Galantman, Fefner and Achibi Pederhausen. Everyone nodded as the Bahamut retinues transported to the dual site, the floating city of Agrees. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.